One word just kept coming up, like it was in bold and red, and it was radon.
Radon is the number 2 cause of lung cancer.
Well, you don't know if it's in your home. You got to test. You can't see it, you can't taste it, you can't smell it.
What's your level? Radon Defense Midwest can help. Visit radonradio.com for a special offer. That's radonradio.com.
The back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover. Powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com. Josh is back.
Hello.
Jimmie is back.
Hello.
Nick is here again.
Hello. He is still here.
How we doing, guys?
Great, man. How are you?
Good. Well, better now.
Yeah, we're eating.
Got some food delivered to us because the NCAA tournament is coming up in Omaha. I don't know if you guys have
People
heard
forget
about this, and our good friends who make the fine concessions down at the CHI Health Center, Levy. They decided to bring us some delicious food, and we have tried all of it, and it's we're happy to report that it's all incredible.
It's delicious.
I really hope you're not trying to lean off camera right now because you're failing miserably. You're like right in the way.
No, I'm just trying not to spill on the computer.
I got you. I thought you were trying to get off camera.
Do that. So, Jimmie, so you had the wing, right?
Yeah, that was amazing. It was nice and tender and kind of just fell off the bone.
That was the double trouble wings. A half dozen bone-in wings, sauced and tossed with a zesty, sweet chili glaze.
Yeah, they weren't like exactly spicy, but had a nice kick to it. Good flavor.
So they have ranch and celery sticks that come with that. That was good.
What are the fries situation going on here?
The fries are the burnt-end brisket fries.
Wow.
Crispy crinkle fries loaded with chopped barbecue burnt ends, smoked cheddar cheese, jalapenos, and barbecue aioli.
Odson's back.
Josh has discovered that there is more food. Nick decided that he wanted a little hot dog.
Love me a dog. I got that dog in me.
And so that was the Flying Hawaiian dog, which is a grilled all-beef Omaha Steaks Frank piled high with pineapple chutney, crispy Asian slaw, and teriyaki aioli. A lot of aiolis on
It's
here.
a refreshing
You had a
dog.
chicken sandwich, right?
It was.
Yes,
it was
I
a
had-
good dog. I love a good slaw.
I had the
too.
chicken club. Very tasty.
I like food that tastes
Very
refreshing.
tasty.
And it's nice to have a dog that tastes refreshing.
Yeah.
It's hard to argue with that, Nick.
I got a piece of the brisket from the burnt ends. That was amazing. I think that's what that is right there, Josh.
That's the burn-in fries, yeah. The burn-in brisket fries. Yeah, and then we had the pretzel bites, which were good.
I love
the
pretzel
chicken
bites.
club. That's the and one chicken club.
That's
Josh.
what I had.
That's what you had.
And one.
Josh,
And
Remember
one.
hot sauce?
That's when they go and they score.
The
Remember that professor?
This is what they'll be doing. They'll score a basket at the CHI Health Center during the NCAA tournament.
Hold up your
and
hot
they'll
dog.
say, "It won!" That's what they'll say all the time. They'll scream it into the camera.
Oh, the player will.
Yes, the
I
player.
thought you were talking about like Jake Ryan would do that.
No, I think
No,
whoever
no.
I think I think whoever orders these fries should just scream that at people.
It won!
Up until somewhat recently, I thought And One was just a clothing brand because that's what all my
It is
basketball
also
shorts
it is
were
also a clothing
growing up.
brand.
It's also a thing that happens.
Do you know what it means?
No.
Guess.
Is it like a layup?
Well, it's
It
a
can
layup
be.
and one.
Because 1 point.
No.
No, well,
I mean, you're getting very close.
yes,
Warmer.
but no,
Am I technically right?
no.
No.
You're
Well,
missing.
so
There's a
when
very
they
key
s-
part to this.
When they score a layup or any other point for that matter, and then they get fouled, they get to go to the free throw line
Oh,
and one
there it is.
to
Yeah.
shoot a free throw.
But the players actually
which counts for one.
the player and the announcers will actually
Famously.
say "and one" before the free throw is even attempted.
Yes.
So they'll do it as like a
And one really
assumption.
represents the opportunity
It
to
does.
get the and one.
Yes. Some
Or-
announcers I like saying
Because it's a basket and one free throw.
The hoop and the harm.
I like saying a chance for the old-fashioned three-point
the old-fashioned
play.
way.
I love saying
old-fashioned.
Yep, I love old-fashions, and I love the old-fashioned three-point play.
How many different ways are there to say and one?
What do you mean?
And
You got
one
the-
old-fashioned 3-point play.
Yep. The hoop and the harm.
I haven't heard
The
this
hoop and the
before.
what?
I don't think I've heard the hoop and the harm either.
That's great.
The
I'm putting that on the band name list. That's solid.
really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, look at Happer
Nice.
helping out the future bands.
I've never
of
heard
America.
that phrase. Have you heard that
No,
phrase?
I know, and I am of
You guys have
basketball.
never heard the hoop and the harm?
Never.
No, never.
Have
Not one.
you?
No, of course not.
Who am I dealing with here? Have you guys ever watched
poll
sports
question.
before?
Have you heard of the hoop and the harm?
I just searched. Oh wait, I searched hoop and the arm, not harm.
That's what I thought he said originally. The hoop,
The
and,
hoop
the arm.
and the harm is a book.
It
It
but
is.
It's a thing that happens in basketball. This
Yep.
is a very normal
Udoka
phrase.
Clendon is a first-year university student and a product of basketball systems that have produced professional players. Blah 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 blah. It came out a year ago.
The only
this
thing,
is
the only
not a
thing that
new
comes up when I
phrase.
Google it
Yes.
is the book.
I'm gonna search this Urban Dictionary to see if we go.
This is not a new thing.
No, it's
I'm making this
dude.
up.
It's not anywhere. I think you
It's
made
not
this
an
up.
Urban Dictionary.
Mm-hmm. If you search hoop on Urban Dictionary, it says the Irish slang word for ass.
Yeah, see, that's why it's
Oh,
not an
lads,
Urban
you should have
Dictionary.
seen the hoop on the bird I was with last night.
Odson is saying it's a very common phrase. He's
Very
agreeing with
common.
Happer.
I've never heard
I've
it.
never heard this either.
You guys are of sports analysis.
Odson, poll question. Oh, he says no poll question. You will not like the results. Kenneth says sounds like something the olds would say. Happer is
That
famously.
does seem like an old take.
He is famously an old man. He is
That's cool.
famously an old man.
Yeah.
This is
also
great.
correct in this.
The
regard.
hoop and the harm.
I've had Oh, look at George Mikan dribbling down the floor. He got fouled and had a hoop in the harm.
Yeah, that sounds awesome, does it not?
I mean, I love it. I've just never heard it.
It does sound like when the
Well, you
cage
guys
was still
incorporate it
around
into
the
your little
court.
broadcast.
Yeah.
Phil
All right?
writes Connor is 100% making this up. Hoop in the harm
I
is
am
not a
making
thing.
this up. This is
Phil,
a joke.
thank you.
I'm being trolled right
Odson, get the poll question.
Yeah,
You guys are trolling me.
we need the results. We need the
I think
people.
Odson's refusing at a principal.
Yeah, well, I think
now. I mean, you can do it. It's going
This
to be
just-
like 95%
feels-
yes.
This feels like Odson trying to bail his boy out here.
Charles says Haber just discovered vacuum tumblers for his coffee. Yeah, how can we trust you? How can we trust
The
you?
people are asking.
You just discovered things that keep your drinks warm.
Yeah, well, I just discovered warm drinks, to be fair.
Aaron Papillion says Rafter uses the hoop in the harm. Again, old. I think this is a dying phrase. No offense.
Oh, it's definitely a dying phrase. But
I
you
don't
guys are,
hate the phrase. It's a good phrase.
You guys are telling me that it doesn't exist, which it clearly does.
Yeah, it was in a book a year ago.
Joe writes, the hoop in the harm was made up from a Sports Center anchor back in the day. Can't remember who it was.
Yeah.
Interesting. Kenny
might have
writes,
been.
Matt Foster, who was on yesterday in my stead, said Kenny writes, Matt Foster would use the hoop in the harm phrase when on KETV.
Definitely.
So he would say it on television.
Oh, yeah. If you guys watch local news, they'll say hoop in the harm all the time.
Yeah, I feel bad. I don't really watch the local news anymore.
Wow.
I do appreciate all their work, though. Great work, everybody.
Josh Peterson does not support local.
I don't
Have you
really
ever heard
watch-
of putting the biscuit in the basket?
Oh,
Of course, yeah. Who hasn't heard
It's
of
the
that?
same thing.
Nah, it's
You
different.
got to put the biscuit in the basket.
I thought
No,
hoop
that's-
in the harm
that's a-
was a and one.
I mean,
That's a
they
real-
represent different things, but
that's
it's
a
the
real
same type
phrase.
of phrase.
The biscuit in the basket's a real phrase. Hoop in the harm, something you made up 8 minutes
I know
ago.
you're trying to do, Jimmy.
Happer, I have a couple things that I would like to throw your way while you continue to eat. So the first thing is
Yeah.
thoughts on getting a spray tan, and follow up: are you afraid to show your nipples?
I am not afraid to show my nipples.
Okay,
Like Happer seems like the guy that would jump out of the booth with Travis Kelce with the beer in his hand.
They're
in
just
Buffalo.
nipples.
Yeah.
okay, because
get
I
that
was
vibe.
talking about it with I know a coworker has approached you about spray tanning for our trip to Vegas, and she said Happer could cover his nipples with a picture of you and Nick. And I said, is Happer worried about showing his nipples?
No.
Okay.
So
we don't-
double boobs on his boobs.
No, when we do our shows from the pool, which
It's like
we will
hat
be
on a
doing,
hat, Nick. Boobs on boobs.
And that is now the name of the show from Vegas.
Mhm.
when we do our shows from the pool in just a short period of time.
Yep.
If it's a situation where I feel like it warrants me taking my shirt off,
I will.
Do you
I
guys
will
know where
happily
you're
do it.
going to be for the show?
Yeah, we'll be at the pool.
Like, okay, I didn't know if that was
Cabana.
like,
Yeah.
I didn't know if you guys were trying to like weigh that into existence.
No, it's
or if
happening.
that's actually like what you, if you guys knew already where you were. gonna
Hawaiian
go.
shirts, swim
Yeah.
trunks.
Yep, exactly. That's where we will be. I will be taking
So-
off my shirt.
I'm so jealous of you guys.
It's going to be pretty great.
I don't think any of us will wear a shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nor should you for that
Yeah.
matter.
I'm wearing a swimsuit to the show every day.
I need to get a swimsuit.
good idea.
Yeah, I have two different swimsuits.
Hop
I
in the
will wear
pool
them.
during the breaks.
I think so. We're doing 7 hours of radio.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Why don't we just do
true.
it from the pool? They got swim up bars, surely.
So
right?
here's the thing though.
There's electricity.
I was there for the first round last year, and it was a little cold. It was like 40 degrees out. I'm hoping that's not gonna be the case for you guys.
I go to I'm there for either the first or second weekend, basically every year of the last 5 years.
Yeah,
it's been hot.
Okay,
So I think you're kind of at the mercy of
it's
what
the
you
desert.
get,
Yeah,
what you get.
So
But more likely than not, it's going to be good.
The extended forecast right now on weather.com goes all the way to the Tuesday. So the day before we arrive, the high 74, the low 54. That's totally fine with me.
Definitely a little
Is that
chillier
pool,
at night.
is
For
74 pool weather though?
No, it's not. But you know what? I'm
Yeah.
going to hop in anyway.
Okay,
The hoop and the harm is what I'll
Sure. If
call
the
it.
pool's open, we'll be there. If the pool's open, we'll be there.
All right. So that's the first thing that I wanted to ask you about.
Okay,
So,
yes.
good.
What was the second thing?
Congrats on your nipples.
Yes. How are you angry? What's the zone's take on the whole Fred Hoiberg, Matt Painter thing? Because I'm stunned. I mean, I shouldn't be stunned that people are finding another thing to argue about online. I'm blown away that people care as much as they do.
We were just talking about that.
Well, he was the only other guy for consideration. Like it was either just going to be Fred Hoiberg or Matt Painter. I didn't think they would do.
And I haven't seen him
You
in
can make
our.
an argument for Chris Collins. You can make an argument for Ben Johnson.
Yeah, but I don't think you can make as strong of an argument as you can for the two guys that actually
Sure.
won it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you
So
can, but who was actually going to get it was
So
one of those two guys.
when it came out at 11 o'clock or something like that, we announced it, and then we kind of just moved on. It's like,
Yep.
oh, they got co-coach of the year. That's kind of funny. Like they couldn't come to a decision.
Yep.
Great, co-coach of the year. And then people started to find out about this, and a couple hours later, it's like the 1 o'clock hour, and I realized that people were really engaging quite a lot about this.
Correct.
And so we had to bring it back up.
Yeah.
And my take was the same as yours. I cannot believe that people are this fired up about this.
I'm like legitimately blown away. Jack Mitchell, friend
He
of the
was
Grum-
awarded coach of the year.
Yeah, who
You
cares?
got what you wanted.
Yeah, how many people?
And
How many
who
people could
cares?
name the last four coaches
They-
in the Big Ten?
Jimmy,
Nobody,
thank you.
nobody.
People around here, and I think society at large, we have given up on caring about the Heisman Trophy.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
stunned. I'm stunned that we're caring about Big Ten basketball coach of the year. This is going to be the thing that we're going to.
Well, if it didn't,
Die on
if it
those-
didn't involve Fred Hoiberg,
100%.
nobody would care. Not
See,
one person.
so like Jack Mitchell, he just tweeted, been spending some time off Twitter. Don't worry, back Friday night. And so I said that he needs to return because everyone's arguing about coach of the year. How about this from Jack? I'm so glad I'm not there. It's dumb. I don't care. Win basketball games. Give it to Fran.
Jack!
If
Wow.
Jack doesn't care, then nobody should
I know.
care.
I think that everyone else, if you're caring right now, you need to take a really long look at
your team is good. You don't need any more.
Look in the mirror and ask yourself,
justification.
what the hell is wrong with me? Why do I care? Is hooping the harm a real phrase? That's the thing that you should be asking.
I care more about that, if I'm being honest.
I do too. Debating this.
Now, here's a question.
I like saying it.
If they would have just given it to Painter
Hooping the harm.
by himself,
Yeah.
would you?
I mean, then it'd be honestly, it'd be a little funnier on Twitter today.
Then I'd
Yeah.
engage.
Yeah.
Like he deserved it. He
Yeah.
deserved to be named coach of the year.
Yeah.
He was named coach of the year. That is it.
Yeah.
He was named coach of the year today.
Yeah.
You don't have to say he's co-coach of the year. He won coach of the year, just like Matt Painter won coach of the
Wow,
year.
Adam Furley, you know him.
Mhm. Furley,
Wow.
Furley was not a fan yesterday of my basketball is better than football
Yeah,
take.
neither am
but
I.
he very
It's a dumb take.
interestingly did not give a reason why. He said, quote, that's just the way it is.
Good take from Adam.
Football is better than basketball.
He also adds, I'm the biggest diehard Nebraska ball fan out there. So that's, first of all, an interesting way to set the table. He is the biggest fan.
Hmm.
And he adds, I literally don't care about this at all.
We have an issue, Josh.
What's that?
Jacob Bigelow, who is famously of basketball, says
Yeah.
that hoop and the harm is a legitimate phrase.
Yeah, but I'm not surprised that a basketball guy has heard
Yeah.
this.
No, I'm talking about basketball, Josh.
I'm going to ask Flannery next time I see him. Hey, Flan, have you heard of hoop in the heart? Like,
Flan has absolutely heard of
he's-
hoop in the
Flan-
heart.
in his
Flan is
50s.
also of basketball,
Yeah, and he's
probably more
old.
so than Bigelow.
He's old.
Wow,
Yeah.
take that, Jacob.
So I don't get the point that you guys are trying to make. You guys are trying to say that because the people who know basketball know about this phrase,
Hey, I know
that
basketball.
they're wrong.
I call games.
And because you don't know about it and you know you are not of
Well,
basketball,
it's a
you
niche
do not.
phrase. So I think niche phrases shouldn't be counted as
Nice.
everybody knows a niche
Yeah,
phrase.
It's a
who
niche
else said
phrase
people shouldn't
about
be
the
counted?
sport that I'm talking about. It's a niche phrase.
By the
about
way,
niche thing.
earlier Odson said
Basketball's
that
not niche.
we would be very disappointed by the results. 51 votes in, 52.9%.
Oh, he did put
of
it
the
up.
voters.
I put it up on my Twitter page because I didn't think he was going to do it. All right,
Yeah.
I'll delete mine.
50. You can leave it up, Jimmy.
Should I? We'll compare them at the
Wow,
end.
Jimmie says split the vote.
52.9%.
Green Party Jimmie.
We
say
demand a
no.
recount.
They have not heard
All
about
right, I'll leave it up.
But no matter how this poll question turns out, it does not take away the fact that this phrase exists and
guess so.
people know about
It's not an Urban Dictionary, though, so it's hard to
it.
say.
It's not
that
an Urban Dictionary phrase. It's a very normal phrase.
A very normal niche phrase that only hardcore basketball nerds would know.
No, I think more basketball people know about it than you think. I don't know why you guys don't know about it. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Especially
Jacob
Josh,
Padilla
you do
said
basketball games all the time.
I know.
Jacob Padilla says this is very much a thing, but it's also a very old time thing.
I'll bring it into my calls next year. I'm going to say, and the hoop and the harm. Would that be a proper way to describe it?
Yeah, I mean, do you like it?
I mean, it's interesting.
Because it's the hoop, and then they're harmed because they're getting fouled.
I'm
Okay,
always
that
looking
makes
for
sense.
different ways to say things.
Yeah, it's like a thesaurus, right? You don't want to say goes in every time.
Yeah.
When I called games back in high school, my dad, there was a way that I would describe basically every make in basketball. He goes, you say that a lot. He's like, you should try to find a different way to say it. I said, that's great advice, Dad.
Yeah, it is good advice.
And he's going to dunk the Oreo.
It's like, no offense to Warren Swain. Warren Swain, if you go watch old Husker highlights, you know what he always said when a guy caught the ball? He makes the grab. They always made the grab. It was never
reels it in.
Yes, exactly. Catches the ball. It was makes the grab. Pat Davison makes the grab.
Yeah.
So
it's good to change it up.
It is. Hoop in the harm.
Hoop in the harm.
There's many different ways that a baseball can come off of the baseball bat. It's not just he hit it.
That's correct.
Maybe he sliced it. Maybe he tipped it.
So how would you say
Maybe he
hoop in the harm?
popped it.
Because you would say like, he goes up, laid it, and one. So how would you say? Would you say goes up, lays it in, hoop in the harm? How would you? How does it flow?
Maybe like
give us the call.
Gets the hoop and the harm.
It's the hoop and the harm.
Gets the hoop
Because the harm is the foul.
and the harm.
Yeah, people forget.
What's the hoop and the harm
Well,
version
maybe you
for
could say,
baseball?
I mean, you could use them both interchangeably. You can use them at the same time as well. They get the and one
From the hoop
and then
and the
you're
harm.
describing it. You're recapping it. You're saying you got the hoop.
Morgan
and the
Molly
harm.
went up for the hoop and the harm, and that's
the
why
hoop.
she's at the free throw line.
Yeah,
It's a
I think
bit
I think
wordy.
it would use it more in the past tense.
Mm.
Like she got the hoop or gets the hoop and the harm.
And the harm.
And now
Okay.
she's headed to the foul line.
A text from the 402. There's a book called The Hoop and the Harm that was published last year. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. See, I think famously this phrase actually came from the book.
Can you get the harm without getting the hoop?
You can.
Oh, you can.
So you can say so and so got the harm.
Oh, that's a good
It's
call.
also
were harmed.
that would be on the line of giving them the business as well.
Oh, there you go.
Oh wow.
It
I
was
just got a
giving them the
text from
business.
somebody else who was of basketball and said the hoop and the harm is a real thing.
So all this is telling us is basketball nerds know this, and
Yeah, because it's very much.
layman does not.
We're up to 74 votes, and it's 50-50 right now.
Wow, interesting.
I don't know what to say.
Kenneth says really rolls off the tongue. It doesn't really roll off the tongue very well.
Hoop in the
That's-
harm?
I'm
I
not
like it.
advocating for using it. I'm just saying it exists.
Yeah, I guess so.
You're getting awfully defensive for something you don't advocate
Huh?
for.
You guys are trying to tell me that it doesn't
Interesting.
exist.
Wow, you sound like all the people with Coach of the Year right now on Twitter.
Hoop and harm of the year.
Oh, Nick, that's a great idea.
I'm done
I
with
think
you
you should.
guys.
I think you should give that away, Happer, on your
Mike
show.
Trout's a bust.
The
Yes.
hoop and, the hoop and harm of the year. I like.
I
that
will be
idea.
rooting for Denver to win the national championship.
By the way, Jimmy, the first thing that Jimmy said to me when he rolls in, well, first of all, he asked me if I was taking time off during the College World Series. John and Nick's earworm has actually gotten into his brain that he's like, wait, you didn't take off last year? But the first thing he says when he shows up today is, oh, man, all the bowl games agreed to be in the video game.
Still
of course they did.
Still holding out hope.
It's going to
Still
come
holding out hope.
out.
Still holding out hope.
But Arch Manning.
But
He's
Arch
not.
Manning.
That's right. Because
Yeah.
he hasn't proven it on the field yet, Nick.
Big
Also,
deal.
the
Arch
FB
Manning's a real football player.
The FBS
Wow.
schools still aren't in, so
You mean FCS?
FCS schools
Yeah, I was going to
still
say,
aren't
actually, the majority of the FBS.
No,
schools are- I knew what you
Letters.
meant. I knew what you meant.
Otson says the audience is full of dorks who care more about the Coach of the Year award than the English language.
Exactly. Thank you,
Wow.
Josh.
Wow. All right.
Who's the Big Ten coach of the year? That's all I care about. Not is the hoop and the harm a thing.
Not
that
as hoop and
exists.
the
Hoop and the
harm.
harm.
Interesting. How's that food? You've been
Yeah,
smashing.
you smashed
He made
all
it
of that.
next to me, so I figured I'd eat it.
I ate before I got here, and then I smelled
I did
food,
too.
and I was
I didn't
super
realize.
disappointed.
Yeah, I open because one of the things that I do before every show is I open up YouTube and I listen to the very end so I know when it's time for me to get up. And I heard
Oh,
him
I just
say,
thought you were supportive of Connor Happer.
and I'm supportive of Connor Happer. But I hear Happer say, yeah, this is going to be a great crossover. Food just got brought in. And I said, what? I'm still full from lunch.
yeah, I also
I
had
didn't-
lunch for the one time I had lunch. Today.
Not
To
rice.
be fair,
Wow,
Or
Nick
to-
had lunch.
I guess to defend
Chris Prudhomme.
To defend Chris, yes. He told me that this was going to happen
Did
last
we say
week.
during your show, though?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be
during your
closer to
show.
1. To be fair, I would have forgotten either way. So,
I mean, I'm still stoked. I love food.
but this is fantastic.
Yeah, I'm not
We
disappointed about it.
We got everything except for the garlicky Parmesan popcorn that's on this list. So
That Funyun burger was delicious.
Maybe next time
by
we
the
get a
way.
salad too.
all these new food items you'll be able to find during
The college basketball playoff.
the college basketball playoff, the big tournament as they're calling it.
Nice.
That hot dog
Thank
looked
you
amazing,
to our
though.
friends from
was
Levy
great.
for sending this our way. Please make this a tradition, especially in the 2 weeks of June.
We love food.
We love food. We'll talk about your food all the time.
Odson says hashtag lunch with Happer. I did enjoy some lunch with Happer today.
Yeah, it was like a picnic. We had a nice picnic.
Yeah,
with
this
Happer.
is weird. Normally I have lunch with Happer where I'm listening on my headphones while I eat.
That's where you guys need to bring back Taste Test Wednesday at the crossover.
Yeah, that'd be a great idea. We did that with the we did the blind taste test for the
No, we had
circle
the
jerky.
The jerky
Oh, yeah.
off.
Kevin writes, having Jimmie Allen co-host the show is such a refreshing change from John Bishop.
Wow.
Make it,
Wow.
make it permanent.
Kevin, Jimmie, handshake.
Wow, Jimmie, is this your burner?
Yeah, well, hey, let me sign up.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
That is not. I
This
don't.
Jimmie Allen
I don't-
guy's really handsome.
I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like when you
With my
use your
unsha-
burner.
with my unshaven head. Yeah, it's been a rough week, guys.
David sends in a video. It is
Oh.
the San Antonio Spurs versus the Boston
The
Celtics
hope and the heart.
from 13 years ago. Manu Ginobili drives to the basket, gets fouled, and sinks the shot. And the title of the video is Hoop and the Harm.
It's probably the last time that phrase was used.
Dude, it's a 14-second video. It only has 17 upvotes, even though the NBA has 21.5 million subscribers. This is the early days
So a
of
bunch
the
of the
NBA on
niche
YouTube.
basketball nerds.
Yeah, Padillo
liked
liked
it.
Padilla,
It's a
Robbie,
meaningless
Happer,
basketball
Bigelow.
play.
everyone upvoted it. Yeah.
That's because people probably looked at it and said, "What the hell's the hoop and the harm?" Just didn't watch the video.
It's really not hard to understand.
The first comment on the YouTube video is traveling. Classic.
Yeah.
That's great. I hate the NBA.
Oh, wait,
'cause they
it's the NBA? Time to
they-
say traveling.
Oh, this is great. Clearly not a foul. Defender was standing still. NBA refs pissed me off. Ginobili is just a flop.
That guy,
I hate Ginobili. He's such a flop. Hey,
that
it's
guy
my
definitely
opinion.
had money on the other on the Celtics.
Dude, Manu Ginobili, I think that might be one of my favorite NBA players of all time.
Wow.
That might be my number one guy.
Wow.
Of all time, really? I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm going to
I
send
love-
it. Maybe we can play this on the air.
he's definitely a ton of fun to watch. I don't know if I put him
I
number
love
one.
that guy.
all time.
Yeah, I love there's something about like a little left-handed point guard who just
Scrappy.
like does a little bit more than
Huh.
what he probably should be doing for his athleticism.
I was listening to Simmons and Russillo yesterday. Classic meme move.
Classic.
And they were talking about the 2004 season for some reason. I still don't understand.
Another classic Russillo.
Yeah. But they brought up Michael Red. Do you remember Michael Red?
Michael Red, smooth
Dude,
lefty
he
J
was
for the
Yeah, so I was going to say,
Great.
speaking of lefties,
Yeah, that guy was awesome. So
Yep.
that's what more I have to add about basketball.
Michael Red was sweet.
Yeah, he played. Yeah, he was awesome. For the
Michael Red
Bucks.
was the best dude on some really terrible Bucks teams. Really, truly horrible Bucks teams.
Yeah.
So that's what I remember about Michael Red. REDD.
Chris writes in Connor's own words, y'all don't know ball. Hoop and the harm is definitely a thing. Anyone who knows the game knows.
Yeah,
Wow.
ask.
So have I lost some basketball bona fides today?
That's not up for me to decide.
Wow, this is tough.
But I just wanted to make it clear that I'm not the crazy one. That you guys are the.
I
Crazy
had never heard
Jimmy
that
is the
phrase.
crazy one. We
Yeah,
all know
but
that. Dave writes,
Still wait for an argument.
hoop and the harm is a phrase that peppered throughout SportsCenter broadcasts throughout the 2000s. If you don't know it, you're not a 30-something sports dork. I am
I
a
think you are.
30-something
I think that
sports
would
dork.
describe the three of us. in
Damn
this
it.
room right
How
now.
did I not? I must have heard
It's
it. and
almost
just,
like.
it
Have
didn't
you ever
stick.
heard like cooler than the other side of the pillow?
Stuart
Well, of
Scott,
course,
baby?
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Same deal.
What a phrase.
Yeah. What a phrase.
Nick, have you ever heard cooler than the other side of the pillow?
You ever heard of
Yes, I have.
O's, Strohs, and Natty Bows?
No.
That's a SVMP.
Yeah, I was gonna
SVP
say.
when he talks about the Oreo, the Oreos.
I miss
Strohs and Natty Bows.
him and Russillo trying to get Tim Kirchin to laugh.
That's what I was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tim Kirkchin just laughing, just laughing.
That guy loves accents.
Do we want to play this?
Specifically the
let's-
Northeast.
Let's play it,
Baltimore.
Nick.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's going to be Mike Breen that's on the call. It was
They
Dan
didn't even
Sh-
say it.
say
That was
it.
Dan Shulman doing NBA.
Yeah. Also, when Hubie Brown started speaking, he said full court press, but for a second I thought he said pulled pork press. Which
That's
now,
what they should call one of these food items.
The
from
pulled
leaving.
pork press.
Mm.
I'm gonna start calling the full court press the pulled pork press. What was that?
Throw it in there. So I don't know how I think I might hit my button.
What you got over there,
Nick
Happer?
muted
Well,
me.
I'm looking at what they could call the pulled pork press.
Mm.
Well, the burn end brisket fries, but that's burn end. But I mean,
They should invent a
Well, just
pulled
add it.
pork sandwich.
Yeah, just add it,
And then
add it to
they-
the repertoire.
pork press.
They do that thing where you would do with the sandwich sometimes, where you try to see how flat you
The
could get
pulled pork press would be the name of my newsletter.
it.
You should,
Subscribe to my newsletter, Josh.
you should start a basketball blog.
The pulled pork press.
The pulled pork press.
It'd be a combination of basketball coverage and grill takes.
Oh,
You-
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
good reason for your meat slicer.
I'll subscribe to that Substack, Happer.
Thank you. Thank you.
wow.
I'll
Everybody's
subscribe to
doing
the
a
pulled
newsletter
pork
nowadays.
press.
Might as well.
yeah. Subscribe to mine.
Are you really?
Mine too.
Oh yeah,
I update
Josh
it
is
sometimes.
writing all day.
Yeah, I not all day. I just do it on Sundays.
He's writing all day on Sunday.
He was tweeting all day
Wow.
yesterday.
I think I might be muted on Jimmy's account.
For good
You know what?
reasons.
Honestly, I haven't tweeted about it in months. I don't tweet now; it just goes out into the ether. But I have
About your
subscribers.
Substack?
Mhm. I have subscribers. I put it on my Instagram too.
I knew about the I-80 Club. I didn't know about this venture.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, he's in a lot of places.
yeah. I talk. I write. I eat.
Do
The
you
triple
talk?
threat?
I run.
Triple.
You hoop,
quadruple
you harm.
threat.
I go to Vegas
I
when the
hoop, I
weather
harm.
when the weather is in the 70s.
Maybe even.
Sitting
Maybe
poolside.
even
Mm.
better.
I will be rooting for you guys because
I
I'm not.
tickle some chains.
Ah,
I will not
love
be
to tickle.
tickling any chain.
You should tickle some chains
I will
with
not
me.
be tickling.
Let's
any
tickle some
chain.
Nick, I might
chains.
go with you.
Yeah?
Yeah, I might go.
Wow.
Wouldn't you kind of want to go just to see?
No.
I mean, if it's going to be like 50, 60 degrees out too, it's going to be nice and enjoyable.
it'd be fun for like 20 minutes, and then it'd be like, crap, we got to do this for 2 hours when I could be at the
How
casino.
long do you go?
That's a good point.
18 holes can take 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. That's a long time.
Yeah.
But 9.
Nick, just take a frisbee down to the tables and throw it there,
Yes.
and then I'll move on with my day.
They'd love that.
Yeah, we'll tweet out a video.
I'll aim for the roulette wheel. That'll be my
So
basket.
you should,
Perfect.
you should see if you can get it over the pools. We've heard about your struggle.
Well, if
with
it
the
goes
creek.
over the pool, then it would go off the side of the building, wouldn't
no,
it?
no, there's like the wall's like 14 feet. high.
Odds says go with Nick for the content. See, it would be
Yeah, for the
good.
Do it for the bit.
It
Do it for the
would
bit.
be good
It's a
for the
lot to
content.
sacrifice, though.
Yes, time.
Yeah, 2 hours at the blackjack
Not to
table.
mention how long.
2 hours watching Nick throw
How far away
frisbees.
is this place again?
About 20 minutes.
Yeah,
There's
That
an
was-
Uber ride.
yeah,
It's a
hold on.
3-hour
For
experience.
20 minutes in Vegas is like closer. to
Maybe I
40.
can get my guy to come down on the car service.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm just gonna chill back in the pool / the hotel. But Nick, I hope you have an awesome time.
That's fine. I want to explore.
I know you do. Nick, when he goes to places, he doesn't want to sit and relax. He wants to explore. He still gives me grief
Hey,
for
there's
when
plenty
I
of
was in
exploring.
Mexico that I didn't go. You
Can
know,
I make-
Go look at the pyramids.
Can I
didn't
make a
look at the
prediction?
pyramids.
Like
Yeah.
Nick is gonna walk outside and like see the ongoings in the surrounding area of Vegas and be like, "I'm just gonna stay."
No way.
Nope.
I couldn't disagree
Nope,
more.
not
Nope.
happening.
All right.
Nope.
All right.
I'll be fine.
Exactly
His whole
the
reason of
opposite.
wanting to go to Vegas is
Yep.
to tickle
That's
chains.
not my
Yes.
whole reason of wanting to go to
It was
Vegas.
the first thing
It
you
literally
looked
was,
at on
yeah.
the computer.
Well,
No.
no.
You're like, where are some chains that I could tickle?
It's not the whole reason, though. That's just heck yeah,
See?
Vegas. Let's
no,
go
but
tickle
it
some
was
chains.
the first thing you thought of.
Yeah.
Yes.
Most people are like Vegas, craps, or blackjack, and Nick's like golf.
Blackjack was a close
I thought
second
you
thought.
said crack.
I mean, some
Vegas,
people
yeah,
do
too.
probably.
Yeah.
I do want a blackjack.
You do want to
Yeah,
blackjack.
I want to do a
Oh,
blackjack.
we'll take you to blackjack.
Do you want to be of blackjack?
I can play blackjack. When I was in 4-H, that's what we used to do to pass the time in the show bar and all the time. We just play blackjack.
I still don't really know how to play.
Nick's gonna be like
Get to
our little
21.
kid, Josh.
I know that. So here's the
Just
reason
add.
why I don't play. I don't want to do the wrong. I don't want to hit and not hit on the wrong cards. And
Ask
then everyone's
peop-
like, ah.
Ask people sitting around you. Nobody's going to tell you to make a mistake because it
Yeah.
helps them.
Also,
I'm
just-
telling you.
it's not that hard. Just do the.
I'd
right
rather just
thing.
go play craps. I know how to play craps. I know the rules of craps. I've made lots of money playing craps.
Perfect.
I love craps.
Play your game.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love trying to teach people about it, but they're always so intimidated by it and they never join.
I'm
Yeah,
intimidated.
that's definitely me.
I don't know how craps works.
Yeah,
I can
either.
tell you, it's pretty easy. It really
I
is.
just feel like you lose money faster at the craps table than anywhere else.
Do you? Man, I couldn't disagree.
It's like
I've
you
watched.
put money out there. There's one roll that comes up bad, and you're just out all the money. you
Isn't
put out
that like a deck of cards or
there. Yeah,
a,
but you
a
can put
hand
like the
of cards?
minimum bet out there for that.
You
and-
can do that in craps.
Yeah, it's lame though. It's only on like you can only bet on like one thing if you do that though. Like
No,
can
you
get-
don't.
right? Isn't
No.
like you if the minimum's 10, can't you like only put like 10 on the or like 6 or whatever, and like you
You
have
can
to
put it on other stuff.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, well there you go. See, I'm not of craps.
Yeah, it's the minimum. You can put the $10 wherever you want to put.
Josh, can you teach me?
I'll love to teach.
Josh
Let's
is
go.
the crap boy.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I am.
The crap man.
Yeah. I'm excited. I'm gonna hit up that buffet. Oh, this is gonna be a great time.
We're gonna get our really sweet per diems.
I'm gonna save that for off air.
What?
What do you have to say?
Something I shouldn't say.
Say it.
No, you don't want me to. I'll tell you.
Am I gonna have to hit the dump button, Jimmy?
No.
Are you talking about Ravi again?
No. No, I'll say. I think I've already told you what I was going to say.
What if John's guest brought up a rival radio station on the air yesterday?
Who did?
Jeff Vanderloo.
What?
Yeah.
He hates movies, and John was like, "You tuned into the movie club on Friday?"
Don't.
Lou said he'd rather listen to a competitor.
Oh, was it a sports competitor?
Yeah, and John just laughed it off.
Like the competitor.
Yeah.
It's like when
like national programming.
No.
Oh
yeah, at this time it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that sounds horrible.
I'm sure Lou was just messing with him.
He was. He told me he was going to say it.
Wow, a different Monday guest because Jack was gone.
Jack was gone.
Sad. I didn't listen to a second of the show yesterday. I did listen to lots of Happer show.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
cool. Thanks.
I don't like listening to our show when I'm gone.
He just doesn't like the
I don't
producer.
either. It's weird.
It's but I still listen to Happer
because you're just backseat producing.
I've decided, and no
Yeah,
offense,
right.
Jimmy, who also has a radio show. Happer is my favorite radio show. I love
I'm outta
the
here.
Connor.
I'm
I
outta
love
here.
the Connor Happer show, and I was listening to it as I walked Banks yesterday, getting mad about his stupid football.
The
take.
dog or the football player?
Great question, Nick. The dog.
Okay.
So
I did talk about dogs.
no
today.
offense to Josh, but Dan and I were having the same conversation.
It's a great
and our favorite
show.
show is the Connor.
It's a
Happer
great show.
This is weird.
Yeah.
Why?
I
We're
like
giving,
the
we're giving your flowers. Just take it.
I have an idea that we should get Cutler to say that the Connor Happer show is your favorite radio show's favorite radio show.
We'd have to do some more surveying on that. I wonder. All right, I'll text everybody else then. Hey, is my show your favorite show?
Yeah, ask people that are in radio what their favorite radio show is.
Okay.
I bet they're all going to say your show.
I don't think you can ask that though, because people would probably be less likely to like. You know what I mean?
Anonymous survey. I could send out a Google sheet.
We could do this on 1620thezone.com with our great email.
Maybe we could find a show that famously puts out Twitter polls. And just ask on a Twitter poll.
What's your favorite radio show? That's a great idea.
We could have Michael Severe make another media bracket.
Oh,
and
he should
trigger everybody.
Yeah.
again.
He should.
Michael, bring back the media
just-
bracket.
Only if
we
you
need
wear
to
it for
find some
sure.
random person to put a camera in his face and tell him to talk about it when he's not
Man,
expecting it.
that made
That
so
was
many
so
people
funny.
Yeah. I mean, in defense of some of his coworkers at the World Herald, to have a guy from the Journal Star as like a 1 seed, I can understand why they were a little upset about it.
Uh-huh.
You know?
Wasn't it Sip?
Yes, he had
Yeah.
Sipple very, very high. Something he had a certain other person very, very low in his seating. Guy who doesn't write anymore.
Do you think that changed anyone's perception on Sipple? Do you think they saw his seating
No.
and they're like, "Oh, this guy clearly knows what's up," and a bunch of people
Definitely
just
not.
shifted
People were like,
That
"You're
did
an
not happen.
idiot for
That-
having that guy so high."
That
up
did
on
not
your
happen
ranking."
one time.
Yeah. I was pissed because I wasn't. I guess I wasn't pissed. Jack was mad because he wasn't on the bracket at all. And then Michael was like, "But you do news. You're not a sports media guy."
Oh yeah. Wait.
And then Jack made a really funny bracket where it was like his favorite top M's, apostrophes, and I don't remember what the other one was. It was very funny.
That is funny.
Very funny.
And left him off, assumingly.
Yes, yeah. Michael was not on there.
That's funny.
And it went over the head of one of our listeners who was like, "Where's Michael Severe at on this graphic?" Very,
Who?
very funny.
Did I make it at that time?
What'd you
No,
do?
I don't think you were. I don't think you were doing radio yet, right?
Can anybody find this? Because I remember it specifically. I must have been in it if I remember.
This was
it.
during COVID, right?
No, this was
Because I remember this bracket. I was pretty sure it was like right when
right
when we started.
Dude, this was like 2016.
No.
Yes,
Was it?
I swear to God. Yeah.
Okay.
I want to see my results.
Yeah, because Michael wasn't here in 2020. Or Michael wasn't at the World Herald in 2020.
Oh,
He
yeah,
was-
you're right. You're
He was
right.
still at the paper. I'm
What
pretty sure it was
should I
2016.
search to get to this?
All right. Oh, wait. You know what? He did do another one in 2020.
I was going to say, because I was
Good
pretty,
memory,
I was
Jimmie.
pretty sure they did it like right when we started, because I knew they did, because
Oh, here it is. So I just found
somebody was very upset that the show we were on at the time wasn't on.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So I searched Michael Severe on the advanced Twitter search, and I searched media bracket, and I found one voting from March of 2016. Second round of radio region. Gary Sharp, a 6 seed, versus Nick Gregg at the 7 seed. And
Congrats, Gary.
Gary dominated 75% of the vote. Let's go.
Omaha.
1620 the zone, baby. Yeah.
Mhm.
Ken Pavelka versus Nick Baugh.
Do
Gary
we-
Sharp versus Nick Handley. They're doing
Oh,
a show together.
Who
now.
won?
Gary.
Oh,
Here it is, the updated media bracket. Okay, Happer, let's see if you're on here. Doug Duda's on here.
Can you tweet this out?
I love Doug Duda.
Sure, I'll give it a retweet. Jake Sorensen.
Nice.
Mike Welch.
Nice.
Chris Schmidt. Joe Quinn.
So this is
Joe
the
Quinn.
2016 one?
This is the
Is
OG.
it- yeah, if,
Dudes
if
naming
Welch is
dudes.
on here, yeah.
Josh Peterson and Jeff Moats. I beat Jeff Moats.
You were on there.
Take it.
Nice.
Take it,
Michael
Jeff
had me as
Moats.
a 2 seed. I think I probably lost to Greg Smith after that.
Wow.
Yep. I'm going to give it the old retweet.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it a hashtag TBT.
I wonder if I made the
Throwback
20. Did I make the
Tuesday.
2021?
Oh, it works.
Yeah. Let's see. Josh Harvey's on here.
Josh
Look at all
Harvey.
these names.
You know,
of
I
people.
saw Josh
He spelled
Harvey.
Mike Schaefer's name wrong.
I saw Josh Harvey last year at he was at Media Days because he runs something.
Josh.
He's like in the offices with 24/7 Sports.
Yeah.
So he was at Media Days and he was at the same restaurant we were at. I'm like, oh my God, Josh Harvey.
Josh
Can
Harvey.
we talk for a little bit? What a nice guy. I like Josh.
Cam Pavelka beat number 1 seed Damon Benning. Wow.
Whoa.
What an upset.
What an upset. Let's see. Kevin,
Run it back.
Kevin Suits is on here. I'm looking for other people who aren't in media anymore.
So the one
Thor Tripp.
so
Nice.
the 1 seeds were Kevin Kugler, Doug Duda, Sean Callahan, and Damon Benning.
I have no takes on Doug Dude. I've never listened to his. How do
All
we
right.
feel about Doug being a number 1 seed?
I love Duda. He's
Yeah,
hilarious.
I've never met
He's
that.
the Tri-Cities guy, right?
Believe so.
Yeah.
Good times.
Bump into him randomly here and there.
Good times. Wow.
Ross Jernstrom, Josh Peterson,
John Gaskins.
Brian Munson, John Bishop, your 2 seeds.
Oh, I just realized I didn't look to see if that one guy was on
Wow.
there.
How do you feel about being seated the same as John
So-
Bishop?
Wait, John is underseated then. I'm way overseated if I'm the same seed as John.
Mm-hmm.
That's wrong.
What one guy is not on there?
The one guy who
Oh.
that one guy.
Oh,
Yeah, he's not on here.
okay, that's good.
Probably for
Yes.
the best.
Yes, it is. That
That's good.
of all the things that would have aged
We're
terribly
happy
for this
about
bracket,
that.
Yeah.
If you would have like made a little run or something,
Yeah.
that would have been bad.
You guys know Ravi Lula knows you're talking about.
Ravi is on the 2020
I'm
edition
just
of
kidding.
it. So that's good.
Am I on there?
Yes, Connor Happer.
What happened to me?
I don't know. This is just a list of
You're
all the
freaking
people.
out.
Who was I playing?
It doesn't say. He just said finalizing the bracket, and there was just a ton of names.
I must have won.
Yeah.
Ken Pavelka versus Nick Baugh in a first-round matchup. What a
Mhm.
draw.
Bring it back every 4 years. It's 2024, Michael.
Michael, it is time.
16, 20, 24.
Great call.
That is good.
All right.
Michael, please do it. I know you
Michael
listen
is
to us.
filling in next week.
Oh.
He'll be doing the show next week. Once
he?
once we know what he was actually going to try to do Friday, but it just not going to work with his schedule. So Josh Otson will be doing this Friday. But Michael is going to be on at some point next week whenever John leaves. Whatever day that is, he'll be on. Maybe we'll do the bracket live on the air.
We should
bring
that.
it back.
Will Nick Grimm get it seated?
I doubt it.
Yeah, producers aren't on the
It's a highly competitive situation.
Alex and Lincoln says Greg is beating Bishop is blasphemy.
No, Bishop won, right?
No, I thought that's where you said he lost.
Yeah, I think he lost.
Wow, that is crazy, actually.
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, Nick Gregoff beat him as a 7 seed.
John is the GOAT.
Yep, couldn't agree
Goat.
more. All right.
All right.
Wow.
Thanks,
Time
Matt.
to go watch some baseball.
Real quick, Chris writes, as a former student of radio broadcasting and intern at the station years ago as my credentials, I vote Connor Happer Show's my favorite, but it's close. There we go. See? Your favorite former intern's favorite radio station or favorite radio show. People love your show, man. It's a good show.
Let's,
Thank you.
Let's be honest. It's because of Otson.
Oh, 100%.
No
it's
doubt.
not because of Happer.
No doubt about it.
All right, bye,
I
Happer.
kid.
Bye, everybody.
Good to see you.
See
That's that's Connor Happer of the Connor Happer Show. Hopefully a 2 seed in the next bracket. Jimmie Allen in today. That was the crossover powered by the Roof Reads at John Higgins Weather Guard. The program starts next on 1620 The Zone.
You get a lot of junk in your inbox. This one, not junk. Not junk at all. 1620 The email. Exclusive content, contests, other stuff probably. Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
A warm and calm Tuesday evening with temperatures rising up near 70 degrees, but we have a few clouds with us. Those clouds will also be with us tomorrow as our high temperature gets up near 72 degrees, but we do have a chance of storms tomorrow evening. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Hey, Omaha dog lovers, get ready for more wags and more fun. Hound HQ, your dog's favorite spot for daycare, boarding, and top-notch grooming is now open. At Hound HQ, there's plenty of space for a pup to sleep, play, and everything in between. Plus, our expert groomers are here to ensure your furry family member always looks fabulous. Join our pack on Facebook and Instagram at The Hound HQ, or visit our website, thehoundhq.com, and sign up your dog today. Hound HQ, more wags, more fun.
Like eating out? Like saving money? Then get to Cobb's at 180th and Center, Shadow Lake Town Center, or 72nd and Jones for their daily specials. Tuesday is $3 off all burgers and sandwiches. Wednesday, buy any specialty pizza and get a one-topping 50% off. Then Thursday, all wings are $1 each when you order 10. And this just in, all Cobb's locations now offer their own delivery service. Click CobbsPizza.com to see the menu. Cobb's, pizza, and so much more.
Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring Gain scent beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. You could call them scent maracas, but most noses call them Gain scent beads. Try Gain scent beads, way fresher than detergent alone.
Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. Everlevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage, and it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today.
Email any of our shows anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. For me, John at 1620thezone.com. The Equitable Bank inbox from 1620 The Zone.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports car. Really is.
Oh my gosh, it's a freaking Tuesday.
On a Tuesday.
On a Tuesday.
Well, the
Jimmy,
longest week ever already. It's only Tuesday.
Longest week ever. It's a short week.
Short
Must be
week.
nice.
4-day week, baby. Let's go.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome everybody on this Tuesday. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. YouTube, Twitch, some Twitter feeds. I almost did it from John's, but I was like, I don't.
I think you should. It would be a funny bit.
All right, fine. I'll do it tomorrow.
Do you have his login information?
No, it's like
It's already attached.
Oh, you guys have the pistol.
when it's in
all right.
StreamYard, it's already attached. But so here's the thing. Here's why I didn't do it, because I could title it anything I want to. I could say like,
I'm John Bishop and I'm dumb.
I could say that.
You should.
If I
The
do it,
timeout fairy is awesome.
see, yes, but see, if I do it, then that gives him carte blanche to do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's
That's
true.
not good.
Yeah,
I don't
do you
want
wanna
my
open
Twitter
up that
account to
can of
be like,
worms?
Cowboys fans don't wipe their butts. You know, like I don't want that to happen.
There might be a few out there that might
But
not be incorrect.
Yeah, but I wipe mine
That's good.
famously.
It's healthy.
Famously, yeah. Come on over here, Nick. I'll show you famously. But welcome in. It is a Tuesday. Jimmie Allen in today for John Bishop.
The person you just asked me about off air asked if
Yeah?
they could join us one of the next 3 days. I hope that's okay.
What the hell? You're just booking guests randomly?
I'm on the show now.
I'm the producer.
I figured neither one of you would hate that, so I thought.
I don't like it when there was an old guy who he wasn't old. He was younger than me, but he used to work and he would do the same thing. Like, hey, I'm on your show. I booked somebody.
I just asked if that.
Let's ask off the air,
I
Jimmy,
asked that
so it's
person
not
if-
uncomfortable on
I
the
asked
air.
that person if they had any free time.
Mm.
They may also be able to do my show tomorrow night.
Interesting. Well, this is perfect timing because Aaron writes, "What's Jimmy going to say today?" I mean, we're off to
There's
a great.
one.
We're off to a great start.
I'll just take over the show.
I just booked somebody.
Welcome to Unsportsmanlike
Hope
Conduct with
that's
Jimmie Allen
okay.
and Josh Peterson.
Now you're
Wow.
going over my head, Jimmy. I can't
Yeah.
abide that.
Yeah, wow. This is we're off to a
Hey, Nick, I may have a guest for us the next 3 days.
Oh,
let me know if
okay.
there's any spots available.
inauspicious start. Red Eye Tyler writes, Cowboys fans stand to wipe their butts. Wrong. I sit. I'm a sitter. Nick, are you a stander?
I'm a stander.
What? That's so weird.
I get
I
it
don't
all. It
think
doesn't matter.
I don't think I stood to do that. It's like I was like
cheeks
4.
come together.
Yeah, that's a
Well, if
weird
you do
one.
it right, they don't. That's the thing. You gotta
That
do it
sounds
right.
like a lot
Are
of
you
effort.
squatting?
A little bit.
Ow.
Why wouldn't you? There's a seat right there.
All right. See, everyone
All right.
says that I'm the weirdest person at the zone. Jimmy's booking guests. Nick stands when he wipes. I'm off to a great start on the show today. I
Oh,
just want
okay.
everybody to know that. Jeff writes, Jimmy, the guy who said the football video game wasn't going to come out, the very
The
one.
one and the same.
The very one he is in today.
Has it come out yet?
Are you happier that people
It is not coming out.
associate you with that or Mike Trout?
I'm fine with either. They were both my takes, and I will own them as I have.
You don't have to. You can change your mind.
It's true, Nick. I could. No, I've said from the beginning. I hope the video game does come out.
Yeah, we can tell.
I think that
Every piece of good news comes out and you get mad about it.
I don't like being wrong.
Yeah.
I
Well,
should stop being
so
wrong
wait, do you want it to come out or do you
I
want to
do.
be right?
I've always wanted it to come out. I'm just part of me. If it doesn't come out, it's gonna be like.
So this is a bit.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a bit.
Time for the Grum Down, which features
Grum
no
Down.
bits. Brought to you by the Roofery's at John Higgins Weather Guard. The all-conference awards are out. You mad, bro? Kind of hit on this a little
Most
bit.
people are.
Kind of hit on
apparently.
this during the crossover. You never get. Are you mad, bro?
No,
Are you
not at
okay?
all.
All right, we're all in the same boat there. All right, topic over. The year in hoops is almost over.
What about the year of harms?
Is it the best ever? We'll tackle that question too. Michael Bruns joins us next hour. Football is still a thing. Yeah, I heard Happer yesterday, and I'm going to offer a rebuttal in just a few moments for his grand take that basketball, and then specifically, college basketball is better than football.
John Schreiner kind of doubled down on our show last night too. I was
What
gonna bring
the
that.
hell
He said
is-
that March is the best month. Dan and I are lockstep. October is the best.
Thank
month.
you.
Yeah.
Yes, you got the football, you got the baseball playoffs, the NBA and NHL are starting, and there's no college basketball yet. It's a great month.
And it's rivalry week, or rivalry month usually for
Fall weather,
college football.
sweatshirts and shorts weather,
Halloween.
Yeah, the only bad part is the sun sets earlier every day.
That is
Yeah,
the only
you
bad
can't
part.
tickle chains in October.
That was Schreiner's take. Is it's starting to get warm outside, so like the tunnel is getting closer to the light.
I do like the tunnel getting closer to the light.
Yeah.
Interesting. Let's see. What stood out most in the NFL free agent market? We can tackle a variety of subjects.
All of it, by the way.
Yeah, there's been a ton of stuff. More news continues to trickle out, so we'll talk about that. It is a Tuesday. You know what that means, Nick?
A new wood bats and rubber hats
Wooden
open.
bats and a new open?
And Stinger.
Whoa, let's go.
What is the hoop and the harm version for baseball?
The hoop and the harm.
Well, maybe we can
Like
get
a
that.
hit and run, I would consider. I like the hit and
Or
run.
one of those swinging bunts.
Yeah,
A slapper.
swinging bunt. Wooden bats and rubber hats today. Remember the 60s. People in the 60s love saying the hoop and the harm. They also like saying other things that we're not going to repeat on this show.
That's true. Was
Yeah.
the 60s, is that when the Yankees started to decline a bit?
Let's see, the 60s.
Like early 60s? Mid 60s?
Well, Roger Maris hit 61 and 61.
60,
They lost to the
yeah.
Pirates in that decade. They were still good.
Okay.
Yeah, they were
At
still
the
good. It
beginning
was like
part
the
of it,
end
yeah.
of the 60s when they turned into the... Then there was the amazing Mets that won the World Series in 69.
Nice.
Indeed. The 14-team college football playoff, both the good and the bad. Jimmy asked about this last week on Friday.
And
when
we
he
promised
filled
you we would talk about
I did. I said, let's put a pin in this because you'll be back next week and you'll randomly book guests for the show.
Yeah.
But when you're here, let's also talk about the college football
Oh.
playoff. So we'll be doing that today.
Way to put the pin in it.
See, just
Put
in
the pin
case
in,
I
we're gonna pull it out.
under-delivered, I wanted to make sure we had a backup.
Steve Sipple, he's going to trigger me some more, most certainly. And another reminder, again, Jimmy is in Any Good Conspiracy Theories. Are there any in the air?
I can't wait for one just to pop up
I was
during
gonna
a
say,
conversation,
we've got
and then
3
we
more
just
hours.
expand.
We can get there. We can get there.
Hey, we don't have just 3 more hours. We have 3 more hours, and then we have another 4
We have
hours
11 more
tomorrow,
hours.
and then we have 3.5 hours together on Thursday because rats.
Do you
we're
stop
off-
counting down?
We're off early on Thursday.
Yeah, I thought you were supposed to stop doing this.
No, not until April or May. I don't know.
I don't remember.
I don't remember, but I'm not
That's
allowed.
why you should just stop.
John writes, what in the actual hell is going on here? Nick stands to wipe his ass and also keeps his underwear in the bottom drawer. What a psychopath. What? You keep your underwear in the bottom
Yeah,
drawer?
I forgot I did that. Yeah.
What?
I
I don't
forgot that.
remember this
That's come
either.
up before. We've talked about
Why?
it. Why not?
It's so far away.
It doesn't matter.
That's where the pants go.
It doesn't matter.
But yes, yes.
Why
Whoa,
does
whoa,
it
whoa,
matter?
you
Tell
put
me
your
why it
pants
matters.
in the top drawer?
No, in the bottom
Oh,
drawer.
I was like,
No,
that's equally as weird.
No, the
Tell me
boxers-
why it matters that
Because that's the last thing you grab. The top drawer has the boxers and the socks.
Socks, yeah.
And then the bottom is the pants or the shorts.
What if I work my way up?
It's odd.
Yeah, I don't know anybody that's ever done that. That's very
Yeah.
strange.
This is, of all the things you do, this might, I don't know. I mean, a lot of people wipe their butt standing up. I think it's
Yeah.
very strange.
I don't understand why the underwear being at the bottom drawer matters.
It does,
Because
though.
underwear, socks, they're just down there.
It's usually the first thing you put on after the shower, though.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
don't start at the top.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but why does it matter? A drawer is a drawer.
Interesting.
That's weird. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's just very strange, Nick.
Kenneth wants to know, Jimmy.
Hi, Kenneth.
Thoughts on Kate Middleton's whereabouts?
Oh, yep.
Okay, I didn't know about this till yesterday. by
I
the way.
unfortunately know about this. So
Yeah,
I'm on
it's-
Jimmy's internet.
you
Seen
It is
this and heard about
very
this?
weird.
Yep.
Well, it's not. This isn't on Jimmy's internet. This is on all the internets.
Yeah, it was like the number 1 trend in the world yesterday. at one
Yeah,
point.
it's
No, this has been a thing floating around for a couple weeks though.
Yeah.
couple weeks.
Yeah.
I thought this was like
She
a
has
3-day-old story.
Correct me if I may be wrong. I may be wrong about this. This is secondhand information I got last night. She hasn't been seen in 2 months. Is that correct?
Something like that.
She
Yeah,
had surgery, I believe.
yeah.
That's the story.
undisclosed surgery. They won't say what it was, and nor should they.
Nor should
I think
they?
they said or like abdominal surgery or
Yeah.
something.
Abdominal.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But yeah,
No
and then-
theories though.
But she put out like an AI version of their family photo.
I saw she
and then her Twitter account admitted that it was a fake photo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But people
this
think
is
she
getting
might
weird.
She might not be alive.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard. All right, there you go. That's talking
The royal
Kate Middleton.
family doing things that they shouldn't.
Aaron
Never
of Papillion
happens.
says, "Did Nick just scratch his nose with the microphone? Nick, did you scratch your nose with
No,
the
I
microphone? You adjusted his glasses.
Adjusted my glasses
I used to
with
do
it.
that when I had glasses. When I was a 4-eyed, beady-eyed
Oh,
goober.
okay. You're you're
As-
still a goober.
As John would say. I wouldn't say that. John would say
And
it.
before anybody points it out, I keep picking my teeth because I had those wings. I got this one piece of chicken stuck. I can't
Got to get
it.
that out. You can give us a call or shoot us a text at 402-951-1620. The 42 Degrees The Source hotline by your mom's house. You can also find us on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620 or the variety of Twitter accounts that we all have. Or you can email us, the Equitable Bank inbox, Josh at 1620thezone.com. That is where John reached out talking about Nick being a psychopath.
Zach says that the choke and a poke is the baseball iteration of hoop and a harm. I agree. Zach, that's a good take. I'll take that.
Choke and the poke.
Choke and the poke.
Choke and the poke. So those are the ways in which you can get a hold of us. We were talking a little bit about Vegas. You can shoot and score your way to Las Vegas during the college basketball playoff. One lucky 1620 The Zone listener is going to snag a VIP flyaway trip to Circa Resort and Casino to watch the action on a 40-foot screen from 6 pools. The chances don't end there. You could also win a watch party at Backlot Tap House in Exarban for you and your friends. You can enter to win right now at 1620thezone.com. All right, Jimmy, when we
play some
return,
craps with Josh Peterson.
hell yeah, I'm going to offer my rebuttal to Happer, and let's talk some hoops as UNO falls. And so now we kind of know officially that 4 teams locally will make it to the NCAA tournament. We'll talk about that, and I have a question for you when we return. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone. And right now, Josh Peterson for my friends at the FanDuel Sportsbook. As we keep mentioning, the college basketball playoff will be here before you know it. But until then, still have the NBA season as it unfolds. And right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. $200 if your bet wins. All you got to do is go to FanDuel.com/1620 and make that first bet a layup, whether it is sides, whether it is totals, prop bets, same game parlays, and a whole lot more. There is so much to bet on right now on FanDuel. And there's some big time matchups tonight. The Clippers hosting the Timberwolves. LA -6.5 in that one. Milwaukee travels to Sacramento. The Bucks are -1. Or how about Knicks hosting the Philadelphia 76ers? The New York Knickerbockers are -6 at home versus Philadelphia. Whatever it is, just go to FanDuel.com/1620 and take advantage of this great offer today. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Spring is in sight. Looking to wake up your yard this season? Make your neighbors green with envy with Lanahaw's wide selection of landscape supplies and homegrown plant material. Get a head start today. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is Kopp's. Receive 2 $25 gift vouchers for just $25. Kopp's makes delicious pizza, fresh salads, and tasty charred wings. For the basic menu, click koppspizza.com. And for the extended menu, visit them at Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, and the newly reopened 72nd and Jones locations.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
Jessica, this is the happiest day of my life. Right up there with the day I bought my RV and insured it with Progressive. Man, I love that thing. There are a million fish in the sea, which I'm reminded of every time I bring my RV to the lake, but I vow to love and cherish you just as much as I cherish campsites with full electric and water hookups. I'm so sorry.
Protect your beloved with an RV policy from Progressive. Take as little as 4 minutes to see what you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
If you're having problems in the bedroom, talking about it is the last thing you want to do. Same goes for hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where HIMS comes in. Through HIMS, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Josh Peterson, Jimmie Allen, and Nick Grimm. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Tuesday here on 1620 The Zone. Michael Bruns will join us at 3:15. Steve Sipple in the happy hour. A text comes in from Dave. Says the sit and wipers are the uncleans walking amongst us. I can't believe I'm saying this, but literally, I stand with Nick.
Hey,
you guys are sick, man.
That's
That's
really
gross.
funny.
That is some gross crap.
as long
Pun
as
intended.
as long as you're clean, does it matter?
Yes.
Why?
Just
you're clean.
standing up, your head's popping out of the top of the bathroom stall, and you're like wiping it.
My head has never popped out of the top of the bathroom stall.
I'd like to offer a rebuttal.
Ooh, that's a weird.
Yeah, I guess
could
you're
it be a
not.
height thing?
You're not Dan. You go into the bathroom and Dan's in there, and it's like, hey, Dan's in there. His head's popping
They look
out.
like
of
Wilson from Home Improvement.
Yes, it literally does. I'm like, Dan, what are you doing up there, bro? You wipe and see now I don't know. I always thought he was going number one, but maybe he's wiping from number two.
So the thing about
Dan,
you
come down and let us know.
The thing about you sitters is you assume that if we're standing and
What do you
wiping,
mean, you sitters?
we're standing straight up
Yeah.
and
Yes.
wiping straight up. But that's not
Yeah.
how that works, because that wouldn't work. It's more of like a squat kind of situation.
But why? Why not just sit?
I don't.
It's more comfortable. You're sitting.
Nick.
I've tried it sitting. It's not that.
I'm
it's
not
more
trying to
comfortable
pile
me.
on you here, but I think you're one of the few that if you're actually standing that have the squat thing going.
Okay.
I could be wrong. Who was?
I know that-
Who was the listener that tweeted in said they were standing with Nick?
If you're standing
Doug.
straight
Doug,
up,
let us
you're not
know.
going to get clean though. That's part of it.
Which is the point that I think Josh is trying to make.
Yes.
Just everything squishes together.
Unless you do it the right way.
Gross. All right. I'd like to offer a rebuttal to Happer.
Yes, please.
Now
Let's
we're
move
going to
on.
talk college basketball in this segment. So I do understand the irony of me offering a rebuttal. So if you missed it yesterday, Connor Happer says that college basketball is better than football. My response: he's wrong.
Thank you for your service. You're incorrect.
Thus ends my statement. What a idiotic thing. And I said that he has my favorite radio.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
It's because the top 5 segment.
Yeah, the top 5 segment's good. Bring back the top 5 Connor Happer show. It's not on as regularly as it used to be. 4 local basketball teams are going to make the tournament. We know this now.
Yeah.
That UNO fell last night. The Creighton men, the Creighton women, the Nebraska men, and the Nebraska women. You know, there's so many different ways, Jimmy, that I kind of want to go with this discussion. But the first one, and maybe the answer is going to be fairly obvious, but this has got to be the best year of basketball that this state has ever had, right? It's not, and it's not.
I don't even
just,
think it's close.
Yeah,
right?
it's not even just that they're going to have 4 teams make it. It's that Creighton is continuing to climb. Their seeding continues to rise as the season goes on. Certainly, Nebraska has a chance, I think, to play themselves into an even better seed at the Big Ten tournament. The Nebraska women make it all the way to Sunday. 4 million people are watching their final versus
and had a shot to win it.
Yeah, they should have. Hell, they should have won it. And then, while Creighton, their women's team, the end certainly wasn't what they were hoping for, falling in the semifinals, not even getting a chance to face off versus UConn for the 3rd time. But they're going to be a fairly comfortable seed in their tournament as well. And whether it's like beating number 1 teams, we saw that happen with both the Creighton men and the Nebraska men. Whether it's Nebraska's women getting to play in multiple games that involve the biggest star in the sport,
and
beating her
them.
one time, and thus having a ton of viewers watch them. The best regular season ever that the women have had for Creighton under Jim Flannery. I'm
happy for them because how many players they had coming back, and just how good that team looked before the season.
Yeah, and so we'll see what happens with them over the next few weeks. But I do want to ask kind of where we think this goes from here, long term, but in the moment. I mean, what a spectacular regular season and postseason so far for Nebraska that these four programs have had.
And I think it's a couple of things. It's the point you brought up that it's not just us here locally talking about these teams. It's the national pundits. It's beating Purdue. It's beating UConn.
Yeah.
It's K-State Tominaga. It's Fred Hoiberg getting the Coach of the Year situation. It's the Greg McDermott contract extension. It's all of that. But I think a lot of it is too that I think just prone to this state with the biggest draw being what it is in football. We're just so prone to waiting for the other shoe to drop, and it just never did at any point this season. I think that's a lot of it. Is everybody was waiting for but just wait till, because we've kind of had that problem with Creighton with the injuries at the worst possible times and everything, and it just hasn't happened this season.
Yeah, that's a great point, because you're right. This year, when Nebraska, I always look back at the win over Purdue as kind of the game that kickstarted everything. Like, I know that they had destroyed Kansas State at the on the road at the end of last calendar year, and obviously they after the 2-game losing streak, they rebounded pretty well, beating Michigan State, et cetera, et cetera. But I always look back at the Purdue game. That was when Nebraska's season turned from this is an interesting team to, okay, can they make the tournament? And I know that they really struggled on the road, but that kind of when will the other shoe drop? It just kind of dissipated. That question, at least for me, it did.
It kind of did, just in a different sense. Instead of it being the shoe dropped and now Rick Mast has a torn ACL, the shoe dropped and they beat Purdue. Like it was the residual effect of no, here's the bad news. It was we've actually got something here. We may have caught lightning in a bottle here. And we may be able to make it sustainable.
Yeah, and I think with Creighton, even I said it early in the year, and I'm way wrong on them. I just did not like the way that they looked early in the season. I thought that this was a worse team than last year. And look, tournament is what the tournament is. They might not have as much success in March as they did a year ago. This is undoubtedly, though, a better regular season team. This team, November to March the 12th now, and we'll see them again, on the 15th this week. Or on the 14th, rather. This is a much better season complete from then until now than it was a year ago.
Well, and for one specific reason. The defensive play of their point guard, and nothing against Ryan Nembhard. He's obviously a much more explosive offensive weapon, but he did not possess, the defense that Stephen Ashworth does, and has been able to develop into his game as the season's gone along. And for me, that's the one catalyst to why, because all the other pieces are kind of what you expect them to be. That was the kind of one outlier where it was, okay, this guy's really struggling and seems to be the target focus of a lot of the adversaries Creighton's going to see, and he's been able to figure it out.
Yeah, 100%. So both of those teams, that happened, and it's not like people were waiting for the other shoe to drop. I think with the women's teams on their sides, but to come back, I mean, to have you talked about it with Creighton, this core group of players, they've been spectacular. We'll see what they are able to do over the next few weeks.
The fact that Baylor Shireman's even better than he was a year ago is just like the work he has put into his body to develop into not only the player he is, but the physical specimen he is now. And then you got Trey Alexander out of that right to left crossover split the defender move that he's portrayed over the last couple of games. There's like the jump that those two guys specifically, Kalkbrenner's just going to be Kalkbrenner.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 3-time defensive player of the year in the Big East, but the advancement and the adding to the arsenal that we've seen offensively, not only from Baylor, but from Trey too. It's incredible that they've been able to make that big of a jump in here.
Absolutely. And so then on the women's side, you look at Creighton first, and you said it, like, this is a core group of players that is back.
Mm-hmm.
And, the expectations, I think, were, hey, can you have another great regular season, which they did. And I mean, I ultimately, I think this season for them is going to be judged on the success or lack thereof in the tournament. I think the further we get removed from the 1-2 years ago. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, like, I think that team overachieved in 2022 when they made that run to the Elite Eight. I mean, certainly they're the lower seeded team in a lot of these games, and they're winning. And it was a great run. And, it's such a bummer how their conference tournament comes to an end where it, just is. I mean, it's like, are we going to get the rematch versus UConn? No, it just like kind of dies a very quick death. But that team, the Creighton women, they will be judged on what happens because they're interesting. Like a lot of teams and programs right now, everybody could be back, nobody could be back, or you could have a hodgepodge. And my guess is it's going to be the latter. It's going to be a combination. Some will move on. Some maybe will just stop playing basketball. And then some will be back. I don't know what that looks like. But I think that is what's going to happen. But I think that team and this era is ultimately going to be judged by, can they do that one more time? Can they make one more run? Could they get to the Sweet 16? Could they get to the Elite Eight again? Because if they're able to do so, I mean, it really does solidify they already have all of the accolades, but that would just be kind of one more cherry on top of the sundae.
And I think it's important to remember, like, no matter which color you're rooting for at the end of this month, like, just because, let's say, Creighton doesn't make it back to the Elite Eight, it matters how lucky you get in this situation too. Like with Alabama going down last year and getting the chance to play Princeton in the Sweet 16, like that was a very lucky situation for the Jays to be in. Now, flip side of that, if Nebraska gets a really good draw and there's an upset on the other side of the bracket from wherever they may land at, like it's not necessarily like, okay, we can sustain this, we're going to make Sweet 16s every single year. No, it's that matters a lot. You got to keep that kind of in perspective.
Yeah, and so and then kind of putting a bow on the conversation. The Nebraska women, they get these moments versus Caitlin Clark. They should have won again over the weekend.
Yeah.
And obviously they had the great comeback at home. This is a team, and I know Happer had Jazz Shelley on earlier. This is a team now that, like, I don't know if we can underestimate how big it is for them to get in these games where it's not just that, like, everybody in the arena is rooting against you or that you're playing in front of a packed house. Like, millions of people are watching from home. And I think that can be super valuable as you enter into the postseason where you're not going to be afraid of the moment, because I feel like the biggest moment that anyone can have right now in women's college sports, or hell, just in college basketball right now, is playing against Caitlin Clark, because that's going to be the game, whether it's home on the road, you're going to have a packed house, you're going to have a lot of eyeballs on you. And if it's on television or, streaming service, whatever it is, like, there will be millions of people watching. And so they've had a chance to go up against her on a Super Bowl Sunday, and they performed very well, and they won that game. They had a chance to go up against her on the conference championship Sunday. They certainly had an opportunity to win that one as well. And here they sit now entering the NCAA tournament. It's been a really fun season. And I know once Nebraska beat Purdue, I kind of jokingly said, Jimmie, like, I really hope that we get another season like 2014, because that was just such a fun run. And I know I said it before, but it always held a special place in my heart because that was the year where I first started, being on the air all the time.
I wanted to point this out to you today. I'm glad you said that. I don't think that's you. Like, I know it probably feels unique to you for that reason. It felt like that because obviously I wasn't in the media bubble yet. It felt like that from outside too. Like that year, I think has that special place for
where we all look back on
everybody.
it. Yeah. And so this year, I think it had it. It's different. This season, ultimately, I'm not going to remember it exactly like I did that one, because, like, I don't know, that was just such a wild, unexpected run. This one was just this kind of consistent, like, they're good, deal with it. They're going to be here. And like, outside of a couple of moments, Nebraska had a couple of road stink bombs in particular. We all wondered.
But so did everybody in college basketball.
So did everybody in college basketball. It really is kind of the story of the hoop season. And so now these teams are about to enter the postseason. The women.
Can I make a comp?
What's that?
From how we started this conversation about football versus basketball, does this college basketball season kind of have the 2007 college football feel to it? Just from a standpoint
full of upsets,
struggling on the road. Number one went down a bunch of different
times.
Number one
did go down a lot of times.
It just kind of has that same feel to it.
Yeah, and if it does, like, the funny part about that season, which, if you're a college football fan, I'm guessing
it's the best ever.
It is. Even if you're a Nebraska fan, you're like, well, at least the other stuff was fun.
Yeah.
The thing that I always do, remind myself about, and I guess I'll remind others, is, for as crazy as that season was, the national championship was LSU versus Ohio State.
Yeah.
Like, we had USF at number 2. We had Boston College at number 2. We had West Virginia at number 2. And yet at the very end of the day, it was LSU versus Ohio State.
Still 2 blue bloods made it there.
Yeah, and so it's like, are we going to have the same thing this year? We're going to have all this craziness?
I was going to say, just as a reminder, when you fill your bracket out in a couple weeks.
Like, that's what I would say. Pick upsets, because I bet there will be a lot of upsets early on. But, at the very end, it's going to be Houston versus Purdue or something like that for the national championship.
I don't have Purdue there. But
you don't have Purdue there?
No, I think I think they will make it to the Sweet 16. I just don't think they have the guard play.
But I would not be surprised at all if we have a lot of upsets and everyone's like, it's just going to keep happening.
Can we go back to
some good teams get through?
Can we go back to the Nebraska women for a second? Just because I think, like, when we talk about sustaining and making it run, and listen, obviously with the lawsuit that's happening, it's obviously going to matter what happens with Amy Williams long term. But if she's able to stick around, they're able to keep this thing rolling. Like, when you look at them having the freshman of the year, and they've got a really good centerpiece in Markowski in the middle. It's a sophomore. And then we had Britt Prince on our show last night, and she talked about it, and she's like, we're really excited about the girls that we have coming in with my recruiting class. They're adding a 5-star prospect to that roster next year. You could be talking about, like, this may be the bottom rung for what Nebraska women's basketball is going to be over the next 4 or 5 seasons.
I wanted to ask you about that, but first I'll read a text from the 402 that says, not too many years ago, Nebraska had single-digit wins. This year they had single-digit losses. And so I asked that, and going off what you just said, how replicable is this? Is this going to be like 2014? We all celebrated. We loved it. What a great moment. After that, in terms of the men's teams, One kept going on its path. It kind of built the roster. The next year they bottomed out in the Missouri Valley, and ever since then they have been on an upward trajectory that now is probably going to result in them having their highest seed ever in the NCAA tournament, and perhaps a trip to the Final Four.
They could legitimately get a 1.
I know,
like,
it's possible.
Not out of the realm of
Happer laid out the
possibilities.
case earlier today, so you have that. But on the other side, we know what happened with Nebraska. The next year they entered the season ranked in the top 25. They lose to Rhode Island early. They lose to that bad Creighton team at home, and that team fell apart. And while they had a good 2018 under Tim Miles, certainly 2014 is the lone outlier. So can
the highest bar, and it wasn't even close.
Yeah, can these two teams, and throw in the women as well? I mean, you just had some very positive things to say about the Nebraska women. I think that Jim Flannery has certainly earned his. Like, I'm going to expect big things from them because I think he's earned that level of expectation.
I think they're going to take a little bit of a drop off next year just because of the pieces they're going to have to replace. But with the recruiting that they've been able to do with Coach Chevy and that group of recruiters, I think that 2 or 3 years down the road, I don't think them being back in the same spot they are right now is out of the realm of possibility.
Can it happen with all the teams? Can this be a regular thing?
I do. And I think that there's a culture and understanding that was set with like Derek Walker and those guys last year. And I know we talked about that a little bit last week, that I think the culture is understood, and what's expected from Fred Hoiberg is understood now, because I don't know with Matt Abdelmassi how much of the culture piece, it clearly wasn't in place. It clearly, like, obviously it was, can you play? Can you make a difference? We don't care about your off the court issues. Just get out there and ball. Well, now it's okay. We got to make sure that we have accountability in our locker room. Our guys are keeping themselves accountable, and it's an understanding of what Coach Hoiberg wants going forward. And it feels like that is in place specifically with these guys that they have out there now.
Adam texts in, going back to that season 10 years ago now. He says 2013-14 is probably the closest to this year. NU men and women and CU men made the tournament. CU women got snubbed and missed the tournament.
Yeah.
The NU women won the Big Ten tournament that year. We had Doug McDermott Mania and No Sit Sunday. It ranks up there pretty closely to this year. Yeah, if I were to say the difference is, I mean, obviously nobody has the best player in the sport on their roster this year like Creighton did that year.
Yeah, but they've got to play them, though.
Yeah,
so, I mean, it's kind of
and Nebraska, while they didn't have No Sit Sunday again, they have the Purdue win.
They had more games that mattered.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. A lot more games that mattered. And again, by the end, like, 2014 was fun, but it was, if we're being honest, it was 1 month for Nebraska. For Creighton, it was a whole long season.
Yeah.
It was 1 month for Nebraska. This year, again, like,
start to finish.
And what you said a few minutes ago, I think, is very apt. Like, people were waiting for the other shoe to drop, mainly because we haven't seen this program put together a sustained run of true excellence for this long, and they did it this year. They were good front to back, and like early on, I didn't really buy it because the competition sucked, and I was wrong.
And I think a lot of that 2014 season, like when you think back to it, that team went as far as Taryn Petaway went. Like, and that's the difference about this team is you can have a Rink Mass game, you can have a Keisei Tominaga game, you can have a Juwan Gary game. There's different guys that can make an impact that win you the game. It's not, hey, we've got our wagon hitched to this one guy and it's going to go as far as he pulls us. And I think that's why, and we talked about it too, that it feels like this is the year where you finally get over the hump and are able to get that first tournament win that's eluded you all these years.
100%. I think there's an interesting question. I want to ask you about it later, actually. If this is the group that's unable to do it, what does that mean moving forward? But it really does seem like this should be the team to do it. Because of what you just said. Like, and I think Creighton is kind of in the same boat.
Win one Big Ten tournament game too.
I know,
and what that could mean for seeding.
It's like, that's the thing. This is already a team that has gotten the double bye, which they have gotten the double bye before. That's not something new. They've never gotten the double bye as a 3 seed. This is rarefied air for them in the Big Ten. They've never won a Big Ten semifinal game, or a quarter. They've never gotten a Saturday in the Big Ten tournament. Like,
Nebraska and Northwestern have the double bye in the Big Ten.
Yeah,
what a time to be alive.
Exactly. So it should be a really, really special time. And I know that we have a bunch of stuff planned on 1620 The Zone. Obviously, we mentioned the trip to Vegas a little bit earlier, among some other things that we'll be doing. It could be a special month. And I asked that question of, like, can this be something regular?
It's hard to see a path where it's not. And I don't know if we've ever said that about both of these programs at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, it's when you look at the recruiting that's being done, we talked a lot about Nebraska women, but the 3 guys that you have coming in for Creighton basketball, Ty Davis, Larry Johnson, and Jackson McAndrews, like, all rivals 24/7 on 3, 100 guys, all guys that can make an impact. And it looks like you're keeping your entire coaching staff in tune and going into the next season. Because obviously over the years, you lose Alan Huss this year. It looks like everybody on Creighton staff is going to be back next year, especially with the Max stuff being signed.
I was going to say, 100%.
And it looks like there's a really good chance you're probably going to have Ryan Kalkbrenner and Steven Ashworth back next year. And there's an outside chance, very outside, but you get Trey Alexander back as well.
Yeah, that would certainly surprise me if they were able to do that. Theo writes, basketball greater than football.
It's a bad take, but we appreciate
Horrible
listening.
take, but what do we expect from Theo? Let's go to the phones. 402-951-1620. Mike is up. Hello, Mike.
Hey, guys. I was out for a walk and listening to the show as I always do.
Oh, thank you,
I
Mike.
heard you talk about Creighton women maybe having a down year. Their 3 leading scorers all have another year if they come back.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, they do.
Yeah, but it's a matter of getting him back. I mean, we just said it's a possibility.
All right, thanks.
I think it's a pretty good possibility.
I'm with you, but in today's day and age of college athletics, you just never know.
Look at you firing people up with that take. Typical rabble rouser, Jimmie.
Booking guest, rabble rousing.
Classic Jimmie.
Nobody's been officially booked yet.
Classic Jimmie. Speaking of rabble rousing, it's time to talk about Standgate once more before we get to.
I thought we just did that at the beginning of the segment.
We have a lot of responses, Nick. A lot of responses. Aaron writes, I'm a depends on my arena wiper.
Oh.
Sit when in public, stand at home. It's absolutely cleaner way, LOL. I know Aaron. I'm friends with Aaron. I'm now worried about going to Aaron's house. From the 402, Nick standing up to wipe is normal and should not be criticized. Sincerely, Circus Bears.
Oh.
It's nice to hear from the Circus Bears.
Thank you, Circus Bears.
Sean writes, Team Nick, I do slightly bend my knees as I wipe. I don't know how you are wiping without your arm or hand touching some part of the toilet.
You lean.
You lean over a little bit.
Have you ever farted?
Yeah, what's going on, people? And then to the YouTube chat we go. First of all, Sean writes Team Bidet. Very cool, Sean.
I'd like to have a bidet.
Zachary writes, standing to wipe is reserved for us large people. And then in parentheses writes fat. And then Charles says,
Thanks. We didn't know what you meant.
Mark Mangino was ahead of his time, the Neil Armstrong of standing wipers.
Nick, do you know who Mark Mangino is?
No, but I like the Neil Armstrong
Nick,
of.
Google Mark Mangino Orange Bowl.
Yeah, no, I was going to tell him just to Google Mark Mangino and tell me what he thought he did for a living.
Well, yeah, he's going to. Here's an email that comes in from John. Theo, you're a moron. Wow, people very anti-Theo today.
Did I miss something from Theo in the past? Is he famous for a really bad take? Did he think Mike Trout was a bust?
No.
It would be a good take, Theo.
No, Theo is known for, I don't know. Nick, how would you describe Theo?
He hangs out on your internet.
Yeah, just the weird.
Jimmy Allen Theo handshake emoji.
It really is. It's not the internet that I'd want to participate in. I'll just say that.
All
yeah, he reads like mom's tweets all the time. Like
he always
players' moms.
He speaks in the most cryptic ways that only make sense to other people who are specifically in his
message
corners.
board dweller.
No, I would say, see, that's what John does too. Oh, he's on message boards. No, Twitter is the new message board. He is on the part of Husker Twitter. He's
I don't
hanging out over there. What's going on with the moms?
It's like a real dark alley.
Yeah.
Poll question. What's going on?
What's going on with the moms? So yeah, there you go. Continue to let us know if you're a stander or a sitter. Us normies are certainly sitters, and we like it that way. All right, Nick.
I am a little clean. It shouldn't matter how you do it.
Surprised at how many people have defended Nick. Though.
I'm stunned by this news. You would think that people would say, "Wow,
we have been wrong today about the."
It's a divisive topic.
The hoop and the harm thing. So
yeah, that was a tough look.
Yeah, it's a tough look for us today.
Yeah, it certainly was. One more. Joe writes, "Got to stand. How do you keep your dong from touching the bowl when you lean?" I mean, Joe, what a problem. Congrats on the problem, Joe.
It's a great problem to have, Joe. Damn.
Congrats on the problem. Travis writes, squatty potty is the way. Couldn't agree more. Got to have a squatty potty.
I've always wanted to try a squatty potty.
Nick,
I was actually going to say earlier, I feel like the only way this is like acceptable is if you do have a bidet. I meant to say that.
One of my dear friends has a bidet. I've house sat for him before. It's not Aaron.
It feels weird to use a friend's bidet.
He says use it. Use the bidet. And I say it frightens me.
It feels too intimate to use
I'm not using another person's bidet.
It's not
That's not
going
happening.
up anything, Nick. We're not sharing orifices.
But it still feels... It feels weird.
All right.
It's not, but it feels
Tony
weird.
says he's a leg lifter. Same team.
Label it. Yeah, absolutely. All right.
Team.
Michael Bruns, joins us when we return.
Do we ask Michael Bruns?
Might as well. So Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Screw that. You've got Shaka Smart. You've got a guy who gets out on the floor and plays defense on his own end, too. I mean, come on. No, that is a bunch of crap. That is absolutely a bunch of crap. That, first of all, when I think of that building at its best, it is never, ever crossed my mind of like, man, these students or this crowd is brutal. That's what makes it so tough. No, they just get loud. They get into it. 95% of it's positive. The other 5% is nothing different than what you're going to see at any other venue.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
A warm and calm Tuesday evening with temperatures rising up near 70 degrees, but we have a few clouds with us. Those clouds will also be with us tomorrow as our high temperature gets up near 72 degrees, but we do have a chance of storms tomorrow evening. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Guys, we all feel the aches, the fatigue, the lack of zip in our lives as we get older. We'd like to wish it away, to feel like our younger selves again. This is John Bishop, and I'd like to tell you about Hims.com. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to Hims.com and do something about it. Hims.com is private. The entire process is online. No office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims is shipped in low-key packaging direct to you. Hims treatments fit seamlessly into your everyday lifestyle. The plan is simple to follow. And Hims has helped millions of guys like us with their hair loss, ED, and mood. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit. HIMS.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
Riding season is here, and it's time to trade in and trade up. Or, if you ain't riding it, Luss Hills Harley Davidson is buying it. Sell your Harley Davidson today. Luss Hills Harley Davidson. Rise up and ride on.
Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Typical studies involve medications for acne, allergies, chronic diseases, depression, and others. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages, conducting innovative research that has a positive impact on lives. Click for current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com. More trials are launching in March. Compensation for study-related time and travel. Find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska-brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
It's mulch better at Lanahaw. Planning to wake up your tired yard for spring? Make your landscape the envy of the neighborhood with mulch from Lanahaw's Garden Center, where quality is always a priority. Convenient pickup or delivery available. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Are you a delivery driver looking for a better job opportunity? Host Coffee is a local family-owned coffee, water, and vending company that has been in business since 1972. We are growing, and we now have openings for delivery drivers and other positions starting at $22 an hour with full benefits. If you're interested, visit hostcoffee.net/careers to connect with us.
Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
With my wood. This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsy who covers Husker sports boys and girls. like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Bruns, he called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Bruns. It's Michael Bruns. Michael Bruns. Now we get to talk to Michael Bruns.
Michael Bruns joins us right now on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Brunsy, what up?
How's it going?
Well, I'll read you this tweet, and you'll kind of figure out how things are going. Steve writes, I would rather listen to you guys spend 4 hours talking about professional hopscotch than the Knicks standing discussion. Today, Bruns, we've been talking about sitting versus standing in the old wiperoo. Would you like to chime in with what you do?
No, I would not.
Okay.
Do you have any takes on professional hopscotch?
Yeah, that's a good follow-up. Yeah, anything on that?
Can you make money doing that? Is that a thing?
Question.
If you can make money playing cornhole against yourself, I'm pretty sure that's
Whoa. He didn't want to talk about that discussion.
That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's
a good point.
That's different. That's
The World
playing
Hopscotch
cornhole
Championships
against yourself is a
exist.
good euphemism, by the way.
Yeah.
Indeed. Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7 Sports, joins us right now, having a takeover for Mike Schaefer, who's still away tweeting about the Vikings, but not talking or writing in a professional capacity right now. Bruns, we were just talking about the season that the basketball teams have had locally. Both Nebraska men and women, both Creighton men and women, are going to make it to the tournament. Jimmie and I both agreed that this is the best year of basketball the state has ever had, and obviously the stories are not finished. But the other thing that we were tackling was how replicable this is. I'll ask you that question. We can just take it from the Nebraska perspective. How much of that question comes down, though, to the men? I mean, we've seen the women have very successful years at points over the last 10 to 15 years. Is this replicable for Fred Hoiberg and his crew?
Well, it depends. And I think a lot of it depends on some decisions that have to be made at the end of the season when that time comes. I mean, you've got a number of guys who are still kind of sitting on COVID years that could come back for another season. You know, Mass, Williams, I think Gary's in the same boat. So if you get all or some of those guys back, that changes the picture dramatically. I'm not sure what the situation is going to be with Ulis and his deal with the gambling stuff in Iowa. That changes the picture. I mean, think about it. This team did all this, and the guy that they were hoping to be their starting point guard to kind of run everything has been on the bench the entire season. I mean, it's kind of remarkable when you think about that. But and then, you know, again, you know, Nebraska's going to have to hit on a couple guys in the transfer portal, and that's always, I think, a little bit of the danger with playing portal roulette is, you know, sometimes you hit on guys and you find a Rink Mass and you find a Bryce Williams, and sometimes you find guys that don't necessarily fit. And, you know, I will say the one thing that gives me at least a little bit of confidence that it is that they can do it again is I think they've got a better formula for finding those guys than they did at the start of Fred Hoiberg's tenure. So I think that gives me a little bit of confidence, but I agree with you. I mean, if there's any of those teams that you're like, okay, who's maybe not going to be able to repeat it, I think the Nebraska has a little bit more of a bigger hill to climb there.
Bruns, two-part question for you. One, obviously there's a lot of people on Twitter right now that are angry that Fred Hoiberg wasn't the only Big Ten Coach of the Year this year. And then how did Juwan Gary not find his way onto the all-defensive team for the Big Ten listing?
Lazy voters.
Ah, okay. Great answer.
Lazy voters. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of going into the Hoiberg vote. It was like, okay, I could see it going three ways. Like, you go with Fred because Nebraska has by far exceeded expectations in every possible form this season. And those guys typically get the vote. I mean, if a team comes out of nowhere and surprises, obviously that coach has probably done a hell of a job coaching. So that's where the award goes. You could go with Painter. I mean, they've won it the last couple of years. They've got the dominant players, and they ran the table, and good for them. So that's the other direction. I thought maybe Collins at Northwestern might also kind of enter the conversation because they've done it 2 years in a row now, and they played kind of above their heads a little bit, had some injuries, but I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe people don't have enough of an appreciation around the conference for what Nebraska basketball has been, and maybe what it is now. So I don't know. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. And with Gary, I mean, the defensive stuff's kind of hard to me because some guys are pretty obvious, and then I think there's people like Joel and Gary that do the types of things that don't necessarily show up in a game or in a box score. And if you're in West Lafayette or you're covering Penn State or whatever, and you're not watching, Nebraska basketball religiously, which, I mean, that's understandable. I get it. You might not appreciate that. And I think that's kind of what it comes down to sometimes with, the all defensive team stuff and even some of the all Big Ten team stuff. I mean, I think you have to be a little bit more dialed in on that to kind of have an appreciation for it. So that's probably where I think where each of those votes kind of came from.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7 Sports, joining us on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Bruns, I ask you this next question knowing and acknowledging that it's not like you're avoiding Husker football and that you aren't writing about them or talking about them. They haven't gone away, even though they're not practicing right now. But does it matter at all inside of those walls that they are not on the forefront? Like, I think that it's healthier for the fan base. It's probably healthier for all of us that are covering them. But does it mean anything for them? Because they are on the back burner in a way that's pretty unique around here, given the time that I've covered them. I can't remember a March or a February like the one that we just had.
Not since the last NCAA tournament run. I mean, that's the last time I can really remember it. And you're right. I think it's okay. I think it's okay that we're not breaking down the positional breakdown at guard in the middle of March. That's okay. We don't need to know who the second team nickel is going to be right now, and that's okay. No, I mean, I think it's a little bit of a nice problem to have. I don't know if it means anything to Nebraska football or not. I mean, they're on spring break right now and, getting ready to start up over there. But it's a fun time, covering Nebraska when Nebraska basketball is in the conversation past the start of January. Like it's just kind of a different animal from football. It would be remarkable if you could kind of have that more consistently. I just think, people are willing to really jump on that bandwagon when it takes off. And, you hope that bandwagon comes around a few more times and a little bit more frequently. But yeah, I mean, honestly, the last time Brian and I were talking about this, that it's really kind of been since the last go around with Tim Miles when they made the tournament and went on that really good run that they've been able to put football on the back burner. So, maybe that's a good thing. Everybody gets a little bit of a break from examining the minutia of everything.
Yeah, and Bruns, the other thing that I was thinking about is, like, at this time, normally it'd be like, all right, so what are the things that they need to do to improve? And, like, we know the answer. It's quarterback. And so beyond that, in theory, that should be fixed, right? Because they brought in a 5-star. It's not going to solve every problem, but it certainly will allow them to go from 5 and 7 to bowl eligibility. So I was thinking about that today, saying, okay, so what is the next thing that we would be discussing at this time in a normal juncture? And, I mean, there's an answer out there, obviously, but I even couldn't do it because I'm not in total football brain mode right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's almost time for who are you going to be watching when they get out on the practice field for the first time? Which is a totally fair question. But yeah, it's good. I mean, I think you guys asked me last week, maybe like when the last time the conversation around Nebraska football was maybe like somewhat healthy coming out of a season.
Yes.
And I think that that's part of it too. Like the way that last season went, it was pretty cut and dried, I think, with the areas that needed to improve, right? Like it's a lot of attention offensively, quarterback certainly being at the front of that. You can, parse in some running game or whatever. Defense was great, so it kind of simplifies it too. So I think that's maybe kind of, tamped down the intensity of the conversation too. going into spring practices.
Do you think it's a benefit to that group, for that team as a whole, just to kind of not be on the forefront of all Nebraska media right now?
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, you guys know too that the second you start seeing stuff on social media of guys in sweats throwing the old ball around, that's going to start the conversation back up. So, but yeah, I mean, I think I don't get the sense that there's like this build of pressure around the 2024 season right now. Like there has been sometimes where, in years past, like if during the Frost era, sometimes it felt like, okay, what do they have to do for him to keep his job, or very kind of and for good reason, kind of a little bit more of a dire type conversation about what the season holds. So yeah, I mean, maybe you're able to kind of incubate your young talent a little bit better and less of a pressure cooker.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7 Sports. Well, Brunsy, we appreciate the time. We will promise not to ask you if you are a sitter or a stander moving forward, but I had to try.
Well, it was worth it. I eagerly await hearing what other people are, I guess.
It seems like there are more of Knicks out there than there are otherwise.
It feels like a pretty even split. Yeah.
There's a lot of standers in the world there, Bruns.
There's dozens of them.
There's dozens of us.
Dozens and dozens.
Thank you, Bruns. Have a good week, man.
See ya.
Michael Bruns joining us here on the show. There really are a lot of people on both sides. I've thrown it out in the group chat to see what's going on in there.
Mm-hmm.
The response is actually very anti-Nick. Only one of the folks in the group chat seems to be the stander in there. Joyo, though, writes on YouTube, stunned about the news that dudes sit to wipe.
Oh, stunned.
Stunned?
That's an interesting choice of words.
Yeah, I know that there are standers out there. I think it's wild, but I knew that these people existed. I'm not asking, how do we get rid of those people?
Whoa.
I'm not
The murder
asking.
cult strikes
No,
again.
you have a right to.
A lot of people have asked that question.
You have a right to live. Husker follower, by the way, going back to the crossover, says, I'm with you. Happer show is one of my favorites, and I was very slow to accept the new show. I don't like change. Connor Happer is the perfect blend of fun and good sports analysis. See, people love the Connor Happer show. Man.
I like the Connor Happer show.
You like the Connor Capper show?
Yeah, it's my favorite show.
What station's that on? I thought we weren't talking about our rivals.
That's the version of Connor Happer that has like hair and like a big twirly mustache.
That's on 2016, The Game.
The Game.
Yeah.
It's in the game. It's in the game.
Yeah. I just asked Bruns a football question that I want to ask you when we return, so we'll do that. Also, we have our NFL free agency, not so much recap because a lot of stuff is still going on.
Still going, yeah.
But we will talk about that as
Merry
we
Christmas,
get
everybody.
into the 4 o'clock hour. Also, it's a Tuesday, which means wooden bats and rubber hats.
Woo!
Nick is promising a brand new open.
I am.
Wow, brand new open.
Bar's been set high, Nick.
Yep, so we'll
Gotta
have that.
deliver.
Well, no, the bar was pretty low from my old open.
So we'll have that in. It was a bad.
It wasn't good.
Is it a remake like you did for predictions?
Oh, boy.
No.
That song, I was at the grocery store this weekend and that song came up, and I was disappointed at the same time at both Stibbs for the old open and you for the new open. I got upset at both of you.
It's one of my favorite things I ever did.
It's actually one of my favorite opens on the show.
Wow.
So
there you go.
Another great
There you
quad
go.
one take, but Jimmy Allen.
Look at Jimmy take, Nick. Nick's going to wake up tomorrow and say, all right, it's time for me to make it a little bit.
And you and Jimmy agree about sitting down to wipe. So
Rats!
live with that.
All right, more to come when we return here on 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620, The Zone.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber, from the company with America's fastest download speeds. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Start your engines.
Joe's Indoor Karting in Council Bluffs is off the charts crazy. Joe's Karting is fast-paced, adrenaline-pumping, wheel-to-wheel racing action at over 40 miles per hour. The only speed restriction on these karts is how good you are. Joe's Karting is located just a couple of blocks north of Bass Pro Shop and directly east of AMC Theater in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Go watch a movie, come race at Joe's. Planning a bachelor party, graduation party, or just a night out with friends? Go to Joe's. Remember, Joe's Karting is your place to race.
It's Champions replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. While discounts apply to our regular prices, select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns. Here we'd have dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Lindley Clothing in Omaha has been the premier provider of men's fashion for over 88 years, from suits to jeans, with great brands like Jack Victor, Bugatti, Peter Millar. Your father was a customer. You're a customer. Your son is a customer, and now they're looking for the latest sportswear to tailored clothing. Lindley Clothing has you covered. They will help you get the look that you need with their selection and top-notch customer service. You walk in the door, and there's John and Marlene and the entire Lindley Clothing team with a great smile on their face, and they're to help you. 132nd and West Dodge in Linden Market to pick up the latest styles and enjoy easy access shopping.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Josh Peterson, Jimmie Allen, Nick Grimm on this Tuesday. We have Steve Sipple a bit over an hour from now. And more, including wooden bats and rubber hats. Also, we'll take a good faith look at the 14-team college football playoff.
The good faith boys.
Yeah, we're not going to be bad faith about it.
We're
not
of good faith.
We're not also going to do the thing where we're like, oh man, college football is going to hell in a handbasket. I've already done that enough. I believe that it is true. But Jimmie and I are going to discuss the 14-team CFP on its merits. See, we are still talking football.
At face value.
At face value. So we will do that coming up in a little bit. Speaking of football. All right, so I just said to Bruns, I'm guessing that you would agree, this is very healthy.
Yes.
That we are not talking as much Husker football. And Bruns made me laugh too when he said, what's the thing you're going to be watching? I've asked that question to many guests over the years. Hey, spring practice is open. What are you going to be keeping an eye on? But I would admit that it is certainly a lazy question. But one of the things that I was thinking about this morning was, if you're looking at the areas to that the
what
program,
am I going to be watching?
yeah. Jimmie, what are you going to be looking for? But if you look at areas the program can improve, obviously we would all begin and end the conversation with quarterback play. Like it's so obvious. It's so easy to go with. So let me ask you, beyond quarterback, what problem does the football team and football program most need to solve? And I guess
the question I thought you were going to ask me. So
the follow. Okay, so what did you think I was going to ask?
I thought you were going to ask me which group has the most, like, the biggest question marks for you or whatever?
Mhm.
I was gonna say the defensive back group because I think the loss of Omar Brown I think they're gonna be fine.
Yeah.
But that's intriguing to me because
Yeah.
I think he did so much last year and he kind of made up for some out of place plays last season. I think that's gonna be the most intriguing to me.
For the record, my answer on that other question would be the running back room.
Yeah,
for a lot of
those,
the same reasons.
it was one of those two.
Yeah. So yeah, what is the problem though that needs to be solved? And look, maybe the answer could be one of those two positions. Maybe it could be a bit bigger picture, like clock management and end of game situation. So it doesn't go to, speaking of hell in a handbasket.
Yeah.
So you don't have a Wisconsin or a Maryland snafu happen all over again.
I think finding multiple running backs to be able to pass block is going to be a big thing. Like, we obviously don't know how well Dante Dowdell could do that on a large scale at this level. I mean, just because of his limited reps at Oregon. And we know that Ramir Johnson last year was really good at it before his injury. So I think that's something that they're going to have to figure out. But that running back rotation is a lot of it for me. What does the tight end situation look like with Carter Nelson added to the equation? I mean, I don't know if those are things that they have to figure out, but
See, it's interesting. So
yeah,
real
I
quick,
don't know if
to
there's
pause.
one thing.
So what I find interesting is that your answers, I think they tell a positive story right now about the program, because those are some nitty gritty, down in the weeds types answers. When you're like pass blocking with running backs, like that's where your mind goes, or the tight end rotation. Like, I would say that's a good problem to have.
Not how do we block a defensive end?
Correct.
Yeah.
Like, no, like not to above the phrase, not what I'm looking for, but not to just pull it back and be like, well, if you were to say, well, the offense, just the offense in general, obviously that seems like a whole big issue. I think that the thing that I've learned is I thought about this question a lot this morning, and then I asked it of Bruns and I asked it of you. And I think the thing that I am learning or maybe realizing is, man, there seems like they're in a pretty solid spot.
It's because of the dude at the top, though, right? Like,
Yeah.
It's because, like, when you don't see the guy that's flying the plane panicking, it's usually not an indication that you should panic. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And I wanted to ask you this: is there any part of you that's like still in wait and see mode with Dylan Raiola? Like, I mean, because I feel like the vast majority of people are not, and it's very.
Well, you just say still in wait and see. I've never been in wait and see mode with Dylan Raiola.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't either, and it
But
feels
seems
really
like
it feels really weird though, right?
It seems like you want to be.
I want to be because
Well, feel free. You don't have to be saying he's
But
going to be awesome.
Obviously, we've seen it work in Arizona. We've seen it work at Buford. We've seen it work
So what's the rub then?
Because we just haven't seen it work in college.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's just one of those things that it very much is a different monster, and I think he's going to be fine. But it's just like everybody's like, yeah, but the quarterback situation is going to be fine this year. Is it?
Well,
Do we know that.
So
for
here's
sure?
now. I think
it is, but it's just
man,
like,
you don't seem very confident in this. Go on an island. Say that you don't think he's going to be very good.
I think he's going to be good. I just don't know if he's going to be. We don't have to worry about the quarterback position in his first year.
Well, you would. Okay, so let's unpack this. You would agree, I think, that most people think. I haven't, I guess, heard a lot of people say he's going to be awesome this year. I always hear, well, you can't get any worse than they were.
Which is, I think, was why people are just like, that's going to be fine.
Because I mean, that is
it probably can't be worse.
As long as the quarterback doesn't turn it over an average of how many times a game did the quarterbacks turn it over? Like twice on average.
Yeah, like if
at
the
least?
floor is Jeff Sims, you're obviously going to be much higher.
So like maybe that's really unfair for this discussion, because it's not like we're saying the guy's going to be awesome. We're saying the guy's not going to be horrible. Like that's how I kind of begin and end every conversation. I think it's very fair to say, man, Nebraska has had a lot of players come into the program over the last however many years with the weight of the world on them, and they've never been able to live up to it. We've talked about Adrian Martinez a couple of times during the show. Adrian Martinez came in, and we had him on our show, asking him kind of what advice would you give to Dylan Raiola?
I've had him on my show.
And you've had him on your show a few times. And when you think back to Adrian came in with a lot of hype, yes, but it was less him as a player. Like, when he signed with Nebraska, or when he committed to Nebraska, how many players, or how many fans rather, had ever watched his film? The answer, my guess, would be very, very few. 0.005% of Husker fans before he got that offer had ever watched his film.
Yeah.
And so people got excited about him, less because of him and more because of the idea. Because, he was the first guy that received a phone call, and it's Scott Frost. He must be good. Dylan is different because Dylan's hype is all based off of Dylan and his last name, but it's based off of him on his own merits. And so as hyped as Adrian was, that
Adrian's situation is even a little more different too, because he had the torn labrum in his shoulder. So even the highlights you're watching were his junior season.
It's a couple of years ago. We're wondering how that's going to unfold. And This time around, there is an expectation. Like I would say the hype equivalent for Dylan is actually closer to what Adrian had going into his sophomore year than what he had going into his freshman year. And so I say all that just to acknowledge, like, look, we have seen guys come in here before with these expectations and never live up to it. And so if you want to pause, if you, Jimmie Allen, says, I want to pause on this, I think that you are very much within your right to do.
See, and I think a lot of people like have the feel. Speaking of Adrian, like his freshman season when I think it was 22 touchdowns he equated for if you count running and passing. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was 15.
I think you're right.
I think it was 15 and 7. If it just feels like if Dylan Royal,
it was 18 and 7,
maybe 25, sure.
Yeah.
But it just feels like if you're talking about Dylan Royal equating for 20 touchdowns. If that defense just doesn't take a step back.
I know, right? That's a lot of wins.
And you look at the way that schedule stacks up, specifically the earlier portion of it, feels like it could get really, really special around here really, really fast.
Chris in Montana texts in, I don't think people are in wait-and-see mode on Dylan Raiola because who else is in the room? Sure, he could probably win a job anywhere in the country, but it's not like he's got Howard in the same room like Ohio State does, for example. Yeah, I mean, I think there is something there is less wait-and-see right now because, speaking of Adrian again, he had to come in, and at the time, Patrick O'Brien was still on the roster for a few more weeks as spring ball began. Obviously, Tristan Gebbia was on the roster, and then some other guys too. So, like, it did feel like a legit competition. I didn't think that he was going to win the starting job. Going into spring ball, I thought it was going to be Gebbia.
See, I was of the complete opposite volition. Yeah. I don't think, just and not because of their talent level or their skill set or whatever. I just don't think when you come out and say, hey, we're this new coaching staff, and the very first call was made to this guy, and we got him, that he's like, it's Dylan Raiola is going to be the starting quarterback. And that's how I felt about Adrian Martinez at the time, too.
Matthew says, I wish I knew what people thought of Frazier when he was coming into the program.
Right. It's an interesting case study.
So now the difference is Frazier was he was viewed as the final piece to the puzzle. Right. Adrian is not viewed as the final piece because
looked at the first piece.
Correct.
Yeah.
He is viewed as the guy that is going to start the process of making its way back. Whereas Frazier was the last. It was like, sweet, awesome. Now they're going to finally be able to do it. He lived up to that hype. Yeah. His hype, I love hearing that name because the hype for Frazier was he is going to help Nebraska win a national title. Dylan is not that. John and I had a discussion, I think in December.
Man, it would be amazing if he was.
But the question was like, what are you expecting from him in his career? And I thought that was such a great question because as excited as everyone was throughout the month of December, and then he signs, we never really discussed truly what does this mean and what will he do as a player?
And I think a lot of that is because of the question marks we still have about Matt Rule, right? Like it's like we feel like it's headed in the right direction. It feels like there was some momentum at the end of the last season. It feels like they're a quarterback away from getting it figured out, but we don't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's not to bring up the shoe dropping again, but it just kind of feels like, we've seen what it looks like when you go into year 2 with a ton of expectations and it doesn't pan out. And the residual effect that can have. Now, it doesn't feel like that's going to happen with this coaching staff. Does that mean it absolutely will not? No, but it more than likely will not.
What is your big picture question with the program moving in the right direction under Matt Rule?
My big time management, closing out games, situational awareness.
Yeah. Like that costing them things in the long
because
term.
It was a problem at Temple. It was a problem at Baylor. And occasionally
it was a problem last year.
And it was a problem last year. And occasionally at those two, specifically at Baylor, you had the athletes to kind of be able to erase that situation. I don't know what it looks like when he does it. You know what I mean?
I don't remember if it was with you or if it was with John recently, but the thing that I think is always interesting is when you look at coaches, rather, who have been judged as being horrible at clock management. And I think the best example is always
Miles.
like Andy.
Les Miles.
I was going to say Andy Reid.
Yeah.
Looking beyond college football. Andy Reid, we never talk about that anymore.
Right.
Why is that? Because I don't think he got
Are a
better.
little heavier these days.
Well, I was just because he has freaking Patrick Mahomes as his quarterback, and like when you have the guy,
which makes your situational awareness better when you have a guy out on the field that's an extension.
Bingo.
Of yourself.
You just said it. When you have athletes that can, maybe make up for deficiencies. You know who else can make up for deficiencies? A really good quarterback.
Yeah.
And so perhaps he is going to be that person.
Yeah.
I agree.
And maybe the offensive line to some degree too. Not to step on your subject there, but
and if you're winning games by 20 points, don't have to worry about time management.
Does not matter if you're up by 40.
If every game goes down to a touchdown,
if
every game goes down to a field goal, then the magnifying glass is going to be a little bit closer on everything.
Sure.
But if it's not, then it only comes up in certain games.
And I know I brought up Les Miles a minute ago. I think that was a lot of the problem. Is there was a lot of situations where LSU was blowing people out, and he didn't really have to. So when times came up, it was a little difficult for him to manage.
Yeah, and he would do some goofy stuff, but when it showed itself the most, it was in some of those big kind of situations.
I think we're like once we get past UTEP, and if they're able to beat Colorado and they start off 2-0, think it's going to be really fun to watch recruiting around. Like if Dylan lives up to the hype, and it's like not necessarily you're going out and you're scoring 49 points a game, but you could look at it and say, okay, there's something here, and it's as good as advertised. Watching the interested parties come sniffing around is going to be a lot of fun too.
Yeah, 100%. All right, so there you go. Talking football in March.
Baby.
Speaking of football,
the second best month.
Free agency. We will discuss now. I'd go October, September, November, December, January, and then maybe March. That would be my.
It's weird that you put January above. January kind of sucks.
NFL playoffs, baby.
Right.
Make the
kinda
NFL
sucks.
playoffs.
But like outside, it's depressing.
Yeah, but it's good
usually
inside.
negative 20.
Yeah, but the inside, guys, the inside.
Well, yeah, but sometimes you have to go outside to get inside.
Well, you do. Yes, I do have to go outside.
Famously.
Yeah, I can't just live indoors. I'm not a hermit. Speaking of football, we'll talk about the free agency. Kerfuffle's not the word, but just what's going on.
Kerfuffle's
You wanted to talk about Justin Fields. I'm ready to drop a Justin Fields take, I think, on the world, so we can do that when we return.
I think I am too.
All right,
I'll get there.
The Dallas Cowboys have signed a long snapper, so things are looking great for my favorite professional franchise.
Speaking of March,
yeah, and
Dolphins
more.
defense continues to be dismantled.
Tony being a jerk. Well, if it's Josh, he doesn't have a whole lot of worries in January because his team usually bows out.
That's
early.
true. I'm kind of surprised you like the month of January. It's usually not a good month for you.
It's wild that I like football, given how much they step on my you-know-what.
You make it to the playoffs consistently.
Speaking of private parts, a comment from, I'm not even going to try to read this username, but writes on YouTube, I'm catching up to the stream, but I also stand with Nick. Why would you sit and wipe? You're sticking your hand down in the disgusting toilet bowl. Look, man, if you're going into a toilet area in general, there's a lot of stuff floating around in there. It's not going to be great anywhere. Germs are in the world. Deal with it.
Hot take.
Yeah.
Germs are in the world.
Wash your hands,
You don't want to take a crack?
sickos.
You don't want to take a crack at that?
Sounds like what a pig says before it rolls around in slop.
You know what? You see how happy they are?
Pigs do love slop.
They are happy.
They are huge fans of
And
slop.
then they become bacon. It's even better.
Oh, we do like bacon as well. All right, more to come. 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no major wrecks to worry about this afternoon. We do have a stall causing a little bit of a delay on eastbound I-80 at the McPherson Ave exit over in Council Bluffs. Otherwise, over here in Omaha, delays on eastbound Industrial Road from 156 to 144th. Delays on eastbound L Street from I-80 to 102nd. Same goes on eastbound Dodge with delays from 680 to 90th. And then if you're west on Dodge, delays from 680 to 114th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
The Nebraska Lottery has raised over $965 million, which has helped provide more than 117,000 college scholarships, save wildlife habitats across the state, and fund new facilities at the Nebraska State Fair. The Nebraska Lottery, helping to build a better Nebraska.
Warmer weather means even hotter savings during the 42-degree spring sale. Drop in for unbelievable savings on American Glass, Kratom, Premium Cannabis, Tyson Disposables, THC Edibles, Dr. Dabber Devices, and more. This is a limited time sale that is sure to put a spring in your step. Don't miss the spring sale at 42 Degrees, your destination for top-tier cannabis, second-to-none product selection, and exceptional service. Buy your mom's house.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley@1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Typical studies involve medications for high cholesterol, diabetes, infectious diseases, and others. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages, conducting innovative research that has a positive impact on lives. Click for current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com. More trials are launching in March. Compensation for study-related time and travel. Find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Josh Peterson, Jimmie Allen, Nick Grimm on this Tuesday, March the 12th. Yippee writes, will we be getting any Nebraska baseball versus Wichita State pregame talk today? Wouldn't mind a roster breakdown of the Shockers from Josh.
Got some Wichita State?
No, they will not be coming up in wooden bats and rubber hats, but I do appreciate you asking, Yippee. Thank you very much.
Disrespecting the Huskers.
We'll be talking about somebody else in that segment today. I talked about Nebraska last week. I said they should be ranked.
And why aren't you talking about him again this week?
I forgot to ask Bruns about it. That's why.
I had a couple baseball questions, but you wrapped up the segment.
Why didn't you ask him? You could have asked
He
him.
said, all right, well, thanks, Bruns. I was like, all right, well, I guess my questions don't matter. I was going to ask him about the ceiling versus floor for the seating for the Nebraska basketball team.
Well, you're good at booking guests. Why don't you just ask questions?
Yeah, you know what? I'll just take
Great call.
I'm going to ask Bruns if he'll come back on.
There you go. Have him on your show.
Could
there
do
you
that.
go. Yeah. By the way, the poll question from the Connor Happer show, have you heard the phrase hoop and the harm in basketball is now up to 56.6% of the vote voting yes.
This is one of the closer ones.
Feels like people just trolling us.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
How many people have voted at this point?
244. Yep, indeed. NFL free agency. Do you want to start with Justin Fields? Because I do know that because you sent me a message and you wanted to opine about him. I have a take about him, but you have a question or a take about
I brought
him.
it up last week in the crossover, and you and Happer shamed me and scoffed at my take when I said that I thought they were going to keep Justin Fields.
Yeah.
And then the news
But you thought that to be fair, you thought they were going to keep him because they want him, right?
No, I just said that they were going to keep him because of the Matt Eberflus thing, trade the first overall pick, and then try to get Marvin Harrison Jr.
Okay.
And I think when we see the movement of Kirk Cousins and the movement of Russell Wilson, that it's almost, I think in my opinion, a foregone conclusion that he's going to be back in Chicago now, because I don't know if there's a market or any other.
I don't think there's a market for him.
Because I know there's been a lot of rumors about the Raiders, but I highly doubt they're making a move for two quarterbacks in the offseason. You know what I mean? And I especially with the talent level that you think you're going to have in this NFL draft, it just kind of feels like Chicago is going to be stuck with Justin Fields. And if you bring your coach back for one more season, I mean, I think you owe it to your fan base, and clearly they don't care about the fans, but I think you owe it to your fan base that if you're going to tell them that you believe in this coach and you believe in this quarterback, to get the pieces to put around them, and they should find it all possible to get Marvin Harrison Jr. And if that means keeping the first overall pick.
Oh my gosh, that'd be so stupid.
I agree, but I think the situation.
I don't feel like you have to tell that to your fan base.
But the situation they put themselves in is already stupid enough.
No, you could draft Caleb Williams
and have them both on the roster.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, you've already had.
This will be real quick. So Justin Fields, he was a 2022 rookie, correct? 2021 rookie, 2022, 2023.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
so this is the fourth year and the fifth year option. If it just move on, like that's what I would do. I think you could have both guys on the roster. I'd rather have Caleb Williams rather and Justin Fields than just Justin Fields. I think that'd be horrible because I don't think Justin Fields is going to be the answer. If you agree that Justin Fields is not the answer for the Bears moving forward, why in the world draft a guy just to kind of help him along? You know?
Well, I mean, if you feel like Marvin Harrison is that guy, I mean, he's going to help whether it be a quarterback next year.
Yeah, but
or down
can
the
he
line.
raise his ceiling that much? Can he raise Justin Fields' ceiling that much?
In him being healthy with DJ Moore and Marvin Harrison Jr., I think so.
All right, so here's my take. I think that
You're
we
all the
need
way
to.
out?
Yes, I think we need to stop pretending that Justin Fields is going to be this guy. That like he is good enough to warrant drafting Marvin Harrison Jr. instead of Caleb Williams.
In your situation, do you worry about like when we talk about the red flags about Caleb Williams' personality,
I don't worry about that.
Not at all.
No,
because I think about a guy that is, if I don't think he is either, but a guy that is labeled quote unquote mentally fragile, putting himself in a situation where there's another first round draft pick in the same quarterback room with him.
No,
like you
I
probably
worry about it more from the Justin Fields perspective than I would the Caleb Williams.
Yeah, you probably don't draft him first overall if you have those concerns anyway, which is probably the point.
Yeah, I that stuff. See, but I'm never the guy cried after a game. Boo-hoo.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about
you talking about his dad?
No, I'm referring to I want a team to give me ownership.
But that was his dad. That was his dad.
Right.
His dad was asking. He didn't. He never have said anything about this. This is all reported that his dad was asking about ownership.
And the stuff at the combine where he's like, I'm not going to do the medical testing and all. Like, I get why he didn't. I totally get it.
It seems like you don't like that he's doing these things. You're hiding behind some people are saying.
I don't think this, but I could see how an NFL GM could look at that as a red flag. And you bring up his dad, and sometimes family members get labeled as red flags.
Sure, but I wouldn't let that affect me if I'm the Bears trying to be good at football. I don't think you can.
The Chiefs don't let it affect them.
Marvin Harrison's dad got in trouble with a gun when he was playing. Like, if we want to talk about dads getting in trouble, Marvin Harrison Jr.'s dad has done some things before. Like, I'm not going to care.
I think they put a little less weight on that stuff when it's not a quarterback.
Sure, but that's stupid. Like,
Agreed.
I want.
Agree, but I'm thinking this from what we've seen NFL GMs
but
do. Like,
we're having
Mitch
a different.
Trubisky got drafted based on the car he drove in college.
No, but we're having a different discussion right now. You're asking, well, do you think the franchises will do X, Y, and Z? And I'm just saying what I would do. And I would draft Caleb Williams because I don't think Justin Fields is it.
Jay Daniels is going to be that guy.
I don't know. I mean, he is very tall and very skinny. He's a very fun quarterback to watch. Look, I mean, part of this too is I end up being wrong about quarterbacks a lot. Yeah. I thought Justin Fields was going to be good.
Yeah, I didn't think Patrick Mahomes was going to be any good at all, by the way.
Exactly. So, like, I feel like it's kind of, in a way, I don't want to say it's kind of dumb to even have an opinion in the first place because I'm opining right now about Caleb Williams. But I do feel very comfortable at this moment in time watching Justin Fields play and say that guy is incredibly limited as an NFL quarterback. And if I had a chance to draft Caleb Williams and move on from Justin Fields, I would do that. And I think that him still being a Bear today, 24 plus hours into free agency, I think tells a hell of a story about how the
rest of the NFL views him.
Bingo.
Yeah.
And I think that how the rest of the NFL views him is how I view him. And that's a guy that I wouldn't want. And I feel like he is a Band-Aid to a bullet wound.
Yeah, and I feel like his lack of being healthy is the biggest reason why there really isn't that big of a market, which is the stupidest way to say he hasn't been healthy enough to have a market for it.
Who? Are you talking about Justin Fields? See,
Yeah.
For me, it's not even, it's just when I watch the guy, I don't think that he's not good enough passer. He is not a good enough thrower of the football. And in this era of the NFL, there are very few situations, I think, where you can drop a quarterback in who is a liability throwing the ball and things can be okay. Like, did I want to see the Falcons kick the tires on him? Yeah, that would have been interesting. He's from that part of the country, so I think that would have been pretty cool. He is a running quarterback, and the roster is loaded with a bunch of skill players. Like, that could have been inherently interesting. I don't think that it would have worked out very well, though. And so, bringing in Marvin Harrison Jr. And look, part of this too, dude, is the Eberflus situation. Like, I don't buy that guy.
Confusing.
I don't buy that guy, and I can't believe that they kept him. I just
see that's the other reason I don't think that they're going to go quarterback, because it's just such a detriment. We've seen it happen time and time again in the NFL where you get a rookie quarterback situation, you'd have a turnover at coach right away, and it just handicaps their ability to grow in the league. And
but that's not a reason to not draft a quarterback and then to put yourself further behind the eight ball by not having a quarterback. In the NFL, you need a quarterback.
Because obviously you think Matt Eberflus can be the guy, otherwise you don't bring him back. Right?
Yeah, because I in this league, I think you need to figure out the quarterback situation. That is the paramount situation. Figure out the quarterback. I don't think that Justin Fields bringing him back and then drafting Marvin Harrison Jr., I don't think it does that. Now, that says there are people that disagree with me. Matthew writes, I like the idea of trading down to get Harrison because I don't believe in Caleb Williams. Yippee says Caleb Williams is an easy bust. See, and
not as easy as Mike Trout, but
I definitely disagree with that strongly. Very, very strongly. I think that he is going to be a good quarterback in the NFL.
When you look at the on the field stuff, his intangibles, I don't even think are debatable. I think it's a matter of if he can do it, if the mental side of things are there, and he can do it while being able to maintain his composure on the field.
Yeah. See,
listen, Trevor Lawrence is struggling with that mightily right now.
Exactly. See, and that's the thing. I mean, not to circle back to, we don't know anything, but Trevor Lawrence isn't he's fine. He's fine. That's the problem, though. Trevor Lawrence was supposed to be generational quarterback. He was supposed to be the next Andrew Luck. Even though he retired, he was supposed to be that guy. And he's fine. But you know what? I've watched a lot of Trevor Lawrence's games.
Fine might even be generous.
I never feel like I'm watching wow, that's a freaking dude. We watched Jordan Love do it to Dallas and then did it to San Francisco. And it's like, that's a guy that you would want to go into battle with moving forward.
Again, another situation where you brought a head coach in that's out kicking dudes, gets kicked out of the NFL, bring in another coach.
Yeah.
And you can argue that is that, I don't think it is, but you can make the argument. Is that the reason that we haven't seen Trevor Lawrence take that next step?
Yeah, perhaps. But what's interesting about that is it's not like they brought in Urban expecting him to fail within 10 or 11 games. He was supposed to be the guy that shepherded Trevor Lawrence for very many years, and it just didn't unfold that way. Yeah, look, part of this too is, again, the Eberflus of it all, and it's just so it's so confusing. Why the hell would you bring this? I don't care what you do with quarterback. Number one, I can't believe that they brought this guy back because they played hard at the end of the season. Congratulations.
Take that sentence you just said and apply it to what's going on in New England right now. The New England Patriots just re-signed Jacoby Brissett and brought him back. And now I've let Bailey Zappi go. Mac Jones is obviously in Jacksonville now. Like, did we give too much of a hard time to Bill Belichick for the way that roster was managed? Because
he built it.
I know, but it kind of feels like they're doing the same exact thing, and he's not there anymore.
Oh, no, I couldn't disagree. They got to move on from these quarterbacks because they got to draft a quarterback.
Yeah, and maybe it's as simple as that, but bringing back Jacoby Brissett is just head scratching to me.
They're bringing him back to be a backup. They're not bringing him. They're not bringing him. I don't mind having Brissett. I'd like Brissett as a backup on my roster.
Who is Dallas's backup
right now? Well, it's going to be interesting to see what they have because they have Trey Lance on the roster.
Oh, that's right.
And so and then they have Cooper Rush.
That's who I was trying to think.
Yeah, so Cooper Rush. I mean, he started games.
Put on the board. I said it when he got drafted. Trey Lance will never be a starting quarterback in the NFL again.
Matthew writes, totally agree, Josh. Bears are a mess at the top. Go Big Red 20 on Twitch writes, is it fair to write Fields off already, taking into account the skill position he had around him along with the coaching staff? He was in a no-win situation. Look, if you have that opinion, that's totally fine. My reasoning for writing him off would be he's been in the NFL now for 3 years, and you can't unlearn some of this stuff.
And he hasn't been healthy.
If we're going to talk, I don't feel like he's been that unhealthy, though. He's played plenty of games over the last few years. It's not like we're not talking about a guy who has missed copious amounts of games. Real quick, as I pull up his Pro Football Reference. So he has started 38 games in 3 years. I mean, that's a pretty sizable number that we're talking about. It's not 16 a year.
13 a year.
It's 13, 15, and 10 going back to his rookie year. But remember, his rookie year, that was stupid because he didn't he didn't start from the season opener. So he started 13 games last year out of 17. He started 15 games out of 17 the year before. But look, if you say, look, I am not going to put everything, on him just yet. I need to see more. That's fine. I just disagree with you mainly because I do think that at a certain point you have played enough and you've practiced enough, and it really is hard. Like the second half of career stories where guys are like way better. Like Geno Smith is a fascinating guy in the NFL.
Outlier.
He is. He's a total outlier. And so that's kind of what
done.
That's kind of, I think he could be okay, but I'm not going to bet on, I don't think he's going to win a Super Bowl.
See, and that's why I didn't understand I get it was better for Tampa down the stretch, but I didn't understand the Baker Mayfield contract. It feels a lot
of money.
Feels like the Daniel Jones situation. I don't know how you can look at New York and go, that's the situation we need to put ourselves in.
It's a lot of money. Look, I get it. As a fan of a team that has a quarterback that's good but not good enough when it matters, you do want to start at that floor, just like the Falcons. That's why they have Kirk Cousins now. Kirk Cousins has a lot of issues, but Kirk Cousins also raises the floor of the entire operation. They'll be better in the short term with him than they would be with Justin Fields. Way better in the short term. But
I don't think anybody would argue that.
Is he a game breaker? Absolutely not. What else stood out to you from I know we spent a lot of this on field.
The news we didn't even talk about today is Derrick Henry to Baltimore.
Yeah, pretty interesting.
I mean, if he's even 80% of what we expect Derrick Henry to be, couple that with Lamar Jackson, that running scheme, I mean, I think you automatically put Baltimore as the front runner for the Super Bowl.
Well, interesting. Really?
Yeah.
You go that far?
Yeah, I do. I mean, who are you going to how do you stop that situation?
Well, Patrick Mahomes is still in the conference.
It's true. But
Josh Allen is still in the conference.
Defense.
He does not play defense, but that defense is really, really good.
Is it without Chris Jones? Because they haven't signed him yet, correct?
They brought him back.
Did they? Okay.
Yeah.
I knew he tweeted out the hourglass emoji. I didn't see if he actually
he's
signed.
5 years, $95 million guaranteed, I believe was the
2 days ago. I'm
was
way
the
behind.
number. Yeah,
way
yeah.
behind. Way
Yeah.
behind.
I
Sorry,
wasn't
guys.
gonna say it, but
Yeah.
you figured it out. But yeah. So that's not to pick on you and say I don't think they're going to be really good. They are.
Yeah.
I as someone who has picked against the Chiefs here and there over the last couple of years, not really going to do that right now. Fresh off the Super Bowl,
their free agency situation is going to be interesting too, because obviously they have some holes that they need to fix.
Have a lot of holes
as the Super Bowl champions.
Yeah,
and who you can get to fit in your salary cap and come play with Patrick Mahomes is going to be really the most interesting part of maybe of the offseason for the rest of his career.
Yeah. And speaking of Kirk Cousins, so from both sides of this discussion, the Falcon side, like I think that this does make them the prohibitive favorites in that division. You know,
I think I agree.
I mean, I think they should have won the division last year. Congrats to the Bucs who made it.
They have the best running game, and I don't think it's close.
And now they have a way better quarterback, and it's hard to imagine them having a worse head coach because last
Kyle
year's
Pitts
situation,
is a guy that's going to obviously benefit from this maybe the most.
100%. So from that perspective, I think it's a good move for them. I'm feeling for my Vikings brothers and sisters, my literal brother who's a Vikings fan, because it does seem like this is just all aboard the JJ McCarthy train. It seems like that
it does feel like it's rolling down those tracks,
which just sounds horrible.
I don't think. I know we're saying we weren't gonna give our takes on quarterbacks making or busting, but I don't think JJ McCarthy is that guy.
Yeah, right, and that's how I feel too. Which watch, he'll turn into a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he's gonna win 6 rings.
I'll end up looking like an idiot. Matthew writes, how many of the best quarterbacks currently in the NFL were a top 5 pick? That's a really fun question.
Yeah, because obviously Josh Allen wouldn't be, Patrick Mahomes wouldn't be.
Correct.
Aaron Jones wouldn't be either, but Aaron Rodgers would not.
And he's not even top 5 anymore.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson, he's not top 5 quarterback. He didn't play last year.
No, yeah, you're right.
What about CJ?
Now I don't think he's top 5 just yet, but he is certainly
knocking on that door.
I know
very
it's
hard.
still early, but
but that's a good one, Nick, because he is certainly knocking on that door. Lamar Jackson was not picked in the top 5. Justin Herbert wasn't picked in the top 5. I'm just looking at quarterbacks in terms of raw QBR leader. Brock Purdy obviously wasn't picked in the top 25.
Obviously, as stated on the show, Matthew Stafford was, and is clearly a top 5 quarterback.
He was number 1 overall. Jared Goff was number 1 overall. Joe Burrow was number 1 overall, but he missed a ton of time last year. So, depending on the season over the last few years,
pretty
sometimes
close to like a 40-60 split.
Yeah, I would say so.
When you throw Burrow into the equation, yeah.
It's certainly an interesting question, though. So there you go. Cowboys do nothing, making me sad. Pretty usual garbage.
The Dolphins are slowly dismantling their defense.
As Micah Parsons tweeted out, I think problematic about not making moves.
I don't read his Twitter account, so you'll have to tell me.
Let's check it out.
Matthew says NFC South is the most volatile division in football.
And you're not wrong.
People forget the NFC East hasn't had back-to-back champs in 20 years.
Oh,
let's hope that the Cowboys are able to change that this time around. How fun would that be?
You have any faith in that actually happening?
They could definitely win the division. That wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. Actually doing anything with it, that would definitely surprise me at this point in time.
What do we expect? Like, is Philadelphia the biggest question mark about next season just because of the way they fell apart?
It ended.
Because how good
Their
they were.
Idiotic
at the
head coach.
And he's back.
Speaking of coaches that are back, it wouldn't shock me if that guy's fired in the middle of the season.
I think if it goes sideways at the beginning, I think it's a foregone conclusion.
I think they should keep him forever.
I don't like his face.
Don't like his face.
He's got a very punchable face.
By the way, speaking of Aaron Rodgers, according to the New York Times,
he broke his Achilles again.
No, this is pretty funny though. Robert Kennedy, you've heard about him. He's running for president.
Yep.
He says that Aaron Rodgers and Jesse Ventura are at the top of his list for a potential running mate. Mr. Kennedy said he had been speaking with
Ventura,
the Jets quarterback
politician
pretty continuously for the past month. Nick, what do you think about an RFK Aaron Rodgers ticket?
I can't say these words on the air.
You can't say these words on the air. What? That you would vote for that ticket?
I thought we did the show.
I stand with Aaron on
zone,
two Achilles.
No.
Oh wow.
On 2 Achilles.
He has 2. Nick famously has 2 Achilles.
And he stands.
That's
true.
He does stand. I wonder if Aaron Rodgers is a stander or a sitter.
He probably does some weird thing.
He's a bidet guy.
A secret third thing.
I feel of all my takes I've ever given on the radio, I feel like this is probably the one I feel the most comfortable about.
Bidet guy?
Aaron Rodgers is a bidet guy.
I bet it's a bidet, but not with water.
Oh, no.
Ayahuasca juice.
He's getting high after he's dropping the deuce.
There you go.
All right, so
maybe,
there you go.
Maybe Scott Life.
That's our whip around on free agency and the presidential race.
Nice.
Yeah, that's
we got it all.
You come to the never. We're gonna break it down a little bit more when we return. When we return though, it's time for.
I'm leaving. So I see it again.
Now we're gonna get Jimmy's takes. All right, when we return, Jimmie gives his opinion on Joe Biden as
please.
well as President T. We'll have that as well as wooden bats and rubber hats. One of those two topics when we return.
If I'm here, you'll know which one.
Also, the college football playoff. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. In only about 2 weeks, give or take, Josh, Happer, myself, and maybe even you will be poolside at the Circus Sports Resort in Las Vegas to watch the basketball tournament of great significance. If you don't make it there with us, don't worry at all. The next best thing is the Circus Sports Iowa app right on your phone. Place bets anywhere in the state of Iowa and play along with every team in the dance. Now really is the perfect time to get into the app and get ready to go on winning and getting some streaks in, because a lot of games are going to be happening and you don't want to miss out. And if you are on a streak, you won't be limited either. They want you. Circus Sports Iowa wants you to make money. That's also why they offer tight money line splits, and they don't keep as much on large market bets as other places do. And don't forget, there are also real people behind the Circus Sports Iowa app. If you ever have any issues, reach out to them. You can email them, you can tweet them. You will be taken care of by a real life human, not a bad chat bot or a crappy AI, a person. Check out the Circus Sports Iowa app today, anywhere in the state of Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Previously on The Crossover.
All right, let's see. So Danville Dairy Daddies. Look at that horny cow. Look at the eyes on this bad boy.
Is the cow giving the eyes?
There's something weird about that. I can't say.
He is a bull. This is a dairy daddy. Oh, his name is McCreamy. Got it. Perfect.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
A warm and calm Tuesday evening with temperatures rising up near 70 degrees, but we have a few clouds with us. Those clouds will also be with us tomorrow as our high temperature gets up near 72 degrees, but we do have a chance of storms tomorrow evening. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, currently no wrecks to slow you down this afternoon. We are getting reports of delays on southbound 480 between Martha and I-80. If you're east on I-80, delays around 84th. Same goes if you're east on Dodge between 680 and 90th. If you're west on Dodge, delays from 680 to 114th. And a little bit of slow going on eastbound L Street from I-80 to 102nd. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
So Saul's Jewelry and Loan dealing with designer bags. What is another option that our clients have if they don't want to actually sell their item?
If you're looking to borrow some money, you don't necessarily want to get rid of it. We can hold on to it for safekeeping until you're ready to come pick it back up.
The GOAT is coming to Kansas City. Sporting KC will host Inter Miami and Lionel Messi, the greatest of all time, at the loudest stadium in the world. See Johnny Russell, Alan Pulido, and the rest of your hometown team take on Messi, Luis Suarez, and more at GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium on Saturday, April 13th. It's the soccer capital of America versus the greatest of all time. Get your tickets while you still can at sportingkc.com.
Don't let power outages disrupt your life. Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More is here to help ensure your home stays powered no matter what. Introducing the ultimate solution for uninterrupted power, the Generac Whole Home Generator. From keeping your lights on to running your appliances, say goodbye to inconveniences and hello to peace of mind. Invest in a whole home generator today and never worry about power outages again. Stay connected, stay comfortable, and stay protected. Call now and get a free surge protector with a new install. While supplies last, call 402-934-7003 or just call Burton.com.
It's easy to see the common signs of transmission trouble.
If your engine revs before it falls into gear. If it seems to switch gears for no reason. So watch for the signs. Certified transmission. The job done right at the right price.
Spring is in sight. Looking to wake up your yard this season? Make your neighbors green with envy with Lanahaw's wide selection of landscape supplies and homegrown plant material. Get a head start today. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Creighton Sports Update.
Creighton softball is back. The team hosts Ryder tomorrow afternoon in a doubleheader beginning at 1 p.m. All fans receive free admittance to all home softball games. For more information or to follow along on all things Creighton, visit gocreighton.com. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
And the size of that thing. Oh, massive.
On 1620 The Zone.
Baseball's almost too fun. You want to like ice cream. You couldn't eat it every day.
Baseball. College baseball. Oh, my goodness. Patrick Roach to left, and it's gone. 11 home runs today. And 7 for Boston College.
It is now laughable. Wooden bats and rubber bats. Much better than the first one, Nick.
Thank you.
Also, Boston College.
Yep.
Boston College.
That actually just happened yesterday.
I don't believe it. I was like, what the hell is this game?
I was looking for Boston College highlights because I thought it'd be a funny bit. Then I came across this game where there was all those home runs.
Look
they were
at
playing
Boston
North Carolina.
College.
Remember North Carolina?
Oh, I remember North Carolina. You know what, Nick? It's great that you mentioned North Carolina because that's the state that we're visiting in today's edition
And there
of
it is.
Wooden Hats or Wooden Bats.
Whoa. Wow. Change the intro,
Wooden
change the name
hats
of the segment.
and rubber bats, baby. Folks, they came up last year when this segment was called Baseball. And Jimmie, it's time that they make a return visit to the festivities. You want to guess which program we're talking about today in the state of North Carolina?
NC State?
No, they're going to come up though casually. We're talking about Duke.
Duke.
The Duke Blue Devils. Did you know, Nick, that they are now 13-2?
Whoa!
On the season.
That's a record.
They traveled to number 1 Wake Forest over the weekend.
Who will not make it to Omaha because that's just what the number 1 team in the country
More
does.
like
Bingo.
Woke Forest.
Woke Forest, yeah. Go woke, go broke.
Shout out Hunter Salas.
They took 2 of 3 from them, and in 2 of the victories, Jimmie, the Duke Blue Devils scored 18 runs total. And how about this? Duke has not made the Men's College World Series since John was 20 years old back in 1961.
Oh,
got him!
Roasted.
But this year might finally be the time that Duke makes their long-anticipated, long-awaited return to the ballpark in downtown Omaha.
Is this our adopted team this season,
Duke
Josh?
might be our adopted team because we love the Devils, the Blue Devils, in fact. Now, Jimmie...
Where's the Herm Edwards drop when you need it?
Erroneously, Jimmie thinks that I don't work the College World Series. I don't know where he got that idea from. Jimmie goes
You
on
don't.
vacations
You
in
do
June.
shows in between.
Not me.
All
the
you
College
do
World
is
Series.
talk for 5 minutes and eat salads.
Sometimes.
Those
And
are
I'm
the
all out of salad.
Those are the best shows.
I'm still pissed about that. They're playing Ryder in 2 games this week.
What are they writing?
They're currently,
Hardly newer. How about this, though,
your
Nick?
boys are currently down 4-0, by the way.
Admission is literally free.
Yo.
The game just... who's down?
Duke, 4-0.
What?
Ryder right now.
Son of a bitch.
More like puke.
Yeah, if you're a friend of the Grum right now that's listening in North Carolina, go support our Blue Devils today and tomorrow. They need you. They also host a top 10 Clemson this weekend. They travel to NC State for a series next weekend. Many are saying that Duke is for real, and I am here to say that they are for real, and they got to prove it by coming back against Ryder and going to the College World Series.
They may be in a good situation because Charlie Bellinson, their Duke Student Athlete of the Week, is the number 1, the nation's leader in saves and lockdowns, and with 2 guys or more on base. in the
Agreed.
country.
Wow. I knew those exact stats.
Hell yeah.
So look at that. This segment, not just about bitching about D1 baseball's garbage-ass rankings. Duke!
Wood bats and rubber hats.
There you go. Wooden bats and rubber hats.
Is that better?
What a segment. Way better. Plus, it has a stinger, which is nice. Nice to have a stinger.
6 people know what that means.
A stinger?
Yeah.
A stinger is when you play a little sound effect at the end of the segment.
Yeah.
There you go.
Radio.
Now our entire audience.
Or at the beginning if you don't want to do a whole hullabaloo.
Or if you don't want to do a whole hullabaloo. There you go.
My below average producer doesn't give us stingers.
Whoa! I just saw that guy out there.
I know he's got his
and I was worried.
radio on in his office. That's the only reason.
He's too busy corporating.
He is being
He
corporate.
came downstairs.
Picking out sweater vests.
I was like,
what is he, a Creighton
I almost
grad?
asked him, like, hey, you standing tall in that bathroom still, bro? I can see your head sometimes.
I was going to ask if he wanted to come in and give us his bathroom takes, but I've been told I'm not allowed to book guests on the show.
Thank you for yes, you
Just
are not,
go
Jimmy.
through
This
me.
isn't your show. You are correct.
Go-
Let's just start booking people at Happer show. Get him in trouble with.
I'm
people.
going to start booking people for your show.
Just have something.
exactly.
That's fine.
I could
we love
do that.
guests. We love guests.
I will
Call
tell
in.
you about it, though.
There you
cannot
go.
do that, by
yeah,
the way,
yeah.
but-
We'll do that, Nick, and then
Oh.
some people can show up at the station, and then they'll be like, "What the hell? I thought I was coming on your show."
That'll be fun.
A fine, handsome man with a mustache booked me.
I'll start giving
No,
you all
Nick
the.
said he was going to do it.
Oh,
I'll start
wow.
booking all the Iowa high schools.
We've had Iowa high schools on our show.
All of them.
Not all of them.
all
We
the
don't.
Colorado high schools.
If you're
No.
in Iowa high school and like to come on our show, get at us after hour 1620 on Twitter.
Wow, how about that?
Go Hawks.
I can't believe this Aaron Rodgers news. I hope that it happens. I know Jimmy is getting very uncomfortable bringing up politics. I hope that Aaron Rodgers retires to run for president with RFK.
Somebody tweeted out just a picture of Aaron Rodgers and said the Vikings have the opportunity to do the funniest thing. If they just go get Aaron Rodgers to a la Brett Favre,
this is great.
It would be
Josh,
funny.
before 2016, I would have said this is ridiculous. Something like this would never happen.
Nothing is ridiculous anymore, Nick.
Nothing matters anymore.
We do have breaking news though.
What?
Is it? Is it?
I don't know. I don't even know what he's talking
Nick?
about.
Just push the drop.
Sports Flash. Time for an Unsportsmanlike Conduct Sports Flash update. Sports Flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
You only get one, Jimmy.
I hate when players do this. Deebo Samuel is changing his number from 19 to 1.
That is not sports flash
It
worthy.
is. It is if you're a 49ers fan, and as I am.
What the hell?
I hate this. I
Jimmy?
hate this. I hate this. Why?
Why?
I hate
Why
it.
is changing
If you're
the
not
number?
changing teams, why are you changing numbers? I don't like it.
Sometimes you get bored of a number.
Get bored of a number. Yeah. It's like
Unless
breaking
that
up,
number
Nick,
is 1620. That's the best number.
that many are saying. It's a
Maybe
great
Deebo
number.
Samuel
Unless
should
you
change
like
his number to 16 20.
2016, the game.
No, we don't like them. They're the
Yeah.
Shadow Realm version of us.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, what's going on?
They all
over
have
in the-
goatees.
Yeah, and I'm booking guests for Jimmy's show.
Yeah. You're welcome to.
What, number one? He's number one now.
Yeah.
See it?
Hate it.
That's better than he wants to trade.
It's true. It's
He's
fine. I
still
mean,
on the
as long as
team.
it keeps him happy, that's
Can't believe
fine.
you
I
made
just-
me waste a sports flash on
It-
that.
was
You're
it-
banned
was-
from sports flash.
Was it not a breaking news?
Nick, thank you.
Was
That's
it was it not breaking news?
No,
I wouldn't.
I didn't
consider
tell you
that
to play
breaking.
Nobody
Sports Flash.
cares.
I just said it was breaking news.
You said play the drop.
What drop could you have possibly meant, Jimmy?
I don't know. You got a breaking news drop? We do it on
No.
our show. Maybe I was talking about the one from our show.
No, that's the one that used to be from Unsportsmanlike Conduct. The one that's called Breaking News. The one that goes dun 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 dun. That
No,
one?
that's
Oh,
not.
okay.
Hmm.
All right, that's one that the Happer Show uses.
Oh.
All right, when we return, we will talk about the college football playoff, and we're going to discuss it on its merits. What do we like? What do we dislike? And are we sure that it is actually going to be what has been described lately? We will do that, plus Steve Sipple coming up in the happy hour, and who knows what else. Jimmy, though, I can promise this, no more sports
We'll get his
flashes
takes on number changes.
from Jimmy.
Yeah.
No more. We are done with
gross.
those. We are done with those. All right, college football playoff when we return here on 1620 The Zone.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
You know what Mentality can help you with? Low energy, motivation, weight gain, muscle loss, fatigue, tired all the time, feeling anxious, moody, irritability, impatience, anxiety, and depression. Mentality can help you with their board-certified physicians and their testosterone treatments that can take care of you and get you back in the game. You can regain normal function and restore your ability to perform normally at all levels just by Mentality. Set up an appointment today. Go to lowtusa.com. Get back in the game. Don't sit on the sidelines and let Mentality lead the way.
Not too long ago, I heard Jensen Tire and Auto guarantees if you find a tire they carry advertised by a local competitor at a lower price, they'll match it. I'm always looking for a great deal, so I thought I'd see for myself. Try as I might, I couldn't find a better price than at Jensen. So I bought my tires there. And guess what? They had the tires I wanted at the right price, and they had me in and out in no time. Sure, I'll always be on the lookout for a great deal. And if I happen to find one, I'm bringing it to Jensen because I know they'll match it. Plus, I'll get their amazing customer service.
Hi, I'm Matt Jensen, president of Jensen Tire and Auto, inviting you to experience the difference at our locally owned and family-owned company. Check us out at jensentireandauto.com today.
Get ready for warm weather driving with early spring tire deals at Jensen. Save up to $200 on Goodyear, Cooper, General, Continental, Maxxis, and Kelly tires. Check out Jensen's early spring tire deals at jensentireandauto.com today.
Hey, Omaha dog lovers, get ready for more wags and more fun. Hound HQ, your dog's favorite spot for daycare, boarding, and top-notch grooming, is now open. At Hound HQ, there's plenty of space for a pup to sleep, play, and everything in between. Plus, our expert groomers are here to ensure your furry family member always looks fabulous. Join our pack on Facebook and Instagram at The Hound HQ, or visit our website, thehoundhq.com, and sign up your dog today. Hound HQ, more wags, more fun.
When you keep a car for a long time, it becomes a classic. When you keep your air conditioner for a long time, it becomes, well, let's just say it doesn't get better with age. Call Standard Heating and Air Conditioning and have your old air conditioner checked out. If it's needed, you can have a brand new Carrier air conditioner installed in no time with fast and easy financing. When the other companies send salesmen, Standard sends qualified technicians. It's just part of the way we do the things we do.
Carrier, turn to the experts.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Steve Sipple still to come in this hour and more on this edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Before we get to the college football playoff, Jed tweets in, Jimmie, and says Deebo Samuel is a bust.
Incorrect.
He hasn't
statement.
won a Super Bowl.
He's won a playoff game.
Hasn't won a Super Bowl, though.
One more playoff games Mike Trout has.
Nick, what do we think? Label Deebo a bust?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, plus he has number 1 now. Changed his number. Very bust-like of him.
Yeah.
Very, very bust-like.
Was it that quote from Game of Thrones? Anyone who says he's a king is not a king.
Nice. Well played, Nick. So last week we were talking about, I don't even remember, Jimmie. What were we talking about?
Talked about a lot of things.
We did talk about a lot of things, and we did talk about a lot of things today, and we'll do it again tomorrow. But the college football playoff came up.
Oh, yeah. I asked you what your thoughts were on expansion and the home playoff games versus playing neutral site games.
Yeah, so it made me realize that, first of all, it was late in the show, so we weren't going to have a chance to really get into it. But that John and I never really were able to dive into what we thought about expanding from 12 to 14 beyond.
Well, once you give your opinion, it changes.
Yeah. So a lot of stuff has changed. And so I thought, this would be a fun discussion for us to have. So just to lay out just some of the very, very basics of it, because it's going from 12 to 14, theoretically. This is not official. This is all stuff that's being reported on and bantied about inside of the room, but they are going to have to decide on it soon. So right now there is one main plan that has been reported upon. It grants 3 automatic qualifiers to the SEC, 3 automatic qualifiers to the Big Ten,
which I hate,
and then 2 to the the ACC and 2 to the Big 12, 1 to the highest ranked group of 5 program, and then 3 at large spots. So they are calling this, it's a word salad, but it is the 3-3-2-2-1 plus 3 model.
Sounds like the worst defense you've ever heard of.
It really.
That can't stick.
It's just kind of what it's not.
I mean,
even
it's very
shorthand.
much what it is.
It
but
is,
it's
yeah.
just not gonna
Give
work.
it a cool name. Call it the Sabretooth model.
So we'll call that the Sabretooth model.
Awesome.
So I'm reading from Yahoo. There is also and Nick's going to have to name this. There is the 2-2-1-1-1 plus 7 model, which grants 2 automatic berths to the SEC, 2 to the Big Ten, and then 1 to the ACC, Big 12, and G5 with 7 at-large spots. What shall we call this one, Nick?
Octopus.
So we have the Sabretooth model and the Octopus model. And finally, I don't know if we have to change this one, Nick. There's the 5+9 model, which essentially is like the 5+7, but
with 2 more teams.
14.
Okay, so we have Sabretooth, Octopus,
and 14.
Okay, so that's what we have. Those are just, if you missed out on what are the machinations of each of these, those are kind of what we are discussing. Now,
machination.
You hopped in right away and said, I hate it.
Yeah.
You hate the...
I hate the... And I get why. And I understand it benefits Nebraska to some degree, but I hate we're going to put the Big Ten and SEC up on this platform above everybody else type situation. The best thing about the way the college football playoff structure is supposed to work.
You're talking about the 12-team model?
Yeah, is it makes sense. You have the automatic qualifiers automatically from the conferences, and that's all you're guaranteed. I don't think it kind of feels like we're rewarding mediocrity to give 3 automatic bids to these leagues because listen, it'll probably be your champion and your runner-up, and then another team.
I was going to say, to play
2
devil's advocate.
2 makes sense.
See, to play devil's advocate, because for the record, I don't like it either, but to play devil's advocate, I don't think it is rewarding mediocrity because I'm guessing most years the Big Ten is going to get 3 teams in and the SEC is going to get 3 teams anyway.
Right, but I think most people feel that way, so I don't understand what the point. It almost feels like you.
So why have to do this if we think it's going to do this?
It
anyway?
almost feels like you don't believe in your league and you're asking for this because it's not going to be that situation.
Let me throw this at you because we haven't really had a chance to get into this too much. Is this actually a benefit, though, to the ACC and Big 12 to the point where you could almost make an argument, Florida State, look, you might get less revenue, but as long as your house is in order, you're pretty much in the playoff every year.
Yeah.
Think about a Big 12. If you're like, we just got to get top 2, we just have to make the conference title game and we could go to the playoff. That's pretty solid.
And maybe that's what they're saying right now. Jimmy Allen, shut up. We're fine. We're good.
We want this.
We got a spot. We got 2. You're giving us 2 guaranteed
spots.
We'll take it. But I mean, it just kind of feels like it cheapens the SEC and the Big Ten to some degree.
What do you like about this? Is there anything you like about this model? Because we have, John and I, and you and I now so far today, we have very much picked and prodded at this model.
I like the 12-team model much better.
Yeah.
I really do.
What do you like about this model?
Nothing really, if I'm being honest about it. I don't like it at all. I think it makes the regular season lesser than, which is what makes college football special.
Yep.
And I think it's too many teams. Football is not basketball. We have to quit looking at March Madness and say, but look how March Madness works. And it's so great. We give all these teams an opportunity. You're not giving these teams an opportunity to win a national championship. You're giving them more money. And that shouldn't be the ultimate goal in sports is to define a champion. And that's not what we're doing here.
Though they certainly would disagree and say that is not the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is to make money.
Yeah. That's sports at its base, not
the
what you watch on TV on Saturdays.
Yeah. What do we think this means in terms of the raw breakdown of home games, bowl games? What I find interesting is, in the 12-team model that we are going to get for 2 years, I've been making the argument for a while that it is going to lead to fan bases and programs demanding home games at a more readily available clip because teams 5 through 8 are going to get to host games.
Yeah.
Whereas there is a reward for an idle week, for a bye week, but I mean, everyone's getting 2 weeks off between these games anyway, given the way that the calendar of December works.
Could it work against you?
Yeah,
because you're too much time off.
Bingo. So I feel like this, in theory, you have the same number of games in the first round like you do in the NFL, so you'd have 6. So in theory, you'd have 6 home playoff games that weekend, and then after that, then it would move into the bowl games, or would they still be able to do another weekend of home games? That's always the question that I have with this stuff is what does it mean for home games?
And I guess that's my biggest problem with the current iteration of the 12-team playoff is it really almost incentivizes Notre Dame not to join a conference to some degree, right? Because they're already getting a bowl game but not having to play a conference championship, or they're getting a bye but not having to play a conference championship. And they're going to get, if they're in that situation, they're more than likely going to be one of the top 8 seeds anyway. So they will get home field advantage and get a home game and extra revenue. So it almost gives them incentive not to join a conference.
I keep seeing you tweet about Notre Dame in a conference. You think they're going to get forced to join?
I mean, I think that's the ultimate goal. I think that what everybody the pieces that the Big Ten and the SEC and to some degree the ACC are making are trying to get the people in South Bend, Indiana, in their boat.
But if that's the goal, then why have all of these avenues that allows them to get into the playoff?
Because they're athletic directors on the playoff committee.
So then it doesn't seem like they're doing a very good job.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I mean, when you go out and you get USC to join the Big Ten, it felt like that was a direct opportunity to try to get. Hey, listen, we got Michigan, we got Michigan State. Now we have Notre Dame, or now we have USC. Hey, Notre Dame, if you want to keep playing your conference or your big rivals, you're probably going to make them conference rivals and jump ship over here. And
yet they don't care.
And I mean, it's all a ploy to get a key to the vault that Notre Dame has and get that Notre Dame revenue.
Yeah, and they
haven't balked. They have not made.
They have no reason to.
Yeah.
As long as I remember when the playoff first came out, when they announced the 12-teamer, and people were like, "Oh my gosh!" I remember John had the reaction. Wow, Notre Dame's going to hate this. And then literally 5 minutes later, Jack Swarbrick had a quote like, "Yeah, we love this idea. We're super excited about it." Even though
it benefited them maybe more than anybody.
They could never get a bye. They could never be a top 4 team because they're not going to be a conference.
But they
champion.
have one already by not having a conference championship game.
They don't have to worry about playing a conference championship.
And they get revenue by having home games. And with the 14/16 team models, I kind of want I have this weird divide where I'm like, man, a playoff game on a college campus would be amazing.
Yes.
But I'm like, I hate, I'm never, if it's in Lincoln, I'm going to go. But I'm always like, but it's going to be cold. You know what I mean?
You think that's a negative?
I just think that
Jimmie,
I'm just kind of old and crotchety now. I'm like, sad. I can sit on my couch and be warm.
This is your worst take yet.
I don't know.
I'm concerned.
It'll look great on TV, and I will enjoy watching it. I'm just not.
Don't worry, Nebraska's barely going to make it anyway, so just view it from the television property.
Yeah,
wow, I'm stunned.
Maybe they could play a road playoff game.
I'm stunned that a Northerner views this as a negative.
Yeah, I don't know. I've always been kind of.
So do you wish that NFL playoff games were neutral sites?
Wish every NFL stadium was a dome.
This is so disappointing, Jimmie.
What?
I do.
Wait, do you really?
Yeah.
What, Jimmie?
I want the best football to be decided where elements don't matter.
Gross.
The elements are part of the game.
Really? As a Dolphins fan, you want that
they
take
were.
after your negative 15?
They were part of the
game. That was part of the
4
game.
people have died, or were they hospitalized? Something serious happened to 4 people.
They've had to
amputated.
They've had to have body parts removed.
Yeah, that's the situation we live in.
Yeah.
The alternative is to have the billionaires just put a dome over the top and put heat inside.
No, this is a wild take. This is a horrible opinion.
Yeah.
Yes,
I can't believe. I thought you were doing a bit at first.
No, to me, it's not even the cold temperatures. I would just rather see, specifically in the NFL, the best players be put in a situation where nothing other than the play on the field determines the outcome, which is what they do for the Super Bowl.
Dave writes, I'm not surprised Jimmie is a fair weather fan.
Literally, I love fair weather.
Yeah, that's a bad take. Mike says, I thought Notre Dame was punting on getting home playoff games. No, they are allowed. They are indeed allowed to have home playoff games. It just depends on for the next 2 years, they have to be seeded 5, 6, 7, or 8. And I will actually push back on you a little bit. I don't think that this is like some guarantee. Like, were they in the top 12 this last year? If they were, they barely were in the top 12.
That's the only part against this argument. The last 3 seasons, you wouldn't be able to have the argument. But if they're in a situation where they're making the playoffs, more times than not, they're probably going to be in a situation where they're
maybe. I don't want to.
If they're top 12 in the country, you don't think that they're probably going to be somewhere between 5 and 8 because of just
why can't they just be between 9 and 12? No, see, if you're saying because they're Notre Dame, no, totally disagree. If they're outside of the top 12 now, I don't think that they're going to get.
Yeah, but they've had like 3 losses. I'm saying if they're in a situation like how often are they in the top 12 where they're not in the upper echelon of the top 15, right? Like very rarely.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, part of it too is I don't really know if I buy Marcus Freeman a whole lot.
Right. But I mean, if this is the long-term plan and how we started the sentence or the segment, it's probably not going to be no matter what the situation is. But if this is the long-term plan, it feels like it benefits Notre Dame more than anybody.
Interesting. Andrew says Jimmie is a ginger and has no soul to keep him warm. Is that what's going on?
Wow. It's got a little bit to do with it.
Let's see. Mike says I can't even create these freezing cold takes. Kenneth says they will be at 10-2 98% of the time. Talking about Notre Dame. Now, that's a hot take, Josh. Freeman building a monster. He is recruiting very, very well.
98% of the time.
I need to see them start winning more games, though, to really go all in on them being this awesome, awesome football team.
And I think if they're 10
they were 9-3 this year, and they lost to Clemson.
If they're 10-2, I think they're probably going to be flirting around the 5 to 8 range.
You think so? I mean,
Yeah.
that's a lot of teams that would be up there. So I'm just looking at recent years, just trying to find.
I did this case study the other day, and I was like, there's literally no comparison other than like national championship years.
I mean, look, 10-2 is a great record, though.
Yeah.
So it's hard.
Yeah, for
it's
sure.
hard to argue that.
And
like,
obviously, you got to get there first.
You know, like 2 years ago, they were an 11-1, or 3 years ago rather, they were an 11-1 team, and so obviously they were going to be inside of the top 5. See, honestly, Jimmy, the issue is that most years recently they have not really gone 10-2 in the regular.
That's why I laughed at
All right, so
at
here's
the 98%. Thing.
Yeah, so 2019 they were 10-2 and they entered the bowl season 15. So I mean that's pretty far away from 8, let alone 5. So
say that again. Sorry.
In 2019 they went 10-2 in the regular season and they entered bowl season ranked 15th. So I just don't think it's but I am someone, and I will admit this.
What season was that?
That was 2019.
2019 Notre Dame.
I am not someone who thinks that
who were their 2 losses to?
Who thinks Notre Dame is going to get propped up because they are Notre Dame. I don't think that matters anymore. But I know that I am perhaps
they entered bowl season 15th.
I
in that
told
situation?
you. Yes, I told
Their
you.
losses were to number 3 Georgia, number 19 Michigan. Who the hell was doing the rankings that season?
Maybe this Jimmie. Let's see. In 2015, they entered the bowl season 8, so they would have hosted a playoff game versus a 9 seed. But I just don't think that it's as like a big.
Were there just a bunch of 1-loss teams in 2019?
Oh yeah, dude, that was the year with LSU,
right?
With
Yeah,
Ohio State, with Clemson. That was the top 4 or in the top 3. Obviously, Ohio State was up there.
Yeah, so there's the difference. Is every other team in the top 11 had 11 wins. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know if that's going to be the norm.
We'll see. There you go.
All right.
I don't like it. It certainly seems like we're in agreement on disliking the 14 team. The thing, one more before we get to Sipple. The thing that I find interesting about some of the reporting is that it does not seem like maybe the current proposed 14 with the 3 and the 3 and the, what did you call it, Nick? What was the first plan called?
The first one was the Sabertooth.
Yeah, it seems like the Sabertooth plan might not be as like a big of a slam dunk as we thought it could be.
Which is stupid because these are the people that were voting on it.
Yeah. So the concept, by the way, of the Big Ten and SEC holding exclusive rights over the first 2 round buys has also received enough pushback that many expected to be tabled. So that is something that I know has been reported on in recent weeks. So that was from Ross Dellinger of Yahoo. But all that said, they have to make a decision on this very, very soon. So I am very curious to see what that decision is going to look like. It bums me out. I wish they could just move forward with 12 because I really do think that 12
I just wish
and
we
the
could
5
have
plus 7 is a very nice format. It's very good. It's
and just
very
something
good for
put in
everybody.
place where it's like this is the long-term plan. Like I just wish it felt like people knew what the hell they were doing.
Yeah, think about it from this perspective real quick before we talk to Sipple. The sport began in 1869.
Nice.
So from 1869 until 1998, it was pretty much the same in terms of how we crowned champions. The top 25 grew to a top 25. It originally was a much smaller.
Right.
But for the majority of the sport's history, there was no playoff. There were bowl games. Sometimes even a president decided to champion. Richard Nixon, Nick. Look it up. 1998, that was the first time we finally got 1 versus 2. That begins in 1998. That lasts until 2014. 2014, we've had a 14 playoff now for a decade. And now it's moving to 12, and then it's moving to 14. The rate at which this stuff has changed in the last 2 decades is pretty astounding.
Unprecedented. Yeah,
It is.
Yeah, we've never seen it like this
You
before.
talk to old heads 15 years ago, and you say, yeah, they should have a playoff, and it should be this big. They say, no, that'll never happen, Sonny. College football moves at too slow of a pace. And now they're going to 14 without even playing 12. Indeed, Nick.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, and I always wonder like how long people have known about like the shape the Pac-12 was in, and like if it has been this fragile for a long time, because there's always been that discussion. Why don't we just have all the Power 5 conferences as the automatic bids, and then three wild cards, where you could just have it already built in, and just your 3 highest ranked non-conference champions.
Yeah,
and then we see the Pac-12 just fall apart, and obviously that's not just another conspiracy theory, but it's just one of those things that I wonder. I often wonder, like, if that's the reason why we never necessarily saw that structure, because it was like you could see from the outside how really unstable these conferences are.
Yeah, I think it's because they're idiots.
Would it be like would it be like a Duke update or an up Duke?
Yes, let's get an up Duke, Nick.
Currently the bottom of the 7th, Duke is at bat with 1 out.
Yeah.
There's 1 on base.
Yeah.
They escaped the top of the 7th. Their pitcher 7.3 ERA. So tough look for Ryder.
That's not very good.
So
No.
what's the score, though?
6-0.
Oh.
Well, you really buried the lead there, Nick.
Yeah.
It
He
seemed
made it sound like they were coming back.
Yeah, I was
and
like,
Duke's up
let's go
5-4.
Yeah, they're getting killed.
Yeah.
All right. Steve Sipple.
What a bad take by you.
When we were hey,
Can't even beat Ryder.
it's a long season, Jimmy. It's
Yeah,
a long season.
baseball's a marathon,
not a sprint.
It's a marathon. And I know about marathons.
He's of them.
Yeah,
He
I'm
is
not
of
of
running.
sprinting, but I am of marathoning. All right, Steve Sipple when we return here on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, we've got a crash blocking the right shoulder on westbound Highway 370 just past I-80 around the Wickersham Road intersection. Also, delays on westbound I-80 between 680 and Q Street. Delays on eastbound I-80 between 84th and 72nd. Also, delays on westbound L Street around 90th. Delays on eastbound Dodge between 680 and 90th. Same goes on westbound Dodge between 680 and 114th. And then delays on eastbound Industrial Road from 156th to 144th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
If you have a large amount of gold or precious metals and want the best price with no waiting, Saul's makes it easy and fast. Any amount of gold, silver, or jewelry, no limit, immediate payment. Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
The College Basketball Championship is fast approaching, and 1620 The Zone has your chance to win a local 1620 The Watch Party at Backlot Tap House in Exarban for you and your crew. Come on! Plus, we're taking 1620 The Watch Party to Las Vegas. One grand prize winner will score a flyaway to Las Vegas to stay at the Circa Resort and Casino. Join in on the madness. Don't miss your shot to enter to win now at 1620thezone.com. Powered by Circa Resort and Casino and Backlot Tap House.
Hey, it's Happer for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and the NBA playoffs are right around the corner, and FanDuel is putting the ball in your court for the rest of the NBA season, because right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $200 if your bet wins. Take a look at the slate this week, and there's plenty of options for you. You can go with a quick bet, a live same-game parlay, player props, and plenty more, or the good old-fashioned money line and the spread. If you got an edge on something, take advantage of it on the FanDuel Sportsbook. Just head to FanDuel.com/Happer and make your first bet a layup. $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. And that's, of course, with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
You know what mentality can help you with? Low energy, motivation, weight gain, muscle loss, fatigue, tired all the time, feeling anxious, moody, irritability, impatience, anxiety, and depression. Mentality can help you with their board-certified physicians and their testosterone treatments that can take care of you and get you back in the game. You can regain normal function and restore your ability to perform normally at all levels just by mentality. Set up an appointment today. Go to lowtusa.com. Get back in the game. Don't sit on the sidelines and let mentality lead the way.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. From your mom.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
And he joins us right now on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. His name is Steve Sipple. Sip, what up?
What do you call that? The Thesaurus hotline?
The 42 Degrees The Source hotline.
Oh, the source.
Yeah. The Thesaurus hotline. That sounds...
Could be with Sip on the line.
That's like a dictionary radio station, and we're not one of those.
That'd be incredible if it was the Thesaurus.
Yeah, the Thesaurus literally sponsors the whole hotline.
Can we get Webster to do
yeah,
that?
I want to know what kind of radio station that would be.
Well, after today's show, I think we need the Urban Dictionary.
That seems like an NPR thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It does sound like an NPR thing.
Sip, it's funny. We were going to start at some point today talking about the Trev Alberts quotes to you and how Nebraska is now very soft in their scheduling, and we just didn't have a chance to get to it. I'm very sad that Nebraska football is going the way of all of these weak whack programs and scheduling non-conference fun football games. It's very, very sad.
I can't tell if you're being facetious or not.
You can't.
I am. I mean, we talked about it a few weeks ago. I'm bummed, but I understand why they're doing it.
Well, I mean, it's not. I don't know if it's anything to be bummed about. You got to thread the needle a little bit in that conversation. I think you can still have a schedule that's representative and not just completely awful. And I don't think you would. I mean, I think there could be a year when you play a Power 4, Power 5 program. I just think you've got to be careful which ones you're going after. So I agree with the premise. I hate to say it because it doesn't make for very good radio, but I see it. I see both sides of it. It's certainly understandable. Rules position is really understandable. You know, it makes sense. I mean, you added Oregon, Washington, USC, and UCLA. You know, not all of them at once, but onto your schedule on a pretty annual basis. So I don't know. Seems like that's enough to me. That's enough for me.
You mentioned, Sip, in there about let me find the exact quote, or basically you mentioned the teams that they have on schedule in 24 and 25. Those are Colorado and then Cincinnati and Indy. And then you said, look for those to stay intact, but you wonder about Nebraska's home and home series with Tennessee, Arizona, Oklahoma, and Oklahoma State. Like, when do you think we get word on those games if they're going to make changes? If those are going to go the way of the dodo bird, like how soon do you think we're going to know something like that?
I don't know. It's tricky because there's two entities you're dealing with. There's two sets of officials at two different universities, Tennessee and Nebraska, Oklahoma State, Nebraska. So you never know how it's all going to work out. Trev, obviously if you listen to it, he wasn't they can't really be forthcoming because their contracts. And I don't know where they're at with, I don't know exactly how it works. I'm not an attorney. So it just sounds to me like they're going to go away, and they'll go away in due time. It depends which game you're talking about. It depends what series you're talking about. But it doesn't, for instance, the Oklahoma series I think it's 2029 and 2030. I don't, what's the rush, and getting word on that? It'll happen.
You brought it up. I mean, do you think that when we've seen the back-to-back games with Colorado, the back-to-back games with Oklahoma, do you think there'll just be this concentrated effort to try to keep old Big 8 teams on the schedule going forward?
Well, Rule did say that he would like to keep it kind of regional, but he didn't mention old Big 8. I mean, I think he mentioned Northern Iowa, for instance. It would make sense to me to play in Iowa State, Kansas State, Kansas. Now, those are not easy games. That's the thing.
Right.
But yeah, I think they want to. I think Rule mentioned the preference of staying in the region. Trev didn't mention that. It'll be kind of interesting to see how that shakes out. I think, and I kind of deal with in this way all the time with everything. I'm not too worried about 2027 right now. I don't even know what the hell the Big Ten is going to look like. I don't get too wrapped up in any of these long-term college football, conundrums that we find ourselves talking about this time of year, because I don't know what everything's going to look like.
Right.
God only knows what it's going to look like in 2027. So I concern myself with 2024. I know what that is. 2025, that'll be Cincinnati and Indianapolis. And then beyond that, who knows?
Steve Sipple, HuskerOnline.com, part of the On3 Network, joining us right now on the program. Looking at Hoop Sip, I wonder what you think it would mean if this group is actually unable to get it done. We've looked at it from the positive perspective so many times. What would it mean if they could win their first tournament game? Could this be the beginning of something? I don't mean to be negative, but I do wonder what you think happens if this group doesn't get it done, given that, that means you start from square one all over again next year in terms of trying to get that elusive tournament win.
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, you're not starting from square one, Josh, because you have so much talent back. You have so many of those. You're probably going to have most of the team back. You lose Alec and Casey and Boogie Coleman, I know the way I'd look at it is if they would happen to get bounced in the first round, well, they'll have a great chance next year.
Mm-hmm.
The program, Fred's done a good job here now. I mean, he has. He's got a good core of guys in there, and they're mature, good players. So I don't think it would. I mean, there's a scenario that I've seen that's interesting. That if you win the Big Ten tournament, then get bounced, how crushing that would be. I don't know. I don't know that it would be that crushing. Winning the Big Ten would be incredible. And, then it becomes like, I heard you and John talking the other day. And I, Josh, I just happen to agree with John. It's a matchup-driven conversation. I mean, what kind of matchup do you get in that first round? And then go from there. If you get a favorable matchup and lose, yeah, then it's it's more dispiriting than if you play like 2014 when Nebraska played Baylor, and you had to kind of study that game for about 7 minutes before you realized, ooh, this is a bad matchup. I mean, this is not good. And then when they're warming up, you're like, okay, this isn't a good matchup. And then the game started, you're like, no, that wasn't a good matchup. So will it be like that? I don't know. Nebraska is a tough team to deal with because they have a unique offense and they play a unique defense. So they're a tough scout. I think that could work to their advantage in the NCAA tournament, as could K-State. Especially the way they let teams. The Big Ten officials let people be so physical with K-State. It's kind of ridiculous at times. and that won't happen in the state tournament. I think you'll have a little more freedom. But I go back to Nebraska's a tough scout. I mean, they're unique. They run unique systems, especially on defense.
Sorry, go ahead.
They're going to be. I'll be really surprised, guys, if they don't win a first round game.
With this team this season, we've seen so many guys be accountable. You don't need one player to really pull the wagon for you. If you're to narrow down the most important player heading into the March Madness tournament, who would you say it is?
Oh, Jimmie, I saw that post on the message board. It's a really good question. The most important, I think, is Casey, because he's just those outbursts of scoring that he has are unique. There's not many players that, for instance, on Sunday morning, scoring 23 points the first half and the way he did it. There's not many guys in the country that can do that. It's he or Juwan Gary, I think. Juwan Gary's really important defensively. He's important on the glass, and he can score. So, there's times where Gary will light it up a little bit. He can score from the perimeter. He's good. He's a decent 3-point shooter with that big arcing rainbow shot, and then he obviously is good in the lane. So and he runs the floor really well. So I think it's those two, but I'd probably lean toward K-State right now. He's healthy. He's in a pretty good groove. And come on. I mean, in the first round of the NCAA tournament, if he comes out and scores 20 points in the first half, you'll feel pretty good.
So Sip and Steve Sipple joining us right now. This is kind of along the lines of Jimmie's question. What is the biggest reason that you think that this group is going to get that first tournament win? And from the other perspective, if they're not beyond matchups, is there something that you look at with this group of players and role guys and whatever that you're like, that could be their undoing, if they're going to lose in the first round?
Oh, I mean, what I said earlier applies, that they're a tough scout, but also they're just dangerous. They're really dangerous offensively because it's not just K-State. Fred did a good job of putting shooters around him. Shooters, I mean, I know it sounds odd, but I mean, I've just watched so much basketball over the years where I watch a team and I'm like, man, that coach really put together a beautiful looking team, but the guys can't shoot. Fred put together a team around K-State with good shooters. I mean, Brink, look at him shoot the ball from the perimeter. Bryce Williams can shoot the ball. I mean, Halleck hits that corner three sometimes. Gary's scorer. They're dangerous. That's the best word for them. They're mature, so I don't think they're going to get rattled by anything. Like if they play in Omaha and and how crazy that hot that ticket would be, and just how hot that gym will be, they'll handle it. They handle that stuff well. I don't even think you can say Sip. They're terrible on the road. I don't know. They kind of answered that question. And then their undoing is the point guard thing. I mean, now Bryce Williams has handled it well though. So, but he's not a traditional point guard. And there's been times I go to the Rutgers game where there's periods of the Rutgers game at home recently where they looked a little frazzled. They got kind of just uneven at times. So they have those times. But by and large, I think Bryce Williams has done a great job. And I would describe him as a natural point guard.
What do you think the floor and the ceiling is as far as seeding goes in the March Madness tournament for this team? How high do you think they could be, and how low do you think they could be?
If you win the Big Ten tournament, he's talking about a 5 or 6 probably, right?
Right.
I don't think it would get lower than a 10. And it's important because you almost sometimes want to avoid the 8-9 game because you got to play the 1 right after that.
Mm-hmm.
10 sometimes looks a little better to me, but whatever. I mean, it's gonna get really interesting, no matter what happens in Minneapolis. But it's a draw. It's largely dependent on the draw, but there's not too many teams I think they would draw that would that would. I don't know. I have to look around. I shouldn't be commenting. I haven't watched that much basketball this year. I've watched Nebraska though, and they match up well with just about basically anybody in the Big Ten. So I can't believe it'd be too much different elsewhere.
Sip, along those lines, we were talking earlier about just how different this March and February has been because the basketball team has been so good. And obviously here in Omaha, obviously we're covering Creighton as well, and they're having another tremendous season on their way to a very high seed in the tournament. As someone that you've mentioned it many times, you're pumped about spring ball. You can't wait to get going. What has this been like for you? Like, have you found yourself enjoying, there's this other story right now versus just continuing to count down and ask the same questions about the football program?
Well, for most of the season, I didn't cover it very hard. Then we started having a guy, me, at the games writing a quick gamer where we needed a quick gamer to go up, and I was fulfilling that role for the final 5 or 6 home games, and I got into it. And that would be hard not to get into it because Nebraska won 6 of its last 7 games. It was a thing here. I mean, the PBA was an incredible environment, and now they have a chance to do something the program's never done, and that meaning winning in the NCAA tournament. But that's preceded by, Nebraska's got a legitimate chance to win the Big Ten tournament. They have a very legitimate chance. So it's I'm a little Johnny-come-lately on the whole thing. But it's exciting. I'm going to Minneapolis, and I'm looking forward to it. I don't even remember the last time I've been to a conference tournament. I used to cover them all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd go down to the Big 12 tournaments all the time. So I'm excited. I am. I can't. It's we're talking about a team that can do some damage now. It's weird. It's almost
very.
Surreal. It is. It seems almost surreal. But we're here, and it'll probably, honestly, guys, it probably won't really hit me, Tom, in that arena in Minneapolis.
100%. Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.com. By the way, Sip, we got a tweet from Michael during the interview where he said a radio station sponsored by the Thesaurus would be amazing, astonishing, cool, excellent, exceptional, fabulous, great, and impressive.
Nice.
It would be many of those things and more. Many of those things and more. By the way, Sip, I couldn't believe it when I read your column. I think it was today's when you wrote, check out Nebraska's various official athletic accounts. Much of it is spectacular. You're praising social media Twitter accounts when back in the day you said, oh, they're good at Twitter, but they're not good on the field. What's happened to you? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I often insert those. I've noticed it since I started working at Husker Online because we insert a lot of those tweets.
Yes, lots of tweets in your columns.
Yeah, and I've come to rely on it, and then that's what I've kind of noticed. Wow,
they do look good.
There's some incredible stuff on there. I mean, so yeah, it's really evolved into something. I understand why it's appealing to people.
Who's got a better Twitter game, Steve Sipple or Trev Alberts?
I don't have much of a Twitter game. I don't.
Agreed.
Yeah, I don't. I keep it very vanilla. I think there was a time where I got a little loose, but not now for some reason. I just keep it very professional.
Wow, professional Sip.
Vanilla Sip. That's what we'll call you.
Yeah.
Someone say he's a snowflake.
Jordan says sellout Sip.
Oh, alliteration.
Sellout Sip.
Yeah.
I don't know if I sold out completely.
Well, Sip, enjoy the trip to Minneapolis. Tell the crew hi for us, and we'll talk to you next Tuesday.
Jimmie, Josh, and Nick, thank you.
See you, buddy. Have a good weekend.
That's
Bye,
my name.
Sip. That's Steve Sipple of Husker Online joining us here on the 42 Degrees The Source.
They just tell somebody to have a good weekend on a
hotline.
Tuesday. That's weird.
I'm just glad he didn't call me
I'm used
Josh.
to being here on Fridays, and I just told him to have a good weekend. It's Tuesday. That's weird.
That's
Sorry.
kind of a tough look.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, you're going to the airport, and then the person says, have a nice flight, and you
You're
say,
like,
you too.
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
Enjoy your food, you too.
That'll be us in 2 weeks.
Hell yes, it will, Nick. 2 weeks. What's going on, Nick, in 2 weeks?
In 2 weeks, you tell us, Josh.
Well, you can shoot and score your way to Las Vegas during the college basketball playoff. One lucky, how about this, Nick? One lucky 1620 The Zone listener is going to snag a VIP flyaway trip to Circa Resort and Casino to watch the action on a 40-foot screen from 6 pools. And the chances don't end there. You could also win a watch party at Backlot Tap House in Exarban for you and your friends. All you got to do is go to 1620thezone.com right now to enter. Every commercial break, we hop on, we turn off our mics, and Jimmie brings up Las Vegas. And we talk about it every commercial break.
Every break.
We're
And it's
all
always
excited.
enjoyable.
Jimmy is sad because he won't be there with us, but he's happy for us because he's a good friend.
Also, going back to the Backlot watch party.
Yeah.
Is somebody going to be at one of those, Josh?
I am going to be at one of those.
Oh, you are.
I don't know which day yet. I think Thursday. But I'm going to be at one of those.
So you can hang out with Josh.
You can come and ask me any question you want. Like, are Jimmy's takes really that bad? I'm like, yeah.
Is it just a bit?
Yeah. Is Nick really that weird? Yeah.
He stands up. It's
Are
awkward.
you also a goober? Yes, I am. Whatever you want to ask.
We're all goobers.
Yeah, exactly. We can hang out. That's going to be a great time.
It's going to be
What a great
awesome.
time. Speaking of great times, we'll come back. We have more great times to come on the program today. Got a text message from one of our listeners about the schedule that we can read when we return. It looks like this person is going to be on my side, which I very much appreciate. So we'll do that on the other side here on 1620 The Zone. But first, Josh Peterson for my friends at the FanDuel Sportsbook. They are putting the ball in your court. That's a basketball pun. For the rest of the NBA season, because right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That is $200 if that bet wins. And hop on over and check out what they have going on right now on FanDuel. Whether it is for the association, they have the games tonight, they have totals, they have spreads, they have a variety of player props. Of course, the 6-leg, how about this? A 6-leg same game parlay that they pre-built, or you can build them your own. They have futures for the NFL. They have futures for college football, the NHL. I mean, there are so many things going on right now on FanDuel. And again, if you go to FanDuel.com/1620, make that first bet a layup because you can get $200 in bonus bets if your bet wins. Again, FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
The Connor Happer Show.
Basketball is better than football. It's time to finally admit it to ourselves. This state has brainwashed you for years and years and years. Football this, football this. We have to talk about all these football topics. Who's going to be the 4th-string running back this year? I'll never know. Does it matter? No, it doesn't. You ever notice how we're so happy right now and we haven't talked about football in weeks, Josh? Weeks.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Very pleasant into the evening with temperatures in the 60s and light winds. Mostly clear tonight. We'll drop back to around 40 for low. And then mostly cloudy on Wednesday, a high near 70, watching out for evening thunderstorms. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, we've got a crash blocking the right shoulder on westbound Highway 370 just past I-80 around the Wickersham Road intersection. Also, delays on westbound I-80 between 680 and Q Street. Delays on eastbound I-80 between 84th and 72nd. Also, delays on westbound L Street around 90th. Delays on eastbound Dodge between 680 and 90th. Same goes on westbound Dodge between 680 and 114th. And then delays on eastbound Industrial Road from 156th to 144th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
The electrical market requires your company to adjust to an ever-changing field. IBEW Local 22 gives you flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, and proven training programs. Call Bob at IBEW Local 22 for details at 402-980-7596.
Riding season is here, and it's time to trade in and trade up. Or, if you ain't riding it, Luss Hills Harley-Davidson is buying it. Sell your Harley-Davidson today. Luss Hills Harley-Davidson. Rise up and ride on.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Thick with 2 C's.
On 1620 The Zone.
Josh Peterson, Jimmie Allen, and Nick Grimm will all be back tomorrow, and then we'll all be back again on Thursday. And sorry to let you know, but we off just a little bit early on Thursday at 5:30. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Why, Josh?
Because the Big East tournament is that night, and Creighton will be playing at 6 o'clock. So
Some of
pregame,
us are not getting off early.
Well, what time are you going to be on? Oh, after the game?
I will be doing shoot around with Jimmy Chavez.
No, there's no shoot around that night.
I will not be doing shoot around with Jimmy Chavez. So
There you
I will
go.
be here till taking your phone calls, 402-951-1620.
That's
On
awesome.
the
though.
Source hotline or
That's-
the Source hotline, depending on who you ask.
The Source
The
hotline.
Source. By your mom's house.
That's awesome, though, Jimmy, that you'll get to do the post-game show.
It
I
is
would
awesome.
love to, but I can't.
Would you?
No, I'll be at home.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're a liar.
It'll be about my bed. I guess I won't be going to bed that time.
I tell you this, I do
He's
appreciate.
got running to do. Training.
He's busy.
Yeah, I'll do that the next morning.
I do appreciate the opportunity to do it, but there's certain nights where I'm like, man, my bed sounds really great.
Dude,
right
I
now.
love my bed. It sounds great. By the way, I don't want to step on any announcements. Did we announce anything yesterday, Nick, about some of the fun, exciting new things that we'll be doing for the conference and NCAA tournaments? Okay, well, I'm not going to say it on the show, but anyway,
Wow,
we're going to have
that's a
some
tease, folks.
We're going to have some bonus content coming your way. I can say it, right? It's not a big deal. I'm going to say it.
Okay.
So we're going to be doing halftime. You know how a couple years ago, John and I used to do halftime programs during Nebraska football
Yeah.
games? We're
I
gonna be
hated that you guys stopped doing that, by the way.
We're going to bring it back, I think, but
Run
we're
it
going to be
back.
bringing it back for basketball. So at halftime of the Creighton game, at halftime of the Nebraska game, as long as they last the whole rest of the season, we will be doing content.
Who is we?
Everyone at the station, except
Oh.
for John, because he'll be calling all
That's
these
what I
games.
thought you meant. I was like, how is he going to do both? That's
No,
very
he
interesting.
won't do it. So I don't remember who has it. My first game is an if necessary. So if Nebraska makes it to Saturday, I'll be on Saturday with Josh Otson.
It's like a tiny baby Big Red overreaction.
Basically what it is.
Wait. They're having Odson do the halftime of the Nebraska men's basketball
Oh,
game.
yeah.
He's been trying to cancel them all season.
Yeah, well, him and me handshake me.
And it's working out, isn't it, Jim?
Yeah,
It's true.
yeah,
It's a good
here
play.
they are playing in the NCAA tournament. So yeah, that's coming up. If
I
I
think-
wasn't supposed to announce it, my apologies, but there you go.
Trev, I
It's like
hope
2
you're
days away.
I hope you're listening, Trev Alberts. If you are, I think if they win the first in the first round for the first time in school history, Josh Otson should have to get in the little red mascot costume.
Oh, that's a great idea.
I think that'd be a great idea.
Yeah, a lovely
Make it
idea.
happen.
By the way, speaking of Trev, so we mentioned in our interview with Sipple, the Trev agrees with his head coach, and I mean, I'm not surprised, right?
Well,
if
yeah,
he would
what's
have
he
been like,
supposed
yeah, you
to
know what,
say?
I actually
Matt Rule's an idiot.
Yeah, I actually disagree with him. So if you missed it, Trev Alberts said in the Husker Online pod, he says, we'll work through those things, but I'm very supportive of Matt. I think that long-term, obviously, we'll have a scheduling strategy. We'll take a hard look at some of the existing scheduling that we have. If we decide that it just doesn't make sense for our program based on an 18-team league with 9 conference games and the inclusion now of USC and Oregon and others with a 12-team playoff, we'll work through it together. But I do support Matt's thinking about whether or not some of these games, even on our current calendar, make sense for us long-term. So, not surprised. If he would have disagreed with his head coach, that would have been the bigger surprise.
It would have been very on brand for Nebraska. but-
Yes, very good point. I think the quote at the end of that statement, I do support Matt's thinking about whether or not some of these games, even on our current calendar, make sense for us long term. That tells me that they are going to certainly look at the outs for, and we ran through some of them with Sipple. Colorado this year, obviously they can't cancel that. Cincinnati's a non-conference game next year, or a neutral site game rather. I don't think they're going to try to cancel that.
Right. Plus,
But
it's a Power 5 crossover, too.
Tennessee, though, in 26 and 27. Arizona,
They wouldn't
28 and
reschedule
30.
that, would they, ever? 6 times?
I'm just going to punt it forever. Oklahoma and then Oklahoma State. I think those are the ones to keep an eye on. And you asked him, what about the local geography with some of the Big 8 schools?
Yeah.
And what did Sipple say? Yeah, Matt Rule mentioned geography, northern Iowa.
Yeah.
So it certainly seems like these are going the way of the dodo bird.
And it's hard to look at the success that Iowa has had and look at the lack of success they've had on offense, but then look at their schedule and say, well, what if we could replicate that, right?
They play a Power 5 team, though, every year.
Yeah, but they also play Northern Iowa.
But they play a
frequently.
Power 5
Go
component
Panthers.
every year.
Right, but it's Iowa State. And yeah, Matt Campbell has had things running a little bit better, but there have been very down years.
Jimmie, I mean, it's not like Oklahoma State or Arizona have been like world beaters, and Tennessee only got good recently.
Yeah, but when Nebraska just played Oklahoma in a home and home.
Sure.
Who was the last equivalent of Oklahoma that Iowa has played in a home and home series?
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's
Yeah.
been a while. So you are supportive of this move?
I just think it makes sense. I mean, when you've had the struggles that Nebraska has and you're trying to get it off the ground the best you possibly can, like, why not give yourself the best chance to win? I know it's kind of a cheapening way to do it. And for the record, I'm with you. I think I would love if Nebraska's non-conference schedule was Virginia Tech, Colorado, and Oklahoma, and then they played
Okay,
9.
no, that's crazy.
Right,
I
right.
wouldn't
But
want that.
we would love it, though.
No,
We'd watch every week.
No, well, I mean, from that perspective, yes. I think
You would be more inclined to watch all 3 of those games than Nebraska versus UTEP.
Sure, but I think, I don't know why does it have to be that, and why does it have to be nothing? Why can't it
Right,
be?
I would with the more extreme end of the spectrum.
The most extreme,
yeah,
I would say.
But I think everybody would. If you just if we get the doomsday scenario that everybody's afraid of, where it's the NFL light, and you're only playing crossover games with Power 5 schools.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think more people may be inclined to watch that because of the brands
Helmet
involved.
games.
But I mean, I love when Nebraska gets the opportunity to play UTEP. I want to see. I do. I want to see what it looks like. What the coaches feel like it should look like versus what it may ultimately look like down the road. And I think it gives you a lot of an opportunity to work on some things and make some adjustments and be able to coach in game scenarios. I think that's a huge aspect of it.
Adam texts into the show. He says, I don't like the dumbing down of the non-conference schedule. Take NU's 2026 schedule, for example. If they drop the Tennessee game, their overall schedule is pretty blah. Marquee games with Ohio State and Oregon in conference play, no USC, UCLA, Michigan, or Penn State. It's a pretty weak schedule. Take away the Tennessee schedule, and it's really not impressive. Arguably could hurt them in the playoff discussion by removing Tennessee if Nebraska is back to the level of knocking on the door of making the playoff. I'd get it if NU was guaranteed to play 4 to 5 big marquee games every year in conference play. The schedule as it sits, though, doesn't have that. 2026 is a great example.
Right, but that's going to be an outlier. I think we can all probably agree on that. That's probably going to be one of the few situations where that's not the case.
But isn't that interesting that of all the years to not punt on one of these non-conference games, maybe this one would be the year to not punt on it?
See, and it's one of those things. It's the chicken and the egg. But if that leads to Nebraska going 10-2, would you absolutely take that scenario?
See, but that's
100 out of 100 fans would.
See, but this is where I've had to fess up every time we talk about this. I am not viewing this through the fans lens. I'm viewing this through the content lens and through the what do I want to watch lens. And I will admit that is a selfish endeavor.
Yeah,
I know what I'm doing, but I'm just looking for good football games.
Yeah, and I'm with you. But if it's a matter of, okay, well, we feel like we've got the right coach, and we feel like if we give him an opportunity to get on a platform and get on a run and get things going, it's going to affect recruiting, and we can get better down the road. You almost have to, right?
Devil's advocate to that. It'll be year 4. Shouldn't we already know if they're on the right path? This is not. We're not talking about canceling the Tennessee game. In 8
next
months.
year. Yeah.
We're talking about doing it in 2.5 years.
Right. But if it's a matter of we're 8-9 wins, and we feel like if we can get over this hump, get to a double digit, flirt with the college football playoff, we've already got 1 5-star quarterback. Can we make this a trend? Can we get things going in the right direction? I mean, you almost have to give yourself don't cancel the Oklahoma game.
See, but I think they
don't
will.
do that.
But Jimmie,
we've seen how that goes.
I think they're going to cancel the Oklahoma game. If they're going to cancel Tennessee, why wouldn't they cancel the Oklahoma game?
Because there's proof in the pudding of why that's a bad idea.
No, but I would disagree because I think they're going to do it. If they're going to cancel Tennessee, they're going to cancel Oklahoma.
You think those are the same thing?
Yeah, I do. Because we're talking about years from now. We're not talking about tomorrow. The Oklahoma kerfuffle of Frost, I mean, it fell apart for a variety of reasons.
Right.
But one of them was they tried to do it months before the game were to take place. But if Matt Rule's thought process at this moment in time is we need to make our schedule easier, I bet the Oklahoma game doesn't survive. If they're getting rid of Tennessee and they're getting rid of Oklahoma State and they're getting rid of
I think
Arizona,
it's different for a couple reasons. Because one, they have moved that Tennessee game so many times now that I think if it just falls off the schedule, it'll be like, oh, well. And
Such a bummer. I want to go to that game.
I do too. I think it'd be a ton of fun. I'd love to go to Neyland. I'd love to see Tennessee come play a Memorial. But I also think that there's a situation that you have a guy that is for the better. I think probably an 80% approval rate by the state of Nebraska since it's election season. That people love Matt Rule, and if I don't necessarily know if in a situation where you're raising funds for the Go Big project and you're raising funds for the stadium teardown and new seating situation, if you're like, hey, let's rock the boat and piss the fans off.
See, I don't know. I will respectfully disagree. I don't think that fans are going to lose their mind if they try to get rid of the Oklahoma game.
I think
if they're getting rid of the other games, like I just don't see.
It's a former rival that still matters here. It's not like they're canceling a USC, a Tennessee, whatever. It's a team.
What if they do
it's
the
a
same
game
thing with Oklahoma State?
I think people would tend to care less than the Oklahoma game.
Sure, but would you agree?
And it's also canceling a game versus a Big 12 opponent versus an SEC opponent.
Would you agree though that it is, given that the last time he tried to do it, Frost being the he here, it was the 50th anniversary, that also played a part in the.
I think it did, but I would be surprised if the vast majority of people knew that.
If the vast majority of people knew what
it was the 50th
anniversary.
Yeah, I think it was just they saw that the Oklahoma game was getting canceled, and that was the biggest problem.
Some responses before we go to break and get to content. Matthew says, I think of the non-conference schedule from the perspective of a fan. If 3 of 7 home games are stinkers, that's not a great fan experience. We expect to be competitive regardless of schedule. Jordan writes, I still don't understand why we can't also play a non-conference Power 5 opponent every year. It's not like we would be playing Georgia every year. And Kenneth asks, Jimmie, can we get to 6-6 before we start asking about hypothetically going 10-2?
Right, but I mean, if they go 6-6 this year or worse, this is a moot point, right? Like you almost have a necessity. Did I say mute? I said mute, didn't I? Moot point. Sorry.
Maybe we do need the thesaurus.
Yeah, maybe we do.
The thesaurus hotline.
Yeah. So there you go.
One final upduke.
No, what now, Nick?
Yes.
You want to give us a long wind up and say they're actually down by more runs?
I feel like you only should be doing that at this point.
After mounting a comeback in the bottom of the 9th, the Blue Devils have fallen to the now 1-10, or the 2-9.
There you
What's
go.
their record?
Rider Bronx.
What's their record?
Well, now it's 2-9.
Wow. So they lost to a team that had only won one game.
What a crappy take by
They were
you.
on a 3-game losing streak too.
This is despicable. I think Duke sandbagged this game because they knew I was talking about him.
Duke is now 13-3.
Well, they're still really good, but that's bad.
That's a tough look.
That's a tough look. I will admit,
That
tough
would be
look.
a quad 4 loss.
Wooden bats, rubber hats had a bad one today. We'll get in the lab and we'll try to be better next week.
The good news is they play Rider again tomorrow.
Is that good news? Many are asking.
Yeah, that's a great point. All right, coming up next in content, we have a variety of topics, including Kansas not coming to Omaha, Nebraska.
What?
Jimmie conspiracy theories.
Oh.
And daylight saving affecting the NBA.
Those last two things are not related. I didn't have conspiracy theories about the NBA and
We're going
daylight
to
saving
do that
times.
when we return. By the way, this week's Zone Deal is to Cops. They make delicious pizza, and they have steak, seafood, pasta, fresh salads, and tasty charred wings. Dine and carry out or delivery from Cops. They have 3 convenient locations here in the Big O. And this week's deal, you get $50 worth of vouchers, Nick, for $25. You're not good at math, but I'm guessing you can figure out 50 instead of 25.
That's half off.
Half off. Goes on sale this Friday morning at 1620thezone.com.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Did you know when you shop Salvation Army thrift stores in the metro area, you're helping people in need right here in the community? Proceeds from our thrift stores go into our metro area social services, supporting everything from food and housing programs to behavioral health and more. So stop by, get a great deal, and make a big difference for people in need. For a list of store locations, just go to salarmyomaha.org. That's salarmyomaha.org.
It's Champions replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. While discounts apply to our regular prices, select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Betting on your favorite sporting events just got a whole lot easier. Warhorse Sportsbook is now open in Omaha. Save yourself the drive across the river and put your money where your mouth is at Horseman's Park, 6303 Q Street. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Got the happy hour blues? Get to Kopp's for happy hour relief with 2 happy hours from 3 to 6 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. till close Sunday through Friday. Kopp's serves 24-ounce domestic drafts for just $3 and 24-ounce craft drafts for only $4, plus $2 off appetizers. The restaurant that offers great pizza, burgers, and tasty charred wings now offers 2 great happy hours. Visit Kopp's today at 180th and Center, the Shadow Lake Town Center, and 72nd and Jones, or click koppspizza.com. Kopp's, pizza, and so much more.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Get pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All righty, Nick, it is time for some content. Why don't you take it away?
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Nebraska men's basketball got some accolades this morning. Was anyone snubbed?
The topic du jour of the day.
You got to touch on it. I mean, Juwan Gary definitely should have been.
That is the one.
first team.
Yes, that is the thing that I will agree where I'm like, wow, that's pretty wild that Juwan Gary got nothing. If you missed it, Fred Hoiberg, co-coach of the year. Casey was second team with the coaches, third with the media. Rink Mast was third with the coaches, honorable mention with the media. Josiah Alec made the sportsmanship team. But yes, no Juwan Gary. Yeah, I feel like it's okay to be upset by that. But also I'm really happy that I don't work myself up into a fervor about all conference teams.
Or a frenzy, thesaurus.
Or a frenzy. Jimmie, any frenzies you worked yourself into?
I mean, I to some degree, and it has nothing to do with the Fred Hoiberg thing. I don't care who the 2 coaches were. I think they should name one coach of the year. It did feel like kind of a cop-out. I know it is split voting. It's because the votes are split, and I get that. But it just kind of feels like you're going to have the coach of the year.
Not the coaches of the
year.
year.
You should probably just pick one. That was the only thing I really – and it wouldn't have mattered to me either way. I just think they should name one coach.
Pick a side.
Yeah. Yep.
Don't be middle of the road John Bishop, says Jimmie Allen.
As we discussed earlier, free agency was all the rage yesterday, as was Tiki Barber's take on Saquon Barkley. Barkley. Sorry.
Saquon.
Go
ahead.
My bad. He's dead to us now.
Whoa.
He's dead to us. You're dead to us, Saquon. Good luck. You're dead to me. Have you ever been that mad by a player leaving your team in free agency?
He's going to an in-division rival. I mean, it's because he's a Philadelphia Eagles running back. I get the hate, but no, I don't think I've ever felt that way.
Trying to remember the angriest I've ever been about a free agent.
I was very mad when Frank Gore left San Francisco, but that's just because I wanted to see Frank Gore
wanted him to retire,
be a Niner for the rest of his career.
I had a football card of him.
Nice.
I was kind of pissed when Randy Gregory left the Cowboys.
After he had the star tattoo on his elbow?
But part of that was that Dallas screwed up in the negotiation. But
yes.
Also, you know what? He hasn't been very good.
Right.
So it wasn't as big of a loss as I thought.
Simone Biles has got some takes. She's letting Green Bay have it because her husband is now a Bear. And she's tweeting, I'm very thankful I don't have to take connecting flights to see my husband anymore.
Oh, boom roasted.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chicago. Easier to fly into Chicago.
Take that small town markets.
At the end of his column today, Tom Chattel pointed out that this year's NCAA tournament could be the first ever in Omaha without Kansas making it to Omaha. Do you like?
Don't hate it. I mean, it's pretty interesting. They have fallen apart to such a degree where it just doesn't seem like that is going to be in the cards. Now, a negative, if you are a Nebraska fan, is that this probably means they won't then be going to Omaha. You needed them to hang out at that 2 line if you were going to be the 7 or the 10, or to be a 1. Certainly, if you were going to be an 8 or a 9, neither of those is going to happen. Every year we have it, they are always here, and they're always taking over the town. So it'll be interesting to see kind of who is able to invade Omaha this time. I mean, if Iowa State makes it, certainly their fans will be here aplenty.
Yeah, and listen, it matters which team in the state you root for too, right? Because if you're wearing Blue Jay Blue, you're probably pretty grateful that a 2 seed may be opening up, some things may be shifting around. Obviously, you're not going to be in Omaha, but you may find your way moving yourself into one of those 2 seeds, or even maybe a little higher.
Oh, Deadspin is no more.
No.
How will
RP.
you remember the website?
Were you a Deadspin guy?
I wasn't
Jimmy?
a Deadspin guy, but I was trying to think of some of my favorite articles that have been. Give me yours, and I'll see if I can.
Well, I mean, the one that I'll always remember the most is 2 of them. The Bo Pelini when he said a lot of F words.
Yeah,
that was on Deadspin.
Yeah, that's where the.
Speaking of Tom Chattel, he
the
said
link
F
got
Tom
put-
Chattel.
yeah.
The Manti Te'o story. I loved Deadspin. Like,
that was a Deadspin thing, wasn't it? I forgot.
that was.
about
They were the first ones to break it.
Yeah.
Manti Te'o was a linebacker.
Whoa.
No.
I was going to ask if you knew this.
No, I know the story.
Yeah,
I
okay.
distinctly remember that story.
So hey, look, Shohei hit a home run.
My goats.
So
2-run home run.
I loved Deadspin. When I was Nick's age, when I was a producer of the show, I was on Deadspin all the time. I always went to it for stories. Deadspin has not been Deadspin, though, for years.
It feels like TMZ kind of took that, like.
Well, yeah, they
spot
moved away
them,
from
right?
doing some of the goofy stuff that
Yeah.
they did. And then all of their writers walked out. They quit, and they work at a different website now called Defector, which I subscribe to. So
Oh, I did not know
I
that.
still read all of their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't read Deadspin since before the pandemic, though. Bad website. Very,
Fair.
very bad.
Yeah, I can't even remember the last time I tuned in. I don't have anything. Sorry. I was
figured
gonna.
you would be a huge Deadspin
It's
guy.
not part like.
Jimmie's on weird internet, but not Deadspin. That's very sad.
Can't remember the last time I went to that website. So it's been a very long time.
It's been 4 years for me.
Jimmy,
Speaking of,
you are famously of conspiracy theories.
am I?
Do you have any for what the hell is going on right now with Pat McAfee and Stephen A. Smith?
Kind of feels like Stephen A. Smith may have stepped out of bounds and kind of got put in his place a little bit. Like, am I reading that right? Like, I've followed this loosely from outside, but it kind of feels like Pat McAfee kind of may have called him on some of his BS, and Stephen A. Smith may be eating a little bit right now.
So I don't know what the hell's going on. If you missed it, have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
I
Nick,
have
have you
not.
seen this? Have you heard about this? So the New York Post is reporting that they had a blow up on the phone
Blowed
where
up.
McAfee called Stephen A mother effer.
Oh.
Yeah. It sounds like Stephen A is going to be an executive producer of something through his production company, and it's going to air on ESPN. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, it sounds like there was a discussion. And again, I could be reading this incorrectly, but it sounds like they agreed on discussing on something on air, and Stephen A. Smith wouldn't touch it. It's kind of like how it came across to me. I could be wrong, but I don't have any conspiracy
Oh, you're
theories. on
taking McAfee's side. Interesting.
No, that's just the way I read it. I don't know if that's completely correct or not.
According to Ethan Strauss and somehow not Jimmy Allen, general managers and coaches think the NBA has changed some rules recently, secretly, to bring scoring down. Whether or not you believe it happened, is this a good thing?
The NBA would never rig something, right, Josh Peterson?
No, Jimmy,
don't do this.
Would they?
Jimmy.
I don't know.
Would they somehow rig a player going to a market 2 years from that one finals?
Good.
I don't think they could.
Well,
this wouldn't surprise me whatsoever.
You also had that weird moment in the Timberwolves game. Was it last night or 2 nights ago, where you had the referee talking or the entire coaching staff of the Timberwolves talking to the official? He just makes the money sign at him.
Oh, I saw your tweet about this.
I just saw this a few minutes ago, and it's like, what's going on here? This doesn't look problematic.
Probably nothing.
Probably
nothing.
I wouldn't worry about it.
Sure, it's very well documented, Nick. I don't know if you know this. There's never been a referee scandal in the NBA collecting money from the mob.
We've always been at war with East Asia. Speaking of the NBA, Brian
Ferentz?
Is that pronounced how I think it's pronounced?
I'm guessing it is.
You wrote the questions.
Brian Seaman was pissed about the schedule the Clippers had to deal with this weekend. The voice of the team, Mr. Seaman, didn't like his team playing 2 games in 22 hours during the time change. He have right to be mad?
I think Seaman has a very good right to be mad. Do you not?
Most seamen are. I mean, I think he's got a leg to stand on here, especially if he's wiping.
Okay. See, now you're just going way too far,
It's
Jimmy.
too far, Jimmy.
Way too far. Way too far. I honestly, that is very understandable. A back-to-back during the time change,
it
and
seems
they're
like too
both
much.
they're both early games on Saturday and Sunday.
Gross.
I stand with C.
They should just stop playing basketball.
Nick, they should not stop playing
I
basketball.
feel like this is something you probably knew about ahead of time, though. So, I mean, maybe you didn't.
You definitely did. But
Maybe you didn't bother looking at your schedule this far in advance, but it's not.
It's like a future
It's almost
problem,
like
right?
every pro league in America tweets out their schedule months in advance so you could look at this.
But it's like a future you problem,
Yeah,
right? Like
I get
have
it,
a
but-
dentist appointment in 5 months. That's a future me problem.
And I guess there probably wasn't much that Mr. Seaman in May could have done of last year or whatever.
Hey, what's he gonna do? Walk out on the league?
True.
He
Quit
can't-
playing basketball, says Nick Grimm.
He can't do. Yeah,
Stop.
I can't believe how much you hate basketball.
It's just it's
Aren't you
fine.
no
It's
longer of the
entertaining.
NBA? Hasn't this been a topic of discussion?
Yeah, I'll be back during the playoffs though.
As most casual fans are.
Yeah, I listen to many NBA podcasts. Well, not many. I listen to a couple NBA podcasts. I still know what's going on in the league. Timberwolves are good. Thunder are really good.
For sure.
Boston Celtics are having great regular season. They'll fall apart in the postseason like always.
Look at you, Jason
So-
Tatum.
Yeah, he sucks.
I've been thinking about this.
About basketball?
Not just, but as I've grown in my being of sports, my sports journey, every sport that I follow fulfills a specific purpose of me,
Okay.
right? Like Formula One, fast cars kick ass.
Well, we're talking
Hell
about
yeah.
sports, I thought.
Nice.
What
does football serve?
Football, it's fun little action-packed moments. It's like every
imperialism.
Every game is a battle, and every season
Imperialism.
is a war.
You gotta win.
Yeah.
You gotta win land. It's about land acquisition.
It
Nick
is.
loves
As-
history.
And it's really fun. I like to watch that. And then baseball.
What is baseball? Boring as hell.
Vibes. Baseball is a story.
Yes, that's a good point.
Wow.
Football is a battle. Football is a war. Baseball is a story unfolding over months. So
why don't you like hoops?
It doesn't serve any purpose for me.
purpose.
See, and I think this is why I thought the NBA would be the biggest attraction to you, because I think
You
basketball.
love drama.
Not even that. I think basketball is more music. It's artistic. There's more stylistic to it.
It's like jazz, Nick.
Yeah.
Right.
You hate jazz,
But I have music for that. That's my thing.
That's a good point.
I don't need something
You
that's
are
like
famously
music because
of
I
music.
do have music. These other things are fulfilling for me in other
so
ways.
you don't need off-brand music.
No, I don't need great value music.
Interesting.
No, basketball's fine. I appreciate the people who like it. I
appreciate the people who.
I
like it.
appreciate why people like
You
it.
think that they should have the right to exist as humans?
Yes.
That's good.
I appreciate why people like it, and I get that there's storylines and drama. It's not my thing.
Don't like the athleticism of it all.
I mean, I appreciate the athleticism.
Yeah, you don't like
of it.
athletes.
Interesting. Nick.
Creighton's Creighton's baseball team going blue on blue tonight. That's kind of cool. Look.
It's the new uniforms.
Yeah.
They're wearing.
They're
the,
debuting them.
Yeah, the patter blues. They look pretty.
I
You don't
the
like
hat.
them?
No, the hats. I love the uniforms. They're wearing camo hats.
Oh, that is a
Oh.
weird look with those blue unis. Yeah,
I don't
I'll
like
give you
I
that.
didn't realize they were wearing the camo hats.
I don't like.
How do you even see them?
Ha 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 ha. By the way, Connor Happer and Nick Handley, I think. Happer just said perfect night for baseball. He didn't tag Nick. So
I
maybe
think it
it's
might just be Happer.
Maybe it's just Happer. A little solo Happer.
Oh, maybe he's listening right now.
He
can
probably
tell
is.
us.
He can tell us during the commercial break. But yeah, Happer is coming up at the top of the hour. No pregame show, as we all knew coming into today.
Every single person knew it.
Every person.
Starts at 6, though, right here on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. All right, when we return, we will discuss what's for dinner, and then we will say goodbye. But first, Mustache Adams says, I think Seaman probably thought it was too premature to play a game so soon after the previous one. It happens to everyone. Understandably so. It's like playing a
Right.
Thursday night game after a Sunday game. Too premature.
Too premature.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. All right, we'll
You
come
never want
back,
to be premature.
discuss what's for dinner, and say peace out on this Tuesday. Wow, it's already Wednesday tomorrow. This week is flying by.
Means tomorrow's dumb debate.
It's flying by. It is dumb
Oh,
debate.
with Jimmie Allen.
Holy God. Have we ever
Oh.
done this before?
We're gonna break records.
Oh
yeah,
my
we did
gosh.
it once.
Okay.
It was
Get your
anticlimactic.
dumb-
I'll try to be better tomorrow.
All right. Wow. Good. It's good.
I don't want to be premature or anticlimactic.
Yeah, like booking guests.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah, let's chill out on the whole booking guest thing.
I got 2 lined up for tomorrow.
All right. When we return, we'll say goodbye here on 1620 The Zone.
Email us on the Equitable Bank inbox with whatever is on your mind. Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can get me, Gary, at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
The college basketball championship is fast approaching, and 1620 The Zone has your chance to win a local 1620 The Watch Party at Backlot Tap House in Exarban for you and your crew. Come on! Plus, we're taking 1620 The Watch Party to Las Vegas. One grand prize winner will score a flyaway to Las Vegas to stay at the Circa Resort and Casino. Join in on the madness. Don't miss your shot to enter to win now at 1620thezone.com. Powered by Circa Resort and Casino and Backlot Tap House.
Howdy, Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. Time now for another Nebraska Outdoor Update. Say there's a lot to do this season in Nebraska's outdoors. There's always hiking in the state parks. There's bird watching. There's trout stream fishing action. There's scouting for that spring wild turkey hunting trip. And there's looking for shed deer antlers in your favorite woods. So there's no reason to be a couch potato, is there? No. Get outdoors and enjoy. Well, it's time to get all your new permits and stamps for hunting, fishing, fur harvesting, and state parks. Time to check your motorboat registration for renewal. Time to make those cabin and camping reservations in the state parks if you haven't done that already. And time to go over all of your outdoor gear for spring and summer. Get more information on Nebraska's outdoor scene by going to the Game and Parks website, outdoornebraska.gov. And that'll wrap it up. I'm Greg Wagner with Nebraska Game and Parks.
Settling down can be good, but resigning yourself to lower energy, hair loss, and decreased sex drive? You don't have to. Hair loss is common as we get over 50. Lower sex drive and ED happens to over half of us after 40. You can get professional help, and it's as simple as going to hims.com. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com and do something about it. Hims is made for guys like us. Even if your problems aren't all the time, Hims can help. The whole process is online. With Hims, there's no doctor's office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims provides solutions that work with proven ingredients like minoxidil. Plus, Hims fits into your lifestyle. Once you start, the process is surprisingly simple. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit. HIMS.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
Hi, this is Stacey McGilligan, Director of Sales for NRG Media Omaha. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished bilingual new business development salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to the next level. Is this you? Our multimedia account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG Media lets you make a real difference in our community. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
No idea. I think I'm going to go.
Wow, John Bishop.
Is this segment dying?
No, it's not dying.
I feel like
What
it's
do you have for dinner?
1/3 of this group on the normal rotation with you, John, and Nick.
Yeah.
At least minimum 1/3 goes. I have no idea.
Well, mainly I know, but tonight's hard because
It's I don't know rice and then whatever you're having.
yeah, that usually
That's
is
usually
what
the
it is.
rep.
So but you didn't let me finish.
Go ahead.
Because I have some stuff. We have some chicken salad that I might do.
Oh, you love salad.
Yeah, I do love salad.
And chicken.
Famously. But I had chicken, I had thighs, and a baked potato for lunch.
Mhm.
Very normal
On
part of my
brand.
rotation.
Since you didn't know that you were good food when you got here.
Yes, exactly. So I don't
Thanks,
know.
Chris Prudon.
I don't know what I'm going with today, but figure out something, maybe some shells and cheese. See, I'm on my own tonight. So when I'm on my own, those are the nights where I'm like, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do.
I love shells and cheese.
Yeah. So I like carbs. I just want carbs.
Have some rice.
Maybe we do have leftover rice, Nick. We made leftover burrito last night. That was ridiculous. It wasn't really a leftover burrito. It was just We made a burrito with leftovers.
It was a burrito of leftovers.
Yeah.
You guys ever had stuffed shells where you put like taco meat and
Yes.
stuff? That's what
Oh,
we're
yeah.
probably doing tonight.
Oh,
Yeah, I
Jimmy,
love
that
doing
sounds like a
stuff.
good dinner.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
I will
Love
be
my wife.
at the Creighton Omaha game tonight, so probably something at the ballpark.
Wow, maybe a dog.
Maybe a dog. Maybe a beer
beer
and a dog.
Maybe some sunflower seeds.
Maybe. I
Maybe
do like sunflower
peanuts,
seeds.
Maybe M&Ms.
Some Cracker Jacks.
Nick, do not eat rice tonight.
I do not eat rice.
Get
I'm
a-
not going to eat
get-
rice.
Get a dog.
Well, they don't have rice at the Schwab, I assume.
They do. It's just not where you're going to be sitting.
Oh.
That's in the hoity-toity seats.
Mm.
Our friend.
Wow. Just assume he's not going to be sitting in the hoity-toity seats. huh?
Yeah, he's Nick. No offense, Nick.
That's fine.
Nick is a man of the people.
Nick, I was trying to.
Blue collar Nick. That's what they call me.
That's what they call
One
him.
of us.
El
One of us.
Scorcho tweets in, Jimmie Allen on Dumb Debates is must-listen radio.
People are saying
It's going to be
Yes.
amazing.
Go Mavs, baby. Go Mavs indeed, El Scorcho. Yeah, it is a Dumb Debates Wednesday.
So
tomorrow.
sad they're not playing tonight, man.
Yeah.
The men's basketball team. It would have been so much fun. I mean, even just to get there would have been. Just to have it fall apart in that situation where you're down 3 at the end too. It's too bad. Sorry.
It is indeed too bad. Way to bring us down, Jimmy.
On a bad
thanks
note.
for
Good night,
killing
folks.
the vibe,
Wow,
Jimmy.
we
have so much time left.
Yes,
Harshing the
exactly.
mellow.
Now we have to sit here in sadness for the next few minutes.
What's wrong?
No, my wife told me I'm a liar. We're having sloppy joes on Texas toast. I might be calling an audible there.
Yeah, I would too. No offense to Jimmy's wife, but no thanks.
Yeah.
I've had sloppy joes on normal buns, and I've had sloppy joes on the King's Hawaiian rolls and made sloppy sliders.
Yeah.
Which is what I like to call them.
Nice.
Haven't had it on Texas toast before.
Yeah, I do like Texas toast. I do not like sloppy joes.
Or sloppy sliders.
I don't like anything sloppy.
No.
I know how you kids like them sloppy.
She said, I'm really sad. Shells sounded amazing.
They do sound amazing.
I already made the sloppy joes
Oh,
for when you get home. Ah,
Well, Jimmy, I hope you have a great dinner.
yeah.
Great dinner.
This is what happens when you're 7 months pregnant and have 2 kids under 2 at home. You're just like, let me make
This
the
guy.
easiest thing possible.
Jimmy just has sex nonstop.
Wow. Congrats on the sex,
Hey,
Jimmy.
my mother-in-law is listening to this.
Okay.
You're the one who
She knows you have children.
Yes, exactly.
She's probably aware.
She knows where those come from.
Yes, exactly. How do you?
It's immaculate, Nick.
Do you need to? Yes. Do you need to talk to your mother-in-law on how babies are
By-
created?
By the way, Nick buried the whole lead
What's that?
about Duke today. Ryder's ERA on the season is like 39.
Yeah, they're not
32
good.
and a half.
The whole team's
Yeah,
ERA.
yeah.
That's impossible. That can't be possible.
The pitcher they were facing in the bottom of the ninth had like a 32 ERA.
That's what I'm referring to. I thought this was the whole team. You cut off the top of it. No, it is. Oh, sorry. Young B, number 6.
Okay, I was gonna say it'd be impossible for the whole team to have an ERA of 36.
Well, when you're
because that would mean they're allowing 36 runs a game.
That is
when
what
you're
that
1
means.
and 9,
Yeah,
it's
famously.
not really out
I
of the realm
guess,
of
yeah.
possibilities.
Wow. All right, so
Screw it. I'll give a food take quick.
Okay.
Sloppy Joe's. I prefer Manwich over the homemade stuff.
Yes, that's a great take. That's an elite take, by the way, Nick.
I don't know what any of these takes mean.
You've never had Manwich?
I don't know. It all sounds bad. I don't like loose meat. I want my meat compact.
I used to.
I mean, hamburgers are just compacted loose meat.
I used to go to a networking meeting on Thursdays where their hamburgers were served loose meat with cheese melted over
That's
them.
not a
instead of-
hamburger if it's
instead of a
loose
pet.
meat.
Right? Yeah, but when you ordered a burger, that's how it came out.
See, I
was
don't
like,
want that stuff. I don't
it's not-
want.
it was
loose
it was
meat.
horrible. Don't
Yeah,
do
I
that.
want the
There's
meat
a specific.
compact.
There's a specific name for loose ground beef.
Yeah, they call it loose
sandwiches.
meat. Loose meat
I
sandwiches.
thought there was another type of name for it.
No, I think they're just called loose meat.
I'll look it up. Though I just don't like that stuff. I want the meat to be compact.
Sloppy Joe with some ruffles. My God.
Yeah,
Tavern sandwich.
Manwich is better than homemade sloppy
Mhm.
joes, Nick. That is maybe the best take you've ever
And
given
then,
on
like
here.
whenever you'd go to a church potluck, they would always have the homemade
Yeah.
sloppy joes. It's like these don't taste
keep,
good.
Keep that stuff.
Jordan writes, if Jimmie Allen is agreeing with your take, Nick, you need to reevaluate your take.
Josh and
Josh
Jimmy
and Stibbs.
have agreed with. We don't talk about him. He's dead. Have agreed on a lot of things today.
Who has agreed?
You and I.
You and Jimmy have
We're
agreed
both
on a lot
we're
of
both
things.
leaners.
Have we? Oh, we are leaners. We are leaners when we're wiping.
We agreed on
Next time you lean, you're gonna think about each other.
We agreed on Dylan Raiola. I'll think about you tonight, Josh.
Wow, tonight.
After I ate my sloppy
I'm
joes.
a morning guy.
It's important to have a schedule.
I'm a morning guy. A text message from somebody that Nick always wants to bleep out. Josh here for tight meat. Indeed, I want it to be tight on that bun,
We
baby.
love tight meat.
Uh-huh.
Not a big fan of roast beef.
No.
Okay.
I miss you, by the way. He who shall not be named.
Yeah. Tomorrow, dumb debates and nothing else. Nick, the pressure is on.
Oh, maybe Jimmy will book 3 more guests.
Maybe
We may
Jimmy-
have a guest tomorrow.
Maybe Jimmy will book 3 more.
Are you good
guests.
with that? If we could get him,
I mean, sure. If he wants to come on the show.
All right.
So,
See,
like,
that's how
make
you-
sure I know when.
Why do we care what you
and
think?
let me know so I can.
Hey, that's
you know,
my producer.
set it up.
You can talk
You
trash.
backdoor produce all day. You're putting graphics
He's allowed
up.
to.
This is our show.
I'm just trying
This
to
is
start-
our
I'm
show.
just trying to stir the pot.
I'll go talk trash to Dan. You can defend Dan.
Joey Colbert does an elite Dan Campen impersonation. Highly
Yeah?
recommend it, by the way.
Does he?
I've never laughed at anything Joey Colbert has ever said. He was doing a Dan Campen
Wow,
impersonation the other day,
Ooh.
and I was about falling out of my chair.
Oh, when you said that, I thought you were saying he does like a good job filling in as Dan.
No, like he does
a literal
a
impression of
literal Dan impersonation, and it's top notch.
Interesting.
Hmm.
All right,
It could have been Frank Caliendo sitting there doing a Dan Campen
Wow.
impersonation.
All
It was
right,
that
I'm-
spot on.
Friend of Happer.
I'm a little curious about this. A little curious. By the way, Made Right, is that what you were talking about?
No,
Made Right?
Manwich. I don't know what Made Right. Do you know what Made Right is? Is that like a Manwich knockoff?
I've heard people call sloppy joes made rights. I don't know if that's
Oh, yeah.
just
That's
what
the
the
other name
homemade
for
sloppy
loose meat.
joes are. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I have heard that. There was a restaurant on like 78th and Dodge that was called Made
Oh
Right
yeah.
for a little bit.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
That place was good.
No, it wasn't. I remember when my parents took us there one time. I was so sad. Like this is dinner. This is I'm going home and having leftover Doritos kind of night.
Oh, you know what's really good? You get a sloppy Joe.
leftover
I don't know
why I said
Doritos.
leftovers.
You make a bed of Doritos, then you eat a sloppy Joe above the bed of Doritos, and then you
Ooh.
can.
Isn't that just called a walking taco?
Then you can just make nachos.
No,
Walking
that's
taco?
yeah,
Sloppy nachos.
Not with sloppy Joe meat though. That's like ketchup. and
Thank God this show is
Doritos.
coming
It's
to
delicious.
an end. Wow.
I'm telling.
You brought us down, Jimmy.
I'm
Oh,
starting.
man,
did
you
this.
know.
I'm starting a petition. And what's for dinner? I'm out. I'm out on it.
This
As
is
a listener of
horrible.
this show, I'm out. I'm
What's
out.
for dinner is a fine
I'm out on
I
segment.
for
love
dinner.
what's for dinner.
Yeah.
It's better than
No,
that
you
other
don't.
dumb
You
thing.
say the same thing every night.
I'm poor.
Yeah,
What do you want me to eat?
Jimmy, start giving Nick some money.
Yeah,
help Nick buy
donate
dinner.
money to my food fund.
There you go.
Get more endorsement deals.
All right, Jimmy, we appreciate you.
Thank you, Jimmy.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. Connor Happer tweets in, "What is this show, Happer? We went to break too early after content. Here we are."
Yeah,
Talking about
this is
sloppy
the
Joes.
world we live in.
All right, we'll be back tomorrow. For Jimmy, for Nick, I'm Josh. Speaking of Happer, enjoy the baseball. Also, Nick Hanley just tweeted out a picture, so I think Nick Hanley is there too. It's coming up next year on 1620 The Zone. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.